It is a gorgeous morning here at Sunset Beach as we see Joao Chianka, Picklum, under coach Glenn Micro Hall, looking at conditions at the point. A defending event champ, Brisa Hennessy, prepares for a matchup with Molly Picklum in the quarters. And on the youngest side of the draw, Kaitlyn Simmers will have Caroline Marks as we look at the world champ seat today. Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright. This young man, Griffin Colapinto, had a really healthy warm-up this morning with his super caddy, Blair Marlin. Look at these dreamy morning conditions. Great swell direction, great wind direction, and Colapinto looks like he is firing up at the right time as he looks for a massive performance today. He'll be battling one of his longtime friends in Ethan Ewing here at Sunset Beach. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour, and wow, it looks fun out there today. Joe Turpel alongside Megan Abubo and Peter Mel. They're both featured in the top 10 of the Surfer Poll Awards for many years. Very popular surfers and popular human beings. Megan, this is your home break for many years. It's looking incredibly rippable today.
Yeah, this is perfect sunset. It's glassy, tons of waves, really consistent, and just really, really rippable.
Pete, you've been hooting and hollering, watching Griffin surf. The world just got to see his warm-up. What was your takeaway on Griffin's performance?
Wave number 2 after that was just as incredible, maybe even better. So it just goes to show how great the conditions are today. We're blessed. We really are. It's going to be really fun to watch today.
Let's get the official word. If we're celebrating Finals Day, let's say hi to AJ McCord with Director of Tours and Competitions, Renato Hickel.
That's right. The smiles that you guys have in the booth, they're happening over here too, because Renato, you have the official call for us today.
I'm a happy camper. I had my final shirts on, and yeah, woke up for a great surprise. So I was actually bigger than we anticipated, 4 to 6 foot, and supposed to build. Beautiful morning, sun is out, light offshore, so it's on. We're going to start with the women quarterfinals, followed by the men's quarterfinals. Those hit 30 minutes. And then the semis and the finals at 35 minutes. It's a full schedule, 14 hits today, but the surf is pumping, so great show.
Perfect. Well, we will let you get back to calling the action, Joey.
Thanks so much, AJ. That's a happy Renato. There's something special about Finals Day. There's a buzz in the air. There's a chance to accomplish your goals of taking out a CT event win as Brisa's looking to go back-to-back in the women's side. Let's focus on the forecast, brought to you by Surfline. Pete, clear call that it would be Finals Day to you, looking at the
Pretty
balance.
much, yeah. I mean, we got some energy. That purple blob up there is what started this, and it kind of came up. You could see just the hint of the westerly angle coming in yesterday in the evening. And then this morning, I mean, I was out there early, and I was looking at it going, wow, it kind of looks small, you know, out of pipe. But sure enough, we got here at Sunset Beach, and it's 4 to 6 foot. And even, like, I'd say the faces, probably going up to 8 foot in the faces here. I mean, it's exactly what we want to see for Finals Day. You know, we're going to have a 4-day forecast for the rest of it, but there's no way. We're running today. You know what's unique about today, too, is I think we're not doing any overlapping heats, so it's just going to be one-on-one out there, and so there's going to be plenty of waves for everyone in the water. Yeah, there's the 4-day forecast. Well, that's why we're running today, and we have a bit of an interval of 4 at 15 hidden underneath some wind swell, but that wind swell is not even on the lineup. We're just seeing the pure west-northwest stuff, which is, but the angle for sunset today, optimum.
We're loving it. Happy Finals Day, everybody around the world. Brisa Hennessy taking on Molly Picklum in the first quarterfinal. 30 minutes on the clock. And these two have a lot of great history. They were kind of in the same camp for a couple of years, so they were sparring partners, preparing for big events. They hang out together, sharing the same major sponsor. But now it's all about their goal of getting into the semifinals. And for Brisa, her goal of defending her title, which is not easy to do, Megan, showing up a year later and still proving that you're the best at this venue.
Yeah, Brisa is definitely trying to back up that win she had last year. She's incredible out here, though. She really, really suits this wave well. She's always looking for the pocket, and, you know, the other day was challenging, and she got through that day, so we're going to see big things from her. But Molly Picklum, Molly is on fire. She's really come into this year like a storm, and she's really, really looking polished and strong out there, and I love her critical maneuvers.
A roll of confidence, you can really feel it. It's tangible with Molly Picklum. Pete, going back to her pipe win at the end of last year, and then her post-heat interviews, even after her opening round hit win at this event, you can tell she feels like she's got what it takes to win it all.
I would agree, and again, but Brisa, defending champion, she's coming in with the most confidence she could possibly have here. She reads the lineup really well, Brisa. Understands Sunset Beach, and especially in all its different facets. This is an optimum Sunset Beach. She'd be very excited about that. Even Molly too. But this is everybody who's had great momentum, right? They're in the quarterfinals. That's why they're here on finals day. So everybody's ripping.
Brisa Hennessy, representing Costa Rica, still just 23 years of age. Featured in the Rip Curl WSL finals last season, and her win back at Sunset last year held her in a great spot in the WSL Final 5 conversation, even held the yellow jersey for parts of last season. As we check out these clean morning conditions, Megan, what is your favorite part of surfing Sunset Point at this size?
Oh, my favorite part is just how high performance of a wave it is. It's kind of underground, on the North Shore. There's so many great waves. But it's such an open canvas, and that's what makes Sunset Point so rippable. You don't need a lot of board under your feet, and it allows for these moments to really explode, as we saw Griffin do this morning. So it sets you up. You have a lot of speed on the wave, and it's a long point break. It's a great wave.
Also have the caddies with their responsibilities for their surfers in the lineup. These two spend a lot of time together with caddying and coaching. That's Keiko Bacalso on the right, former Rookie of the Year. Had an amazing performance at a lot of great venues where he could feature that big, powerful attack. Always keeps his squad happy and feeling the flow. Glenn Micro Hall to the left there broke his back in his rookie season in Fiji, but he was able to just kind of outthink a lot of competitors on tour, and he turned into one of the best coaches we've seen in a long time. I think you always go to the story with Micro with the turnaround of Matt Wilkinson, going from a guy that was trying to re-qualify for 6 years on tour and then showed up and won back-to-back events from Snapper to Bells to kick off his year in yellow. After that, Micro's phone was going off the hook for people to jump into his corner, Pete.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when to have a successful coach that you can kind of tap into, and even he's kind of the one that brought kind of a school together, right? I mean, he brought the surfers together to kind of train together. I mean, it's obvious when you're on tour that you can have those moments, but even at home, he brought the group together. You can kind of feed off each other and have opinions, and I think it's, when you have a camp, it's basically what it is. I mean, that's what they do with, a lot of coaching.
As we are waiting for the first wave, a little jockeying for position. Brisa going back and forth with Molly Picklum. Molly had a warm-up session out here yesterday afternoon, and Micro said he was surprised he didn't really see a lot of the tour out there when they were in the lineup. They saw Tyler Wright. She was feeling out a 5.7 from John Pizell. Molly Picklum was still on a 6.1 as she was looking to transition down in size. As you can see, they've gotten a little bit out of position there for the start, Megan.
Yeah, just trying to feel the lineup out. With no one being in the lineup, it always is a little tricky, the early stages of the first heat of the morning. So I think that's what they're trying to figure out, get their little landmarks. But definitely, Brisa knows this lineup really well. So if I were Molly, I'd kind of hang tight, kind of near where Brisa's sitting,
And Brisa's got a special connection and a great relationship with surfing Sunset Beach. This is what Brisa had to say.
I actually grew up surfing Sunset a bunch. I remember when I was 10 years old, when I first moved to Hawaii, I started working with Kahea Hart, and he's an incredible waterman, and he dragged me out to Sunset when it was pretty huge, and I felt like it's so ever-changing, and our emotions are like the ocean, and Sunset, it can be flat one day and absolutely beautiful, and then it's angry and scary and huge, and you have to embrace that. You have to embrace all sides of that. And I connected with that. I saw myself a lot in Sunset.
Always so well spoken is Brisa Hennessy. And I love how she talks about how ever-changing it is, but that forces her to be present in the moment. As we know, Pete, presence is a gift. And Brisa
yes,
knows
right.
that Sunset really forces her just to look at what she has in front of her to take on a day of competition.
Yeah, I think that's the magic of surfing, really. It forces you to be in the moment no matter what, right? That's why we love it so much, because it literally it's a vacation. Especially sessions where you're super engaged the entire time, and this competition, you have to be engaged in everything. Your positioning, your competitor, yourself, your equipment, and it's just, forces you to be in the present.
Yeah,
Equipment modes for the day like today, Megan, when you think about the bigger boards they would have had lined up for this event, feeling out the free surf yesterday with Molly on a 6.1, anticipating her to go shorter today. What are your thoughts on that? Are they going to be looking for smaller boards, or would they mind actually riding maybe a step up even in these conditions we have for finals day?
Yeah, I think it just depends on the surfer, but I would definitely advise, if you've been riding bigger boards this whole time, it could definitely mess with your surfing and your technique a little. So I would probably hang on a little step up, like you said, Joe, maybe 1 or 2 inches longer. It's not going to hurt you, but you definitely don't want to put too much board on your rail because then your turns might look a little slower.
Trying to find that right balance, potentially seeing the first wave of finals day, and we will for Molly Picklum. Yeah, she'll just go up and down. So after a long wait for position to get things started, Molly will just step off. So advantage Brisa having priority, Pete.
Yeah, now she can kind of come back because they've been pushing each other a little bit deep. That's the beginning of the heat. No priority. You want to hold that deep position in case you're in the spot. And you can see Molly kind of conceded it. And now exactly that. She's going to find herself on a nice set wave.
This one's looking like it's cupping out beautifully. Solid section overhead for Hennessy. And sets that Glen Pang towards the beach. Set up work to see if this will fill in a bit more. And she'll stick to that open face turn. Starting to stay real full on the inside section, and Hennessy steps off as she'll kick things off with the lead here in this first quarterfinal.
So there is assist today for the surfers as well, but it's an interesting one if you're going to be using it all the time because it kind of drops you off outside of the channel and where the caddies are. So it's still a pretty long paddle, considering like paddling out along the point. Feels like the current could be pulling up the point with the angle of the west a little bit. But we'll see how much this gets used, but it's there in play for the surfers.
I agree with you, Pete. There are those gems when you're paddling back out at Sunset Point that are some of the best waves out there. As we see Brisa taking off on this beautiful wave in front of her. Just kind of misses getting in the little barrel there, but love her opening turn here. Really, you can tell she knows the wave really well. She's already setting up here for the next turn. The wave doesn't really offer her it's not standing up a lot though, but definitely good wave to have under her belt.
As we get another great view of this one, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, this was a beautiful looking wave. I mean, yeah, right. It could have actually probably pulled in. It did kind of shut down at the end, and maybe she saw that was going to happen. But this is the point. It lows back up onto the reef, and it gives you this opportunity. And right, it did lay down in that last section. She was hoping it was going to stand up and be a little steeper. That would have been very helpful to really solidify the score. I don't see this probably hanging on at the end of the heat, but early lead, you start strategizing at this point when you have that early lead. You start thinking about priority and controlling the lineup.
She had a lot of freedom growing up in Costa Rica at a very young age, in a jungle-type atmosphere, living off the grid, not a lot of technology, but they had a lot of perfect surf. 3 different right-hand point breaks to tear apart through her youth. As we see a famous face there, Tyler Wright, 2-time world champ. Next to a guy who lives down by Rocky Point, John Pizell. Shapes all of his boards at the Wailua Sugar Mill, where he's been for a long time. And Pizell so happy to support Tyler with her dreams to get another world title. He's a classic character, loves to laugh, loves his competition. Famous for his relationship with John, but they've really built something special in a short period of time with Tyler Wright as well, Megan.
Yeah, Joe, and he's also such a fixture on the North Shore. He's always on the best waves. Loves V-Land, Rocky Point, usually literally on the best waves of the day. And just really stoked. He's so passionate. He's such a passionate shaper, person, community fixture. Like, he's just a really all-around great guy.
So Pizell working closely on the CT Shaper rankings to see if he can move up on that leaderboard. The water right now, we've got Darren Hanley providing equipment for Molly Picklum. And Brisa Hennessy on the Glen Pang surfboards. Pang's got his shaping room over in Wahua. Started shaping back in the early 80s. It's hard for me to think of Glen Pang without thinking of Martin Potter. All the boards he made for Potts back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, those boards were so unique because of these iconic sprays that came out of it as well, right? Like that we still use today. They still pop up.
And they're making a resurgence. They have an entire line right now, Town and Country surfboards, that's dedicated to the Potts airbrush, pretty much.
As we see Steph Gilmore preparing, she'll have Tyler Wright coming up next. Laura Enever standing by. Laura, did Steph have a free surf this morning before finals day?
Steph actually didn't have a free surf this morning. It looks like Tyler did not either. But Molly Picklum, Brisa out there in the lineup right now. This is the quarterfinal matchup from last year. But, it's been a wild morning. We got down here and it actually looked like there wasn't a lot of motion in the ocean. It looked quite flat, and some people paddled out on way smaller boards. I know Kaitlyn Simmers took a 5.5 out this morning, and then all of a sudden the sun came up over the mountain and it just tripled in size. So we've seen people running back to their cars, getting more boards. Some people have five boards down here. So Jack Robinson, he's got a whole quiver on the beach down there. And so everyone just really paying attention to what's happening in the lineup and what's going to keep unfolding throughout the day. But Huey's blessed us with some amazing waves for finals day. Let's go.
That's right. Thanks so much, Laura. Very interesting insight there. And it kind of reminds me of my conversation I had with you, Pete, when we walked up. I was going, maybe smaller board. And you're like, I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, that we all do it, right? When you get up in the morning, you just want to see the waves. And you sit there and you stare at it. I was pleasantly surprised because, I was watching the deck in the dark out at Pipe, and there was nothing there. So it did just kind of arrive when the sunshine. I mean, that's what the North Shore it happens all the time, right? You look at it in the dark, you're like, oh, it's flat, and then all of a sudden the sun comes up.
This was how Brisa started things. Megan comes in at a 3.83.
Yeah, she took off on that wave. Might have been able to get in the barrel, but I think wise decision. First wave of the heat, got a nice turn in there, and we see live action from her.
Brisa just up and down.
Something about Sunset Point, even when it's just at the point, paddling into the wave, you always think that, we have more live action here with Molly.
Molly Picklum on her true opener, just kind of feeling the lip for a quiet float, real full on the face, so she's forced to redirect. Now here comes the lip. She jams it with authority. Maybe the most aggressive snap we've seen so far of this first quarterfinal. And the 20-year-old just weaving. Hope for a bonus inside section. Got a dramatic finish against Bella Nichols where she rode one all the way through to the inside. A crucial one to earn her spot here on finals day. But she's definitely looking fresh. A couple of key points there to get in the mix with Brisa, Pete.
Well, advantage now over there to Molly. Molly's going to get a little better number here from Brisa's first. The whole thing about working it through into vowels, it's a lot of work and hopes that you're going to get that inside section that'll give you probably another half a point. So it's always a risk, I think, if you're going to take that extra time. Beautiful first carve here, just over the top, like a lip line carve. I think she just wanted to keep the momentum and the speed going and not be too aggressive on your first wave, and then a nice, solid finish. That was the next, and probably knowing that was the last section she was going to get on this wave, but then all of a sudden she's like, oh, wait, maybe something will happen. It didn't. But this is another a wave that's going to kind of come in the mid-fair range.
As we check out this moment again, Megan, what'd you see?
Yeah, this is that turn that Pete was talking about. Beautiful snap in the pocket there. And as Pete said, because the other day it came to fruition for her, that inside section, and she really gained some valuable points there. So she's definitely eyeing that last section up. But the thing about Sunset at this size is it almost pushes you out when you go to take off. So you're almost always a little late, and you'll notice that on Brisa's wave, even Molly's wave. When you go to take off at this size, and you're usually on a little bit of a smaller board, you're almost like a second later than surfing most waves. You need that little extra paddle, that little sideways slip in or something, because it creates when you take off and you do a bottom turn, it creates a little stalled reaction. I don't know if you felt that surfing out here, Pete, but
yeah, I would agree. It's like the face is big slopey, right? So you get the wind gets accelerated that way just a little bit, but it's also the actual energy of the wave. It's just it doesn't have a distinct ledge, so you kind of have to add that extra paddle into it. An extra 2 strokes would be optimum.
As we check out opening score for Picklum, 5.67. That puts her right into the lead. Brisa, defending event champ, needs a 2.35 now. And like Laura was mentioning earlier, rematch from last season in the quarters where we saw Brisa get the win and go on to her first championship tour win of her career. Plenty of time to go in the first heat of finals day. Molly at the moment out front. We'll be right back.
in the next heat. Kelly Slater.
The Superman food, you like the spam? Don't tell anybody, but I love it. Right, I loved it too. Sign a picture of me signing something.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Miranda. Bro, you got the wrong jersey. I didn't have yours. I didn't have yours. Hey, buddy. Here. No. You are a legend. Thanks, Kelly. That's very nice of you, mate. Kelly, hey, man.
Moved here from Cocoa Beach. Did you? Yeah. You got a favorite restaurant? You go to Jazzy's over there?
Sometimes, yeah.
So it's like small world, man. Well, you think this is your last one? You think this is your last? Are you sticking around? All right, thanks, brother.
Make or Break Season 2 just downloaded 4 episodes on Apple TV Plus, and you can check them all out. That was a sneak preview of Episode 1 with Kelly winning his most meaningful victory of his entire career, his 56th. As he always has time for the fans, a real cool behind-the-scenes look on what life was like for Kelly a year ago, winning Pipe for the 8th time of his career. That episode is sensational. Can't wait for everybody to watch that one.
Yeah, it gives you some insight on what it's like to be the GOAT, or just to kind of see his daily routine and just see what it takes to win that many world titles and that many events in his career, right?
And to answer that guy's question, no, not hanging it up yet.
Yeah, he didn't answer it. And he's here. He was here, right? So I mean, it's a year later. So it was interesting. There is a quote in there. He's saying, "Oh, it's probably be my last competitive season," but it wasn't. So, you know, hey, as long as he's relevant, and he is, believe me, he's absolutely relevant. It's crazy to say that at his age, but really cool and very special to see him compete still.
I think he goes by feel and just sees how he's feeling in the moment, and I love that he's still hunting down a world title in 2023 after all these great years. 9 minutes on the clock, the first heat of finals day. We want to wish a very happy finals day to our longtime friend, Richie Porta, former head judge and our rules and judging expert. Thanks for joining us, Rich, on finals day.
Thanks for having me. Morning, team.
Well, Rich, let's dive into it. Focusing on Sunset Point today, let's focus on wave selection. What are you seeing so far?
Yeah, well, we've already seen, and Sunset, even though you're up the point, it is still quite a large playing field, and we've already seen the 5-6-7 for Molly and the 3-8-3 for Brisa, and that shows right there how crucial wave selection is, because the judges want to see the turns in the critical section. So Molly gets that little float lip line, cuts back into it, but then she lines up this next section. So she gets effectively a 2-turn combo, because that's the first turn. You know, we're not so fussed on the cutty, whereas Brisa's wave's basically out on the flats here, and she gets that little carving wrap, and then the wave dies down. And as we all know, if you've surfed out there enough, as the waves come in, they all might look similar, but you really have to know which ones are going to stand up through the inside section, because it's remarkable how many waves do stand up, equally how many don't. And at the end of your heat, if you're not picking those waves that are going to give you the 2 or 3 sections to belt, you're going to be on the 3s versus the 6s and the 7s and the 8s. And the judges are going to be looking for the surfers that manage to hit those sections and hit them hard, because they don't want to see soft surfing, they want to see critical surfing, and they want to see it in the big section. So wave choice is paramount, and you have to spend a lot of time out there, because you can get lost. You sit out there and you've got your lineups, because there's so many houses on the beach and your trees, and you pick exactly where you are, because you need to know which wave is going to hold up. If you don't get the ones that hold up, you're doing cutbacks and you're getting 3s.
I love it, Rich. And also just breaking down set waves out there, and then maybe mid-sized waves. It's pretty tough to make a heat these days on the CT if you're not on the sets.
It is, but the judges still want to see you hitting those sections. And if the wave is maybe a foot smaller than the biggest sets, but lines up through the inside, you're still going to get the scores. And it really is one of those breaks that some waves fold out and some waves just hold up. And sometimes the biggest waves out there do shut down a little bit. But if you're in the right position, we saw the women at the start of this heat were sort of 20 metres out of position. And that's why you need your lineup. So the judges still want to see you on the biggest and gnarliest sections, but it doesn't necessarily refer back to the biggest waves, because sometimes the biggest waves are the point that the women are going to be sitting a little bit deep and you're going to be duck diving them, because it's also hard when there's long intervals between waves, because you get sort of tricked into just sliding up the point a little bit and then the set marches in and you have to paddle and get to it. So it's a really tricky playing field, and that's why I keep saying you need to know this wave, so you know your lineups and you know exactly which wave to get, so that you can get into that 6, 7, 8, 9 range. Because if you don't pick the right wave, no matter what happens, you're doing cutbacks after the first section, and the judges still like to see you can get a good score on it one big turn, which is not a problem. That's how we want to progress the sport. But wave choice is going to be paramount today, along with board choice as the swell fills in a little bit more maybe throughout the day. The tricky part for the surfers is going to be, do I take this board out, or do I take a slightly step up, as Megan was talking about this morning, and Pete, and the judges really want to see you controlling and holding that rail. They don't want to see you skittering. So if you chose the small board, and take out and the swell picks up a little bit and you're skittering through the turns, the judges are really going to crucify you there. So board choice and wave choice are going to rule today.
Thank you so much, Rich. We always appreciate your time. Can't wait to catch up very soon. Enjoy finals day.
Have a great day.
Richie Porta joining us to break down the conditions today at Sunset Point, and really looking for big sections in the critical part of the wave. And it was a great balance there. Molly Picklum getting rewarded for her 5, 6, 7, and he pointed out how Brisa definitely had to settle for those open face hooks. That wave was really full. She was forced to kind of lay those cutbacks down. And interestingly enough, that's all we've got in this quarterfinal. Free surf pumped right before this thing got started, and it might just come down to maybe one more moment to decide who's in the semifinals. Brisa with priority, only chasing a 2.35.
Yeah, Joe, I feel like they're waiting for that unicorn, as we've been talking the last couple of days, because there have been a few waves that have come through that were actually rideable, that I saw both of them paddle over, that had that good section. Maybe not the biggest waves to roll through, but really lined up well on the reef.
Very important season for the world's best. Brisa Hennessy so proud to represent Costa Rica in the Olympics for Tokyo 2020. This is a qualification season in 2023, where the WSL will provisionally qualify the first 10 men and 8 women for Paris 2024 Summer Olympics. Each country can qualify 2 men and 2 women through the World Surf League Championship Tour. The Olympics will be at Tehupo'o, the end of the road in Tahiti that we've been familiar with for a very long time. The excitement will lead into the last event of the regular season, where they're always fighting for spots in the world title race. Brisa probably feeling extra confident that she got nice and barreled last season and worked her way to a semifinal finish, Pete.
But how cool is it that the Olympics deciding to literally go to Chopo for the Olympic place in France, right? I mean, in Paris, there's beach breaks. They could go easily to somewhere down in the main of France, but no, we're going to Chopo. So understanding that's the big leagues, and that's what the Olympics are trying to do. They're going to bring that to the best place that France has to offer, and sure enough, it's going to happen 2024.
A lot to look forward to. As we know, Molly Picklum's amazing in the barrel. She's got a win at pipe. She's very comfortable on her backhand over shallow ledges. She's got a lot of slabs that she loves to surf on the central coast of New South Wales. As you see, this incredible morning we have, a Sunday morning on our finals day.
And talk about, that's what I mean, you mentioned how this was kind of undercover, Sunset Point, but this size for the North Shore is good everywhere. So it does spread everyone out, right? So this is a high quality wave at 4 to 6 foot. I mean, we usually look at Sunset, we're here at 8 to 10 foot. That's when, Sunset comes to life, but everywhere else is kind of shut down at that point, right? So you have to kind of come here to find waves. But this size, the whole North Shore has just gems everywhere.
And I suppose we talk about the crowd a lot, Megan, at Pipeline specifically. What about the crowd you typically see out here at Sunset Beach? How is it different?
Oh gosh, Sunset Beach, the crowd, it's a little more family oriented. You'll have mom, dad, the kids all out. It's just a really family oriented spot, and it being a community here. It's got live action.
Important wave here. Brisa misses it with priority, and Molly Picklum picks it up. Down carve, extends it in the pocket. Just trims it quickly here into the final minute. End section turn for Picklum. We'll see if she hangs on. It's all about Brisa getting involved. Nice little lean back power gouge to try to make sense of this smaller looking wave, but she's got a wedge now. Brisa attacking off the lip. Doing really well to fit in 2 big turns. Under pressure with 35 seconds to go. She's looking to defend her title and go back-to-back at Sunset. As she'll kick out with 30 seconds to go. Brisa had priority. Molly with better positioning was able to provide a backup for her 5.67P.
It's going to be an interesting finish here. It really is, because Molly didn't really capitalize on the moment that felt like this wave was going to give her. I mean, this almost looked like a major mistake for Brisa, but she ended up on the better wave. Because this wave flattened out for me. It just didn't. She didn't have this section that's steepened up. It's like the first wave of the set, where it went to the second wave of the set, had a steeper face on it, and she that was kind of the main section she would have loved to have really belted. And then here, stumbling through it, she may pull it off. Actually, she doesn't. So there you go, even more of a question mark. And this wave right here for Brisa, she shredded this thing.
Yeah, look at that first huge hack she does. Just perfect timing, executed that really well, and this wave stands up for her. And she manages to actually end it with this beautiful slash in the pocket there as well.
And this is a perfect example. It's actually very similar to Molly's wave. She had the foam on the face, but there was those 2 turns. She got 2 critical sections. I feel like the first turn was that she did the float, right? So this one was, I feel like it's going to be a better score than Molly's. And then look at the backup score for Molly. Didn't even beat the backup score for Brisa. It feels like Brisa's going to get it here, and this is an unfortunate mistake. She probably wanted that wave, and then all of a sudden, turns out the next wave's a little bit better.
Yeah, Pete, that was the best turn of the whole heat. The replay of that wave, you could really see it in slow motion how much on rail she was.
Brisa Hennessy chasing a 4.85. 2 judges say no. Scores come in.
Easy. Wow.
It's not enough. 4.57. And you can see the judges weren't in agreement on who was winning that first heat of the morning.
I'm baffled.
What a close decision. Molly Picklum survives and moves on into the semifinals at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. The GOAT, Steph Gilmore, taking on Tyler Wright, coming up next.
Here goes Golden Gilmore. Wow, beautiful slice right there.
Carissa Moore in the yellow jersey, throwing a lot of spray out the back. Betty Lou, a.k.a. Shreddy Lou, carving back to the whitewater.
Gabriella Bryan. Nice wall in from Gabby. Oh, and a big turn off the top. Committed turn.
You're watching Finals Day for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Steph Gilmore taking on Tyler Wright. What a heat. Stephanie Gilmore, an 8-time world champ. She's got the record there. And Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champ. Won those back-to-back from 2016 to 2017. And right off the buzzer, we had a bit of activity here. Tyler a little bit out to sea. Steph Gilmore scratched into this one and ended up just fishing her way down the line. So Steph Gilmore getting on the board, throwing down a quick wrapping turn, incomplete. And Tyler on the wave behind it, not finding much here. So priorities already set. We welcome you to the show. Second quarterfinal, and we'll have Tyler and Steph take on Molly Picklum, whoever gets out of this seat. A very close decision as she talks things over with her coach, Glenn Hall.
The first time was tricky. I came around, I pulled it slightly tight, like it splashed in my face, but then I realized, oh, I've actually happened, and then I started doing it, and then there was chop, and I just aired it down there, or like getting on.
Yeah, no, and then we were like, oh, that Holly must have half looked cool too, because I was sick though.
Because I did the like air thing, and then I grabbed the end of the turn and went,
The breakdown, Molly Picklum and her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. A very, very close decision. Feel like the look on Molly's face, you could tell how close it was. She's had a couple of those in this event, getting the score at the end, just surviving. Or Brisa didn't get the score on that last quarterfinal moment.
Take them when you can get them. You know, that doesn't always happen like that. Sometimes it could happen like Brisa, unfortunately, where she feels like that was probably enough and it didn't happen. And so you just got to take them when you can. It's not like they're going to change it.
Yeah, you want to win that coin toss. That's what you want. That's pretty much what it was. It was just like so close.
And then you could talk to a judge who's maybe off this seat, and they said, oh, I had you winning, Brisa. It was that close, as we saw a couple decisions in favor of the defending event champ.
Right? So, I mean, everyone's going to be ripping. And, I saw it one way, and, the four it was like, I think it was a 4-1 split, as I recall, in regards to giving it towards Molly on that heat.
As we look at 24.5 on the clock here, Steph Gilmore taking on Tyler Wright. As we see a possibility here, groomed conditions at Sunset Point. Tyler with priority will look to rip into this one. How's this flow? Dreamy start off the bottom, and she'll catch a rail on her opening turn.
One thing I was noticing when I was watching this morning is that the first waves of the set look really nice and peaky. And then the second wave actually has the water in it and it starts to move in on the reef. So, I mean, it looks like, oh, this is a bomb, and the first section looks really great, and then it dies out. We saw that with Brisa's wave. Literally that first section was just beautiful. And then the next wave loads up. So number 2 in the set, and there's sometimes 3. And those are probably going to be the quality waves today.
Yeah, P, that's when you surf out here a lot, it's common knowledge. You're right. There's the way that the water actually sucks off the reef. It lines up for a way better peak. And as you said, if there's a third wave, it's even better. And sometimes bigger. And that's the thing about Sunset is the first wave is usually the smallest wave, and the second and third are bigger. So we're noticing that today as well.
And especially on the point, it literally, because it looks like how dreamy this wave looked, right? And then it just goes into this water here, and it just goes, lays down. And she had all this speed, and the section just disappeared.
And it seems like you'd have to wonder if you can rely on a second wave of the set. Steph still didn't move after Tyler took that wave. As Tyler trying to do something on her third attempt in this heat. Still yet to complete a turn so far. And Gilmore holding down priority. Tough loss for Steph at Pipeline once again. Getting knocked out in the elimination round. Knocked out early at this event last season, so already better points-wise as she's trying to hunt for a 9th world title this season. Also focusing on the mid-season cut, we're already having a few names that we're going to be very concerned with heading into Portugal for stop number 3, Megan.
Yeah, Joe, this is such a cool year because these two women, along with Carissa Moore, have really dominated women's surfing of this generation, and now we're starting to see a new push, kind of a new generation come in. So it's a really exciting time. It's kind of this push for all of these veterans to really show the rookies, like, you know, we're still here, we're still very relevant, and you know, just to see that kind of battle. But this is really a battle of the titans right here in this heat.
Molly Picklum just earned a spot in her very first championship tour semifinal. She's with AJ.
Yes, she did, and it was a scrappy way to earn your spot in your first ever CT semifinals, Molly. What are you thinking about that heat as it goes through? You have that one great score, but you're waiting for one more opportunity. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I feel like when we first rolled down this morning, there was so many waves, and again, like, our heat was pretty slow, and yeah, I was glad I got that 5.6 because obviously when time's winding down, you're happy that you draw confidence from having the biggest score of the heat. But I don't know, Brisa's so gnarly and she can really turn any score on any wave. So I was super nervous, and then obviously as time was really ticking down with 2-3 minutes to go, I was just hoping any wave that came through came with a couple of waves, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to back up my 5. And unfortunately she couldn't scrap into that one, and then I obviously got it, but I didn't surf it too great, and yeah, hopefully get rid of the jelly legs for my next heat.
So you have a little bit of jelly legs coming into this quarterfinals day?
Yeah, I was honestly super amped and fired up to go and get what I want, and yeah, I just, like, as time's ticking down and I wanted to score, and I don't know, like, obviously you're nervous and confidence and excitement, and it all kind of gets in your legs, and yeah, I was feeling it on that last wave for sure, and hopefully I can get rid of it before the next heat.
What are you going to do? What's the plan of attack to get those jelly legs gone by semifinals?
Yeah, I'll go put the legs up and then just, like, take that heat for what it is, honestly. Like, don't think too much into it, and go and get some food, and then same thing, you know, we just want to surf my way to the final, and yeah, it should be fun.
Congratulations. We'll see you in your first semifinal.
Thank you, guys.
Molly Picklum moving on and changing the script on Brisa Hennessy, who's looking to go back-to-back at Sunset. We'll see who ends up being a champion this year. Potentially not a new champ, because Tyler and Steph and Carissa have won this event when it was on the calendar a long time ago. They're basically little Groms, just getting their feet wet, traveling around the world. Tyler's win out here was in a wild card opportunity before her rookie season back in 2011. And Steph had won the year before, but a lot changed. They didn't really need to practice out here anymore because the tour looked completely different. And in some of those years, sometimes the tour was ending in August at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach. Then it was always featuring Honolulu Bay for many years, and now a whole new program kicking off the tour at Pipeline at Sunset Beach. Steph's lived through a lot of changes since she qualified in 2007, Megan.
Oh, hasn't she? I was fortunate enough to be able to surf in her first ever final and win at Snapper Rocks with her. And just, you know, just to watch her come on the scene at such a young age, and really to her surfing's just getting better to me. You know, and I feel like right now in her mid-30s, she's in the prime of her career, and just, she's looking really relaxed, but still super hungry. So to stay relevant for that long and to stay that hungry, that's really special. To be the GOAT in women's surfing right now.
Yeah, it's so cool. And this matchup, we love it for so many reasons as we flash back to what we saw last season at Jeffreys Bay. These two met in the semifinals. Waves were absolutely firing. Steph versus Tyler. This is as good as it gets, Pete. Tyler ended up going on to the win.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, that's why this place is so special to have on tour. It's been on for a very long time. It's one of the best waves in the world, right? It's a right-hand point break. You know, it gets offshore when it's bigger, and it's beautiful, and it's just high performance, and everybody wants to be there. So it's a beautiful spot.
As we see how solid Tyler looked, she looked so connected to her surfboard, went on to meet up with Tati in the final at Pumping Jeffreys Bay. She had so many big numbers And it was great to see Tyler just in full swing, full attack mode in South Africa last season, which brings us to the story with these two world champions going head-to-head into their 25th meeting. That's a lot of big heats, a lot of big quarterfinals and finals in the past. And it's kind of like a tale of two different eras. When you look at Steph, she won the first 9 of 10 matchups when Tyler first got on tour, and then things definitely started changing. Tyler's been getting the jump on her more recently, including that last win that she had at J-Bay last season, Megan.
Yeah, and it shows the evolution in her surfing. You know, she really came on the scene, won an event at such a young age, but has really grown, I feel like, in her surfing and the different types of waves. She is kind of lethal in all different types of conditions. So it's been a pleasure to really watch her grow throughout the years being on tour.
And I'd almost thank the tour for that because of what's been happening. You know, you're pushing the girls to go out and Pipeline and Chopo and J-Bay, and and so it's like it's just going to progress the sport. That's exactly what the league's supposed to do.
Oh, it's so cool. 16:50 on the clock. Let's talk about preparation for finals day with Steph and Tyler. Laura, what'd you see?
Yeah, well, I didn't see it, but I was talking to the camp of Steph and the camp of Tyler and just finding out what they've been up to the last day, last night, preparing for today, finals day. As you guys said, 25 matchups. These two have been doing this for a long time, over 10 years. And last night they were taking a relaxed approach. Steph was actually soft topping down at Stone Zone down the way. And Tyler, she was finishing Breaking Bad and a book in the jacuzzi and ice bath and just keeping it very relaxed for the veteran queens.
Get that. Great stories there to prepare for a huge battle at the CT level. Quarterfinal action. Tyler Wright grabs that rail to set up the down carve, smacks the lip line, and she will fade out. So short space there, but did well to get her first completions on the open face.
So I'll take the fact that I think that the queens here that are in this heat, they're able to make the world tour their home. It really, right? You just treat it as it's like, this is what I'd be doing at home and relaxing and enjoying my time. Beautiful wave here again, take off. It looks like a nice, beautiful 6-footer, and then it does kind of back off. But she is able to get 2 turns here. It's going to be her best wave. So, first advantage here to Tyler Wright. Nice little 4-foot TP off the point.
Yeah, grab rail cut back there, textbook into a nice snap. Good to get her some points on the board. See that? Look at her, just tons of speed, grabs her rail. Tyler's pretty notorious for that. She loves to bust out the old grab rail, cut back. And then straight out into a nice snap heat.
Yeah, I mean, even though that wave was backing off real quick, she had to force it up there, and she got it done.
But now Steph has free reign of any wave she wants in the lineup. And, with her knowledge, understanding, she's been surfing Sunset a lot. She's staying across the street. This wave suits her, so I'm sure she has her eye on a certain kind of wave.
Looks like Steph will commit. The defending world champ has to straighten out. So after being incredibly patient and selective, it doesn't pay off.
No, it doesn't, Pete.
It's an error. Yeah, that was a mistake.
That's
positioning.
Pete, we were talking about you're paddling for a wave here at Sunset Point, and you really think you're in the perfect position, but it's almost like someone's grabbing your leash when you're paddling for the wave. It's like you lose your momentum because, as you said, the way that it kind of unloads and unleashes off the reef, it's slow and then goes fast.
And it's a slopier face, so it's almost like you have to get the paddle speed. It's just not a distinct ledge that you can get underneath. You have to paddle over the top of it a lot of times.
Tyler in position up and out as the challenge continues to find some decent sections to work with. Tyler will have the best score so far at the 13:50 mark of the heat, but it's not much. Remember, last heat came down to the wire with Brisa and Molly. Could have gone either way. Molly won with an 8.67 combined total over Brisa's 8.4 total. And this one's feeling very similar, with two of the most decorated athletes on tour looking for a spot in the first semifinal. At the moment, it's Tyler Wright out in front with her 4.17. We'll be right back. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel brand of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and by Yeti, built for the wild. What a beautiful day. Finals day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Tyler, Steph, Gilmore enjoying the lineup at Sunset Point. You guys want to pretend you're Steph or Tyler, you can play True Surf. Download True Surf today on the App Store and on Google Play, and you get to surf live conditions just like we're seeing here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. You see a lot of the Groms playing in between heats, and they're incredible at this game. Get to like really see what your imagination can tell you to do when you actually hit the lineup yourself. A lot of these surfers, it feels like you're watching a video game with how perfect they surf. With Steph and Tyler, this is a true treat to watch. We don't get these matchups all the time. When you do, you really want to celebrate them. It's hard to sometimes look in comparisons of world champions, but let's go for it here. Turn for turn, Tyler and Steph. How do you separate them, Pete?
Well, let's start with Tyler. I think that she definitely sinks her rail strong. You know, you can just see in her build, she's that style of surfing. She's always sinking the rail, which is exactly what the Championship Tour surf judges want to see. Whereas Steph, she's going to be a little bit more graceful and glide. Just, almost really contrasted styles. But obviously competitively and mentally, they're both very similar. They're both very strong, have an eager desire to win. That's obvious with all of the Championship Tour wins that these surfers have had, and world titles.
I love it. We're going to keep that conversation going in just a moment because we do have last year's event champ, Brisa Hennessy, standing by with AJ.
Brisa, I know that's not the way you wanted your heats here at Sunset to end. What is your biggest takeaway from this heat this morning?
Yeah, nothing I wanted more to go just blow for blow with Molly. You know, she's one of my best friends on tour, and we have a little bit of a rivalry going on right now. You know, we're staying together at the Rip Crow house, and it's pretty funny, our little dynamic, and it's full of friendship fire. But yeah, I think taking out of this is, you know, the ocean gives and takes. It humbles you every time you go out, and it's such a beautiful sport in that way where, yeah, you come in, it's your reaction to the situation, you know. There's times where it goes your way and there's times that it doesn't, and it really just balances out the playing field, you know, in general. So I really wanted to make the quarters, but semis, but I'm fired up for Portugal for sure.
What about that last exchange? That was one of the ones that you guys have been waiting for that moment for quite a long time, and then that one comes through. What are you thinking?
Gosh, that buildup was a long time. I think we waited like 15 minutes for a wave to come through, and it's like a lot of things go through your mind. Like I needed a 2, so I hope, hopefully the time runs out and there's only one wave. Like hopefully there's enough time where I get a wave, then she gets a wave, then I get a wave again. You know, so there's a lot of different things going on in my head. But then I just came back to I was just listening to this podcast by Eckhart Tolle, and he was saying like, obviously the present moment is where we all want to be, and I was like, if I didn't think about the past, the future, right now, I'm just happy to be out here. Like, there's nothing to be worried about, you know. It's all gonna happen in the way it's supposed to happen. But yeah, it's hard to not get worried. Not gonna lie. But yeah, that was hard.
That was a hard way to end, but we're looking forward to seeing a fired up Brisa at Portugal.
Thanks. Me too. I need to get more aggressive, and I'm feeling it this year. So. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it for sure. I have the tiger.
We cannot wait to see it. Thank you.
Gracias. No, aprecio mucho.
Brisa Hennessy having us take life notes as such a young surfer, 23, has so much wisdom in her mind and had great closure to what could have been a painful moment where she was looking to defend her title. My two friends on the panel here had her winning like one of the judges.
Right.
And yeah,
I'm upset for her.
Yeah.
She's like taught me a lesson. Like, hey,
right.
It's surfing, right? We're
how
sunny,
good is
Sunset Beach. Like,
how good is this? Brisa's mom, Katie, there goes into that friendly rival camp and congratulates Molly and Glenn Hall. And knowing Katie Hennessy, she probably has some treats to pass to them. She's a great chef, and
nutties.
She loves to share. What are they called, Pete?
Nutties.
You got a couple the other day.
Yeah, I mean, she could box them up and make millions. So the future's bright. Nutties.
That's right. And meanwhile, we did have a wave written from Stephanie Gilmore, Megan.
Yeah, it looks like Steph found a nice little open face here, but kind of fattens out there, but she managed to get a good turn off the top. But sets up for this big old, huge turn on the inside there. Trying to make the most of it. You can see here just beautiful execution right in the pocket. So much style, as Pete was mentioning. She's really the most graceful female surfer in the world. One of the most graceful surfers in general. Just such a pleasing to the eye to watch.
Never going to outflow Steph Gilmore. When we talk about style, she's got one of the greatest styles in surfing history. And it's a pleasure to watch when she has a wave that gives the audience a lot of time to enjoy how perfectly she really approaches these venues on tour, Pete.
Yeah, it's truly incredible. I mean, and she's had to adapt. Like I said, the tour has been changing a lot. She's had to adapt each and every time. And I guess that keeps you inspired, right? I mean, you put so many years into competing every season, going to all these different breaks. It can get tiring, and so you have to find inspiration to keep yourself stoked up and fired up. And Steph's been able to do that for a very long time. And coming off of what the big change of getting into the Rip Curl finals and the final five, like that's a whole different adaptation that she rose to the occasion. We were wondering when someone was going to come from that first heat in that day and go on to win the world title, and Steph did it, and she did it very easily, it looked like.
Oh, she turned on another gear. We've seen her win a lot, but there was something different about Steph. When she almost lost to Brisa, Brisa went to block her, got the call switched. Minute 30 to go. It was like watching a movie in real time, and everything just switched. She was blazing everyone on that day to clinch her 8th world title, to break the record she was carrying with Lane Beachley for several years. Her last score came in at a 4.67, just barely better than Tyler's best. So Gilmore is out front getting the lead change. Tyler with priority needs a 1.44. Kind of feels very similar to the requirement that Brisa was chasing at this time, Megan.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty similar, but I think that we're still going to see a better wave ridden by Steph. And, both of these surfers know this lineup pretty well. I still think they're both capable of getting a couple more waves. As you were mentioning earlier, Joe, how, they've been on tour for so long. You have to not only reinvent yourself as a surfer and your technique and what you're doing in the water, but it's really important to stay motivated. I recall after my 16th year on tour, I was just like, I was kind of bored. It was like weird. So I had to find new things that would excite me. And so whether or not it's riding a soft top from Steph and surfing some fun little waves with friends and family and whatnot, or, whatever routine that Tyler gets in, it's really important to bring home with you on the tour. Because not only do you have to stay motivated in your surfing style, but you have to stay really motivated and excited on your day-to-day life on tour. And that's what a lot of people don't realize, is they've been doing this for so long, to keep that focus and that drive every year, event in, event out. It's very important to keep the best things about your lifestyle at home, to bring them with you on the road.
I love that. And just being the best version of you, because you're the best at that. And also, it's hard to compete against somebody who's having fun. And that's always been Steph Gilmore's MO. As we look at the recap, Tyler Wright, 4.17, made the most of that shorter extreme shoulder. And then Steph stretched this one out well, Pete.
Yeah, little glide over that foamy section. It gets the end section and hits it pretty darn hard. So just a half-point difference between the wave of Tyler, and that's the difference in this heat. I mean, at this point, with 2:45 to go, and literally a 1.44 needed by Tyler Wright with priority, you'd say advantage there, but generally there's been 2 waves in a set. So hopefully we get that ability to have that surfed out with both surfers getting a wave at the end.
Why is that, Megan? Why is it so hard to compete against someone who's clearly having fun?
I think because you can't get in their headspace. As a competitor, it's really important not only to have your own game going on, but you want to ruffle feathers. It gives you an advantage. And you can't really ruffle someone who's having fun feathers.
Important part of the quarterfinal. Tyler Wright using priority needs a 1.44, rips into it. Feeling like she probably did enough already. Another clean wrap section approaching, attacks it off the top. Tyler Wright, well done.
Wave of the heat right there. And no wave for Steph. Not yet. at least. Oh, wait. This is how we wanted to see it finished.
You want to see a battle to the end. Gilmore wants to make the semifinals. The 8-time defending world champ sets that rail. Just a clean sweep in the pocket. More of a bowl now. Lights it up with a wrapping turn. Fading that cut back right in front of Tyler. Jams that end section off the top. A nice read from Gilmore as she's still patiently waiting for more. Entering the final minute. Quick look at her partner Harry. Back to action with the hack on the inside corner. So nice long wave. A lot of different types of maneuvers there from start to finish, and a big contrast from what Tyler just laid down. And now we've got 1 minute to go. How are we breaking this one apart?
Oh, boy.
Wow, what an exchange. And you know,
get to
that's
start,
true
Megan.
championship, right, Pete? Like, they're both former world champions. I mean, and they both stepped it up the last 2 minutes of this heat.
Well, thank goodness the ocean provided the opportunities, right? I mean, that's what it really came down to. It looked like there was, wave number 2 was actually gone. There wasn't even a wave number 2. And then all of a sudden, it was like a whole different set for Steph. But I feel like the final turn here from Tyler Wright, I mean, this one here too, this talk about holding the rail and having the speed through it. That was all done in the top half of the wave. Again, tons of speed. And then that turn there comes out clean, attacking the lip. That was, that felt good.
We'll see that end section again. Didn't have to wait too long. She was able to flow quickly into those 3 big maneuvers for Tyler. That's clearly her best so far. And we'll see the comparisons to Steph Gilmore's last. Both on Simmers. We see the reaction there. Jackson Baker on his feet. And Tyler's partner there, Lily, enjoyed that one. And how about Steph on this one, Megan?
Yeah, Steph setting up for that nice first arc. Beautiful second turn. Again, she creates so much ease in her turns that it doesn't look super critical, but it really is. She's always on rail. She's just flowing really well throughout this entire wave.
Working it all the way through the inside. Important one in the comparison to Tyler's wave. What'd you see, Pete?
Yeah, just not as critical. I mean, Rich had talked about it earlier. Critical section is going to be, rewarded. And sure enough, I feel like that Tyler Wright got the best of it there.
Tyler Wright keeps her streak alive against Steph Gilmore, gets the 8-point ride and a spot with Molly Picklum in the semifinals. We'll take a quick break. Kaipo, Lauren Strider step in right after this.
My rookie year was very hard. I think it was harder than I even thought it was going to be. The level of women's surfing is insane, and from the moment I surfed my first heat, I was like, wow, these girls are serious. They are not going to be friendly in heats. It's like game on. After Pipeline last year, I was like, I got to step it up a notch. I did good at Sunset. After that, we're already thinking about the cut.
All the pressure sitting on the shoulders of Gabriella Bryan at the moment.
So at Margaret River, I had to do something amazing.
Gabriella Bryan advances through into the finals, and she has officially made the mid-season cut
looking back at it, I was like, wow, that was intense. So ready for sunset. I want to go further than I did last year. Yeah, I would really love to go further than semis, and that means final and hopefully a win.
It's finals day, Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Semifinals for the women already set with Molly Picklum against Tyler Wright. That's going to be in the first semifinals. We're going to set the second semifinals with these last 2 quarterfinals. I'm Kaipo along with Laura Enever and Strider Wazalewski. A great heat, the last heat, Laura, and a bit of a, spectacular ending for Tyler Wright, but a tough one for Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow heat. We wanted to see so much from, both world champs, Tyler and Steph. And, yeah, they just kind of got out of position there, couldn't find the waves, had some falls, and then it ended with absolute fireworks there with those 2 rides. So an 8-point ride from Tyler. As soon as she got that wave, I was like, yep, that's excellent. And then Steph's wave, it was a beautiful wave, but I think she just needed to push a little bit harder to, obviously she didn't know what Tyler had done on that wave before, but into the next one we go.
Yeah, Strider, what do you think about this matchup here, Carissa Moore and Gabby Bryan?
It's going to be, a couple of Hawaiian powerhouses going for the Hawaiian punch on that bowl. I think, like we saw in that last heat, whoever takes the most aggressive line is going to win. Yeah. I feel like they both have the talent to, take it to the next level, and it's going to be a really fun battle out there in the lineup right now.
All right, well, the yellow jersey out there, and Carissa Moore would love to keep that yellow jersey on her back, and she will have some challengers throughout this event, and we'll see if she is able to exit stop number 2 with that yellow jersey intact, going to stop number 3 in Portugal. Of course, she's going to have to make it through this heat to help ensure that going on. Open priority right now, Laura. What's the strategy? What's the play at the beginning of this heat?
Well, these ladies would have had the opportunity to watch those first 2 heats unravel, and both of them I think were quite tricky heats. They were quite similar. The Brisa and Molly heat, not a lot of scores throughout the heat. They just were trying to find their lineups and really find the waves, identify the waves that they could get some really good turns in on. So I think Carissa and Gabby have had time to watch those and really work out their positioning and what waves they want. Because it seems like out there today, there's a lot of waves that are just like looking like they're going to be beautiful, then they go really flat quickly. And then there's the waves that obviously they line up, they hit the reef, and they have that nice bowl on it.
Yeah, early this morning we saw a lot of waves like, flexing on the reef.
Yeah.
There was a lot of pumping surf. So, and then it's laid down a bit, and I think it'll come back as the day goes on. Forecast saying that we're going to have solid surf all day today here at Sunset.
Now it does look like there might be a bit of a current with that west swell coming in, pushing the ladies up the point a little bit. So we're seeing them, like even looking over my shoulder now, they're looking like they are maybe slightly deep. But that's just what they're going to have to work out when those first sets come through, because it's not like the normal sunset point today. It is a bit wider.
Tyler Wright exiting from her quarterfinal matchup, and is going to do some preparation, post-heat interview and some preparation for that semifinal number 1. Again, thank you for joining us here, finals day at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And also mahalo to all of our local audience watching on the Surf Channel, channel 20 and 1020 in HD. That's the Surf Channel on Spectrum. Thank you to Greg Fujimoto and the crew over there. And another reminder for everyone, if you miss any of today's action, there will be a replay of Finals Day immediately following the conclusion of this event after we crown a champ. So thank you for joining us locally.
Go home and watch yourself, Cubs. Let's go.
That's gonna be fun. We tend to do that. We get back to the house and check the replays out, and it's fun to check the surfing. I mean, it's amazing to you can go back home and sit down and watch surfing 24/7 here in Hawaii.
Checking out a beautiful day in Hawaii as we fly high above Paumalu Sunset Beach, and you can look down towards the coast of the 7 Mile Miracle, dotted with epic surf breaks, and also illustrated in this shot is that D channel here at Sunset Beach, Laura.
Yeah, that's the classic Sunset Channel, and when the waves are big, that's usually filled with white water and current, and it's looking nice and calm today. That's because all of the energy is just getting pushed up to the point. You can see the shallower reef and that lighter colored water.
Gosh, the Hawaiian Islands are just one of those places you just postcard.
Seriously.
Every day today has just been, you wake up and you could just tell it was going to be a gorgeous one.
And it was meant to be raining over the weekend. And we thought that we weren't going to see the sunshine for a few days. And yeah, it's just turned out to be a beautiful weekend. And yeah.
Kaipo always says, if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes here in Hawaii.
Or go to the other side of the island.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at Gabriella Bryan. Coming in here, 5th on the rankings. She had a quarterfinal over at Pipe, 20 years old, 2nd season on the championship tour. She was last year's Rookie of the Year. Made it to the semifinals here at Sunset last year, so she would like to, at minimum, to duplicate that effort. She's been pretty forward in saying that she wants to make the finals here and wants to do one better, Laura.
Yeah, she really does. I mean, Gabby is just so impressive in deep water, heavy right-handers, and she can just jam it, and she's got so much power. I love her on-rail power surfing. As a bit of a look here, and the ladies out of position for that wave.
Yeah, Gabby Bryan, to your point, Laura, her best finish on the championship tour was a runner-up finish last year at Margaret River. It was heavy water, and she was just money with her brand of power surfing there. Open priority on the inside of Carissa Moore, so it's going to be Gabby Bryan to start this off. Nice little mid-face turn to start off, and just going to have to get another cut back in. Wave bogging, and she is able to push over that. Looking for a little bit more of a connection to the inside, hoping for a little more steepness on this wall. Bit jumbled water in front of her, and the wave very, very tapered. So that's going to limit her ability for a score on that first wave. But Gabby Bryan just starts the game, Strider. First score in, and priority has started. Priority now with Carissa Moore.
Such an interesting game with the priority and where you sit and trying to catch the first wave, and actually, all the cat and mouse of that and the posturing. It's almost like, does it set you up for, obviously the first wave's really good, it's a great call, but if it's a wave like that, maybe it was a questionable call because that wave wasn't that great.
Let's hear from Tyler Wright with AJ McCord.
Tyler, you and Steph have had some great battles over the years, but you've had her number as of late. Describe what it's like to go against, to have the two of you in the water together in a quarterfinals.
She's the greatest of all time, so I don't have an option to not show up. I have to. Conditions like this, it's really hard. It's really tricky. So I don't really look too much into who wins what battles. I just know for the last 10 years we've had some great ones, and I think it's for me she's the most respected surfer, like in and out of the water, and I have to show up because that's just it.
And show up you did. That 8-point ride that you got on your final wave, walk us through what you saw on that wave and how you attacked it.
Yeah, look, I it's hard. It's from when we were looking at it to when we got in the water. It has changed dramatically. And so, I took a 5.9 out, which is a big board for me. And we were on 4s, I needed a 1.5. That last one came in, and I was kind of like, it's one of those ones where every other way that came in I didn't like the look of. I just took it because you got to get something on the board. But this one was the first wave that I looked at, and once it split, I was like, oh yes, here we go. Like this will allow me to do something, and not just try and race past that bowl bit. So, look, once I identified that, I took a couple deep breaths, really connected into what I was there to do, and then not much went through my head after that.
Well, enough went through your head. You're on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Tyler Wright mentioning her board, riding a 5.9 round tail. It's the Highline model from Paisel Surfboards, actually shaped in Bali last summer during the G-Land comp. So a nice old faithful for her. It looked like it worked really well, Laura.
Yeah, I'm always so surprised by how short a board Tyler rides. I guess working with Paisel, John does the same thing. They ride really short boards, but they have the perfect amount of paddle power and obviously volume, and But yeah, she was on a 5'8" the first day when it was big, and then 5'9". She said that was big for her.
Here we go with Carissa Moore. And Carissa, that is uncharacteristic from a 5-time world champ. So that is a priority error in the column for Carissa Moore. Gabriella Bryan started out with a 3-point ride. Take a look at this. What happened, Strider?
I think Gabriella sold her a lemon. It was, they both looked at it, and Gabby looked like she was actually going to go, and you don't want to give your opponent any wave, so she put her head down to go, and when she looked up, I think she realized that the wave wasn't good, so she had to exit. But that was a mistake for Carissa.
Yeah, this is a 3-point ride, Laura, for Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, that wave, it kind of had that teepee from the start, and then it just went really sort of soft really quickly, but she worked it through, got a couple of turns here as it reformed, but yeah, nothing special in Gabby's books, what she can do. But yeah, back to that wave from Carissa, it seems like some of the waves today are coming in and they look like they're going to hold up, and then they just have that punch section. So positioning is vital out there today.
And the size of the wave, I think,
Yeah.
and if the wave is smaller, it needs to be further over to the right of your screen on the point. And if it's bigger, you're going to get it out the back a little bit more in the center of your screen there, to the left maybe a bit, but it's going to hit the reef better. And so there's just a way that these swells come in and they push onto that reef, and you have to be, calculate each set or point wave.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our bracket here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach semifinal 1, already set with Molly Picklum and Tyler Wright.
That is
Gabby Bryan, Carissa Moore going to battle for a spot in semifinal number 2, Laura.
Yeah, that first semi is going to be an absolute cracker, and then whoever out of Gabby, Carissa will go up against one of the young guns out of Kaitlyn Simmers and Caroline Marks, which is coming up next.
Let's just frame this. If Carissa Moore was to bow out in this quarterfinal, then Tyler Wright would have a chance to take that yellow leader's jersey. She'd need to make the final. Gabby and Molly would also have a chance to take that yellow jersey to Portugal if they were to win this event. So we do have, the ability, or just it could come into play where Carissa Moore could lose that yellow leader's jersey if she does not get through this quarterfinal, Laura.
I love it. The yellow leader jersey race, and steel begins.
I wonder if each athlete, it would be different for everybody, probably the mindset of having that jersey and where sitting with it, being number 1 in the world, and everybody wants to take you down, and I even heard Kelly talk about it throughout his career, Slater, where he would say, when everybody wants to beat you, you feel that and it wears on you, and you are that guy. And so I think that same thing would happen with that jersey on your back.
The first episode of Make or Break, I love that part where Kelly gets his yellow jersey back after winning Pipe last year, and he's like, yep, it's my size, it fits, this will do. I think it would have been like 10 years or something since he'd had it.
Wow, that's some good insight there.
While we're waiting for the next exchange, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with the conclusion of quarter 3.
What was it like seeing her coming for you?
I was definitely at home watching it, and I'm like, should I be watching it? Should I not be watching it? And I actually was rooting for Steph because I was like, okay, she's gonna be tired. She'll be tired. This is great. So we want Steph to keep going. And then she got there. I was like, oh, all right, well.
Yeah.
Well, she has a lot of momentum, and I'm jumping in the water like cold turkey. It felt like I was swimming upstream that day.
Check out more of Carissa Moore, WorldSurfLeague.com, her conversation with Joe Turpel. Here's Carissa on her second wave. Much better effort for the 5-time world champ. Swoops through that opening cutback and slams the oncoming section with a layback, but cannot hang on for the finish. Right behind her, Gabriella Bryan. Smooth off the bottom, tight off the top for Bryan. Eases through a slash. Oncoming section for Bryan this time, and Gabby puts it down and will have the advantage over Carissa Moore after this exchange. Bryan sticking with this one. Looking for a little more opportunity on the inside. Nice slash, throws the tail, and that was a little bonus for Gabby Bryan. Carissa Moore back up and riding. Long wall, and she just kicks out. So Carissa Moore with an uncharacteristic slow start against Gabby Bryan. Laura, looks like Gabby's starting to take over in this heat at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Gabby just turned up the notch there, and she'll be very happy with that. Carissa, huge opportunity missed there falling in that second turn on that first wave that she just had. I think Gabby's going to get something in the good range for sure.
So scores are in for Carissa. Her best effort, a 2.73. Previous wave let's take a look. This is the 2.73 Strider.
Yeah, she glides in really clean, has a setup snap here, but she can't bring this turn down, and that's what you have to attack that lip line no matter what, and trying to ride out of all that is really hard. And then behind her, she has to watch Gabby on a better wave with a little more face, and she does a really great job of keeping it tight on that top turn where she turns back into the power pocket and then brings home the finish. So that's where all the money comes in, right there, that conversion of water, riding out of that, the judging panel really liking to see this finish turn right here, and that's where she came over the top of Carissa Moore on the point schedule.
Yeah, so Gabby, in addition to that turn, stuck with this wave all the way through to the inside, got that bonus, and Gabriella Bryan scored a 7-point ride. So Bryan in the lead with a 7 and a 3. Flat 7, flat 3 for Gabriella Bryan. Carissa Moore now second priority, Laura, and needing a 7.27.
That was a great shot of all three of those ladies having a conversation about the heat and what's happening in the water. You know, there's so much knowledge right there. Megan, Steph, and Tyler. It's just what a threesome right there. That's great listening.
Yeah, so much history, and they've had so many events out here over the past decade, 15 years.
Resetting to this heat in the water, Laura. What does Carissa Moore need to do right now? She needs a 7.27, and she's sitting under the priority of Gabriella Bryan. So some heat control at this moment by Gabriella.
Yeah, I mean, Carissa, she's going to be pretty disappointed, not falling on that wave, and then she took off on that set as soon as she got it back out the back, and it just fizzled out into nothing. So not only did she fall, but she lost priority, and she's just handed Gabby just the control with 8 minutes to go. And Gabby just showing that, like Tyler's wave in the last heat, the judges are loving to see if you can find a wave that's going to have that big bowl coming towards you in the end turn where you can hit that lip line and come through the whitewash with that excitement. The judges really are paying off, those moves.
Yeah, I mean, that was a breakaway score for Gabriella Bryan. Let's hear from Steph Gilmore. She's going to leave Sunset with an equal 5th, but a great showing by the 8-time world champ.
Steph, I know this is not set to end, but going against someone like Tyler, we've seen you guys just have some epic battles in the past. What was your biggest goal in that heat?
Yeah, I think because we haven't had Tyler on tour for a few years, or she kind of missed a few events last year and stuff. So it's just really good to get the experience against her. You know, she's an amazing surfer and she's multiple world champion. And so anytime you're surfing against world champions, it's just like you're always learning something, but learning mainly about yourself. I made a lot of weird choices in that heat, but yeah, it's so hard out there because it's like 1 minute there's a 6 foot set and then it's flat, and then you kind of in between, like, do you go chase small waves? But I was on a nice longer board and I was just trying to sit and wait for a good set, but there's one shot in the end there and Tyler got the really good wave and my one wasn't as good. So yeah, that's surfing. You know, you're not just against an opponent, you're against an ocean. So yeah, it's tough, but it's all right. I'm happy. I got a quarterfinal here in Hawaii, so that's something that's pretty better than what I had last year.
I was going to ask you about that. I know obviously you always want to win it and go all the way, but a quarterfinals finish, especially coming off the way Pipe ended, how are you feeling heading into the next event?
Yeah, like I said, I've already, you know, a heat ahead of where I was last year, and the quarterfinals is pretty good. I'll put that in my pocket and head on to Portugal and see if I can just do a little bit better there. But yeah, I don't know. Of course, you always want to win these events, and that's just, yeah, that's always a disappointment when you don't walk away with that. But it's all good. I'll see what happens in Portugal.
We appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks. Good luck, girls.
All right, well, during that interview, we saw Gabriella Bryan go to town on another wave, so she's going to pull further ahead of Carissa Moore, just after catching up with Steph on that Tyler. That matchup there, their career is going to go Steph 14 wins over Tyler. Tyler just gained one on Steph Gilmore, going to 10 wins against their career matchups. Gabby Bryan, however, is just the timing right now, Laura, and the wave selection is really in her favor.
Well, that wave was the gift that kept on giving for Gabby right here. You know, look, it was a beautiful TP sucked up at the top here, and then she just waited for this nice carving part of the wave, and then it stood up here and gave her the bonus section to jam in the pocket. That's a classic Gabriella Bryan turn, and another one right there. So we haven't seen many waves today stand up again and again down on the reef, and then even she weaved her way through this inside and it doubled up and gave her this bonus section. That is going to come in, I think, excellent.
This turn right here where she whips it off the top, you know, that the tail curve on that Mayhem just looks perfect. The way that she's pushing the board through the water, I mean, everything went right on this wave. You know, like you said, Laura, it gave her the opportunity to go up into the bowl on the critical section multiple times, and you just haven't seen a lot of that today. And that was one of those deeper waves that came in off the point more that actually hit the reef really well. It was just such a gift, going excellent.
There's the numbers there from our judges. A flat 8. Gabriella Bryan with a 8 and a 7, 15.2 wave total, and she has put Carissa Moore in a 2-wave combination, Laura, with 4 minutes remaining.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. That is not going to be nice news for Carissa right there. I mean, especially after knowing that she had taken a wave, handed the priority to Gabby. That was Carissa's wave, essentially, if she made a better decision there.
We saw the mistakes happening early. She's paying for them now, and it's going to be really hard for her to push the combination plate back off that table. I honestly, I don't think it's going to happen. There's just not enough time on the clock. It only takes a couple of minutes for you to do the wraparound on the ski back to the lineup, but the paddle is actually a little further now because of, you know, where you get dropped off by the ski in the channel and then getting all the way back over to the point. There's a little bit longer of a paddle, so it might take even longer than 2 minutes.
Gabby Bryan just showing once again that she's a bit of a queen out here at Sunset.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to make the semi-finals again. And as we talked about earlier in this heat, or in that there may be an opportunity for Gabby or Tyler or Molly to get that yellow leader's jersey, depending on how far they go on finals day.
For sure. Well, Brisa obviously with the win at Pipe. If any of these ladies in the quarterfinals that make it through take the win, and Tyler obviously still in the event, yeah, they can steal that nice golden jersey.
Looks like there could be an opportunity coming out the back. Nice wall of water approaching the lineup.
Here goes Carissa. Smooth start. Leads more down the line. Slashes. A big turn on the Mayhem, but maybe a little bit too little, a little too late. She's taking this one way inside, maybe looking for another opportunity, but meanwhile, she's looking at her watch. The clock is ticking down. She's in a combination, so she needs 2 wave scores.
I would have kicked out of that wave as soon as I did that last turn and called for the jet ski, because the time is winding down so much that we already know the time it takes to get on the ski and get back out there.
Yeah, if she had kicked out as soon as she did that turn and even tried to bolt wide, you know, they never know. There could be a wide set or something that would give her the opportunity to, you know, with 1:20 to go, try and at least get another wave. But that might break the combo. She would be looking for something very, very close to perfect.
Red Bull Ski racing out to the drop-off zone. And the Carissa Moore with a 5-point ride did break the combo, but she requires a perfect score now to turn the heat. She needs a 10, and it's under a minute, and she is under priority, Strider.
Yeah, and Gabby, she's going to play defense. She's going to paddle straight to her, and you know, the clock's going to run out on her, and she's going to be up against the ropes. And Gabby, you know, maybe even throwing another punch if a wave comes.
If she, if Carissa Moore gets that 10, she'll get the heat win, and she'll get a Yeti 110 Tundra. So that could be the bonus right there for the 5-time world champ. Again, all of the 10s this year, both on the men and the women on the championship tour, will get that Yeti 110 Tundra. It's not to be, however, for Carissa Moore. Congratulating Gabriella Bryan, and Gabriella will be making her way for the 2nd year in a row to the semifinals here at Sunset. When we return, Kaitlyn Simmers, Caroline Marks, quarterfinal number 4 in the lineup.
Maybe give me a clap real quick. My name is Kaitlyn Simmers, and I'm 17, and I'm from Oceanside, California. I usually go by Katie, but I really don't care. Probably my biggest life mentor would be my mom. One of the best things my mom has told me is to always bring a book somewhere, and a bathing suit. Because you never know when there's going to be a hot tub or a pool somewhere, or you're always like waiting around, so having a book is better than your phone. My mom's a hero. She's pretty sick. My goal is to probably just to make the cut, honestly, and try to enjoy it too. Yeah, I'm just gonna see what happens, I guess. Maybe do some roundhouse cutbacks. Maybe get barreled. That would be pretty sick.
Hearing from Kaitlyn Simmers, in my opinion, one of the most exciting things to happen in women's professional surfing. The rookie on tour is matched up against Caroline Marks in quarterfinal number 4 here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Winner goes into semifinal number 2. Kaipo along with Laura Enever and Strider Wazalewski. I'll go to Strider. Your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, we're gonna see some flair out of the youngster Simmers, and we're gonna see some vertical attack on the backhand of Marks. So you got a regular foot going up against a goofy foot. So we're gonna see 2 different styles of surfing. And we'll see which one comes through. One's a little more progressive, I'd say. The other one more foundation and more solid on the backhand.
Yeah, I mean, Caroline, she was a standout performer a couple of days ago, and just, that backhand attack is just, we call her just like the Oki of the women's tour, and just the way she can push on her back foot and just get so tight in the pocket, it's unbelievable, and the power. So Caroline just, celebrated her 21st birthday a few days ago. She's actually surfing with an ear infection at the moment, so she hasn't really been practicing the last few days at all. So that's going to be pretty tough for her there. But, sometimes when you have those illnesses and weird things going on, you just simplify.
Yeah, taking a look at Kaitlyn Simmers, 17 years old. She's a rookie on tour. This is her first quarterfinal on the championship tour. She would have qualified, she did qualify at 16 years old, but did not choose to come onto the tour in 2022. Simmers takes a look at this one, and coming around the corner, swoops that Chris Borst design board through a couple of nice turns. Beautiful rebound, little loss there of traction, but makes up for it. Slides out a little bit, but just smooth. And for Kaitlyn Simmers, this pace is a little bit faster. She looked a little bit more energized, usually very, very casual. Caralupo, Caroline Marks, with that strong backhand, sees that wave dissipate into not much, so she kicks out, wants to maintain priority. Laura, you were talking about Caroline just celebrated her 21st birthday. She's actually a Valentine's baby.
Ah, yes.
So, yeah, happy birthday to Caroline Marks. We'll see if Sunset gives her a couple presents today, Strider.
Well, that one didn't, so she's going to get back out into the lineup and reset. The way that Kaitlyn Simmers looks on her board right now, she's dangerous. Really, sparky and fast and flowing and ready to, right here, she throws it into the whitewater and, almost disengages the fins and goes straight to the lip line and comes back out with it. So really sure-footed, but looking super loose, like her trucks on her skateboard. So she's just really flowing through these turns, Laura.
She said she wanted to do some roundhouse cutbacks on tour this year, and there she goes. Love to see it. But even this turn here, you see her feet disengage from the board. She just is so good at, dealing with that shockwave there, and just so spicy to watch.
5-2, so everything's looking head high for Kaitlyn Simmers today. Strider talked about some loose trucks. Kaitlyn Simmers, also enjoys skateboarding, as does her shaper, Chris Borst, a ex-Powell Peralta rider out of Encinitas, California, or Oceanside, actually. But, Chris actually just a star in his own right when it comes to vertical skateboarding. Animal Chin, Propaganda, a bunch of Powell movies. Chris Borst is pretty rad, and so are the boards. And you know what? She's the only rider, when we look at the CT Shaper rankings, that's on the championship tour. So Chris Borst is going to be scoring some points as the Shaper rankings start earning points at the quarterfinals. We can take a look. Talk to us about this, Strider, the CT Shaper rankings for 2023.
Well, numbers start dropping in after the quarterfinals. So that's when you start gaining points. The surfboard that you're riding through the event is the one that you're going to be determined on the points. But if you actually ride a different shaper's board, but then you get on somebody else in the final, that board is actually the one you're going to get scored on if you win. So there are some, ins and outs here of the CT shaper rankings. Obviously some shapers having more guys on tour, maybe a little bit more of a benefit there. But the reality of it is nobody's getting any scores until finals day.
Well, for more on the CT Shaper rankings, let's call up Dave Proden, Chief Strategy Officer at the World Surf League. Thank you for joining us, Dave.
Thanks for having me, guys. Good morning.
Well, I mean, this year I think it's just brilliant that now we got the shapers in a way competing against each other.
Totally, and we're super fortunate to have Vizsla through their Creators and Innovators program supporting the CT Shaper rankings this season, which, as you guys pointed out, it shines a light on the surfboard builders who are building boards for the best surfers in the world. And I think why a lot of people are excited about this is everything that's discovered at the elite level represents the thin edge of a fat wedge in terms of board building for surfers everywhere. And looks like we've got Caroline Marks up right now. Laura, why don't you walk us through this wave?
Yeah, Caroline, nice slice off the top there, but unfortunately this wave just shutting down on her. She's going to stick with it and see if she can find anything on the inside. Just trying to pump through this flat section and find something to stand up. She gets a hit in there, but a lot of downtime on that wave.
For sure, and we know that, Caroline's been riding Mayhems for quite a while, and what we're talking about is, you combine these shapers with the best surfers in the world. What they're discovering is applying to surfboards everywhere that we all ride. We've got Kaitlyn Simmers up and riding on a Chris Boris. Strider, why don't you walk us through this way?
Well, Katie's just looking super smooth, bang off the top, but goes over the rail line. She got caught up in it right there, and it looks like she's going to go down. So unfortunate for Miss Simmers.
And Strider, you're mentioning that, Chris Borst is shaping for Katie Simmers this season. Coming out of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, the top 5 on the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings were Sharp Eye, Mayhem, Paizel, Channel Islands, and DHD. But heading into the final day of competition here at the Hurley Pro Sunset, we had 4 surfers riding Mayhems, 3 on Channel Islands, 3 on DHD, 2 on Sharp Eyes, and then Rusty, TNC Surfboards, Paizel, and Chris Borst all had 1 surfer apiece. But the interesting thing about, Katie and Chris Borst is that people forget that when John Florence joined the tour years ago, Paizel was a relatively unknown shaper on the world stage, and he had that relationship with John Florence. So it's not so much about having a ton of surfers on tour. It's certainly an advantage, but one surfer can really transform a shaper's sort of career in a major way. We've seen it in the past, and it does seem like Chris Borst and Katie Simmers have something special going.
Yeah, that relationship, right, from very early on, and a shaper putting all his attention into his rider. And sometimes, like you said, Dave, that is potentially the foundation for Borst Designs to, become a bigger board label. And we've seen it before. We've seen it with, way back in the 80s with someone like a Rusty Priesendorfer, where he had a couple of breakaway athletes that made him actually a brand. And now here we are all these years later, and Rusty's still relevant.
Absolutely. And I mean, going back to the final day of competition here, it's just fascinating to see, who's got the hot hand. 4 of the surfers across the men's and women's draws are riding Mayhems, 3 are on Channel Islands, 3 on DHD. So it'll be interesting to see how those points aggregate with the quarterfinal or better finishes between Pipeline and Sunset Beach. And we'll see. Mayhem's currently number 2, following Pipeline behind Sharp Eye, but we'll see how today shakes out, because he might be holding the top spot heading into the 3rd stop on the 23 CT in Portugal.
And what's the input been from the shapers? Are they liking this competition? What have you been hearing from all the board builders?
Yeah, it's certainly energized them. I mean, I think the important thing is we're looking at data. We're not kind of editorializing or speculating. Like, these are the hardcore results that are coming off of the team riders from the shapers. So the shapers, they're competitive too. I've been hearing people trying to pick up team riders, trying to balance things out. We have a paddle battle going on right here for this wave. It looks like Caroline's up and riding. Piper, why don't you walk us through the goofy footer?
Caroline Marks using priority on a much larger wave for Marks. She needs a 3.67 to turn the heat right now. She's on her way there. A couple of carves on the backhand. Needs to time that finish and does not. So that is going to cost Caroline Marks opportunity in front of her, but was not able to execute.
And, you know, you talked about it. We've got shapers at different portions of their career. And, I mean, even when you look at this heat, like Caroline and Katie are different surfers, but their career trajectories are pretty similar. You know, Caroline qualified really, really young and really changed the tour almost immediately. We had Katie qualified actually for last year's tour, deferred. She's up and riding now. Laura, why don't you walk us through this way?
Yeah, Katie on a big set, huge float through the lip there for Katie, and it's got a lot of foam on the face, this wave. She's just trying to stick with it and see if she's going to get a bonus section on the inside. Nice underlip carve, layback, but that's all she wrote.
All right, well, if Katie Simmers does better, go ahead, Dave.
No, you go for it, Kaitlyn.
I was just saying, you know, anything better than a 2.33 is going to help Katie Simmers. The judges owe us scores right now for both surfers. We're going to review them on this replay, Laura. This is Caroline.
Yeah, Caroline just took off here, but seemed to have missed that first section. She was that tiny bit too deep, but just weaving through, waiting for it to stand up. That's where she gets a nice little money turn, tries to get back up into the lip, but unfortunately could not push through. And Strider, this was Katie.
Katie, probably 85 pounds wet. I mean, she's such a little thing, but look at the power she throws at the lip line. It was just pure intent, so I like that. The judges are going to like that, and she comes away with a nice little snap under the lip on the inside. Body language a little kilt over, but I like the way that she's coming off the bottom and looking straight up at that lip line. That progressive surfing is what the judges are looking for. Into the power pocket, the section of consequence. That is exactly the type of, you know, surfing and attack that the judges are going to like.
Yeah, so Caroline did not take the advantage. A 3.27, 5.83 for Katie Simmers. She's broadening her lead in this quarterfinal number 4. Dave, you know, you were talking about data and getting all that information together from all the different shapers. How, you know, explain to the surf fans how exactly do the shapers, well, actually, you know what, for data, before we explain, because it's the same as the points that you earn, what's the secret whiteboard behind you? What type of data is on that secret whiteboard behind you, strategist?
Yeah, it's proprietary. I think it's mostly just chicken scratches from my kids. But no, it's a good point. I mean, and you're talking about those different tiers of shapers. I mean, there's really kind of the 18 odd shapers that support the 50 odd surfers on the championship tour. You've got basically 3 tiers. You've got kind of the top tier where the surfers, you got, you know, 11, 6, 7, you know, team riders on a board program. You got the middle tier with, you know, maybe they've got 2 or 3, and then you've got the third tier where they've each got, you know, 1 surfer per team. And we're not looking to compare like apples and oranges. We want to kind of celebrate everyone's approach because shapers are at different layers in terms of their careers, in terms of the size of their programs and what they're providing with the team riders. But one of the fascinating things we've seen over the course of the Pipeline and Sunset Beach event is just how many surfers who maybe have, you know, pretty explicit contracts with global board builders are using local shapers, you know, your Tokoros and your Pangs and your Arakawas. And I think at a place specifically like Sunset Beach, it's super crucial because we were joking, Mitch Salazar, my co-host on the Lineup podcast, and I were saying that Sunset Beach is probably the most Hawaiian out of all the Hawaiian waves in the sense that it's tricky, it's so unique, and having that kind of local lumber in the water goes a long way. You know, Laura, you've competed out here in the past. Like, what is your kind of approach to board selection on a day like today?
Yeah, well, I think growing up, I would always come to Hawaii and yeah, work with a local shaper, get either Pang or a Tokoro. Just Sunset, like you just mentioned, it's its own beauty, but I think on these smaller days, it's when you can really go back to what you know the best when it comes to your progressive, you know, smaller wave surfing. So, you know, I was hoping to see like a lot more of the Hawaiian shapers and, yeah, you know, being ridden throughout this event, but just because of the size of the waves today, everyone's back on their regular shortboards.
13 minutes and 10 seconds. Dave, thank you so much for the catch-up, and thank you also for, you know, bringing to bear this CT Shapers rankings. I think it's another really powerful storyline as we go through the 2023 Championship Tour. Thanks a lot, Dave.
Thanks, guys. Good luck today.
Kaitlyn Simmers, our heat leader, with a nice slash off the top. S-ing through these sections, waiting for the wave to stand up. Again, little vertical through the lip for Simmers. And falling from a backside re-entry. Caroline Marks right behind Simmers. Katie kicks out. Caroline's going to continue on here. Good looking wave for Marks. And it's allowing her to belt off numerous turns on the backhand. Looking to make this connection to the inside. Hits that flat water, will not do so. And a nice exchange there between our two surfers, Laura.
Yeah, Caroline finally getting one of those big backside Caroline hacks we are used to seeing in at the back. Can't wait to see that replay. But first, here goes Katie Strides.
Yeah, Katie, you know, she has a great looking wave here. Goes to push into the corner. A little bump on the rail there with the oncoming lump of the wave. But then another, you know, kind of lip line turn and then finishes on the inside with some spark. But the wave never really stood up and gave her the section she was looking for. So that's not going to be, I don't think it's going to drop in as one of her keepers. Possibly, but I mean, this turn started really well, but then you see the rail line dig in right there. That's going to take away from the score line, and that was the best opportunity for a turn on that wave. Out behind her, Caroline Marks. This is the first turn she does straight up into the lip and gouges it down. A lot of power, precision, and, you know, just accuracy on that turn, Laura.
Yeah, love that from Caroline. Unfortunately, this wave didn't really give her any other sort of lip or bowl to work with, so it was essentially just that one big whack, but I think she's going to get rewarded for it. And that's the type of surfing that Caroline knows she needs to do. You know, on your backhand today, doing those sort of backside carves, you can't really, you know, get them on rail or make the most of those fatter sections, and that the you know, natural footers can. So yeah, Caroline identifying a nice big bowl there.
All right, well, with 10 minutes and 45 seconds, we're going to take a break. It's going to give you some time to go to WSLStore.com and see the new soft jerseys available there. We'll be right back after this.
This Rising Tide is really unique because we've invited 4 of the top local high school surf teams. They keep talking about the next gen, like this really is that momentum generation for the women.
My school, Punahou, actually showed up with 2 or 3 girls, and it's really rad. Just to see how many young girls are in the water who are also pursuing an education. It's really inspiring. It fills my heart, makes me super stoked.
I actually remember, you know, being 10 years old and I wasn't even in the women's division. There was only 10 and under for the boys, and to feel empowered in the ocean is a huge step.
It's so cool that Rising Tides is putting this together so that we can all meet the pros, and I met a lot of new people. It was super fun, and the waves were good too. It's super exciting to know that the future of female surfing is super bright, and I just hope that we continue to inspire and, set the right example for these young women.
Mahalo Pura Vida for the Rising Tides activation happening at every single one of the Champion Tour stops. We're at 7 minutes, 45 seconds. This is quarterfinal number 4 for the women. Kaitlyn Simmers in the lead over Caroline Marks in their matchup. Caroline paddling out from the inside right now. Kaitlyn Simmers with the lead and with priority by the way of a 6.4 on Simmers' last effort. Caroline Marks, however, does have the single highest wave score, a 7-point ride for Marks. Taking a look at Kaitlyn Simmers here. Caroline making her way back out. She needs 5.23 to take this heat at the 7-minute mark, Laura.
Yeah, it looks like Caroline got another wave in the break there. Let's see. But this is Katie's 6.4. This big first turn there. We were thinking maybe the judges might have penalised her for that little sort of mishap there, but she got the score and she got the best score of her heat. I love the way she surfed this, though. She just looks like she's having so much fun and so much flow and rhythm with these waves. But this was the 7-point ride for Caroline Marks. Essentially, she got that on that one turn because this wave went, pretty flat.
And this happened during the breaks. Caroline Marks just with the up and out, so just a fractional score, no harm, no foul, will not change the situation. Kaitlyn Simmers, Strider, remains in the lead with priority.
Yeah, that was a big mistake for Caroline Marks to, look at that wave, think it was going to have something for her, and then just kick right out. So giving the priority back over to the youngster Simmers. So she's going to be, without priority, kind of searching around the lineup.
She got stuck on the inside as well. She got cleaned up by a set, so we saw her having to make her way back around, so a time waster there.
Gabby Bryan took down Carissa Moore in quarterfinal number 3. Let's hear from Gabriella Bryan.
Gabby, what a way to start out finals day with the highest heat total of the day so far. What was working for you so well?
I was just in such a good rhythm, and I don't know, I'm just in a really good space right now, and I'm just so grateful to be here and have the opportunity, and the waves came to me. So yeah, feeling super good and so excited for finals day.
When you see these waves coming at you and you know that you're in the rhythm of the ocean, what is that feeling like when you actually get up and you start putting one together?
Yeah, those, like my 8 came at me. I'm like, oh my God, this thing has a tapered wall. It was just perfect. And I just got on it, and I don't really know. I don't even remember what it felt like to be on the wave. I just so in the moment, and I got to do the surfing that I know I can do. So I was just super grateful for the opportunities.
We've gotten to see you do some really incredible surfing in the last year, and now starting this year, you're starting so strong. How important is it for you to continue to build on these finals days?
Yeah, it's so important. I don't think I realized that last year how important like every single event is. It's everything. It's your job on the line, and yeah, I'm just trying to have a consistent year and just reach all my goals. So hopefully I get some more good waves and reach my goals.
I love it. Well, starting with the semifinals later today, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, giant quarterfinal for Gabriella Bryan. 15.2 wave total, and her path into the semifinals. And Gabby's going to face up against the winner of this quarterfinal number 4. At the moment, Kaitlyn Simmers with heat control priority and the lead. Some waves coming through here, Laura. It's decision time for Kaitlyn Simmers.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. This is coming down to the wire, and a 5-2-3 for Caroline. That is, just could be one turn for her. So Katie has to be really, really smart right now.
Well, decides not to go on that one. Holds position. Caroline takes a look at it. Strider decides not to go as well. So both surfers holding their position, and it's going to be decision time again. We'll see what that one brings. Nothing. So time just ticking down. Clock winding.
That was so interesting. You can see the positioning, and then you see where the waves are peeling off behind them. And I feel like Simmers sitting wide on purpose to put her out of position so that, Caroline has to paddle past her to catch a wave. then she has control of the heat. So I don't know if that's exactly what was going through her mind. That's what went through my mind when I saw those waves peeling through and nobody on them. And now seeing Caroline trying to go deeper than her just to catch a wave, that was some veteran stuff right there in the head of a youngster, if that's the case. I mean, that was incredible defense.
Laura, we called it before, all competition long, Sunset being the time bandit, just takes scrubs time off the clock. And that has been the case right now in this final 3 minutes for any opportunity for Caroline Marks.
Yeah, Sunset really is the time bandit. These heats just fly by. But yeah, I think that set was one of those rare ones that broke way up the point deep, and I even turned my head around and it was actually barreling. So, you know, both of the ladies there having to just watch that go through and just mind serve it.
Yeah, wonderful event that we have here. We have the outdoor Red Bull Athlete Zone. We have the Turtle Bay VIP area. And I also want to thank Hawaii Pacific Health and Dr. Spencer Chang over there at Hawaii Pacific Health for being on call, on site, every day of competition. So a big mahalo to Hawaii Pacific Healthcare.
Looks like there's some lumps coming through at the back, so we'll see if they hit the lineup. And
I guess, you know, Caroline Marks got cleaned up when she kicked out of that one wave and got washed in. That'd probably be in the back of your mind as well, thinking, oh, there's sets out here. I don't want to be too deep.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want, you know, there's positionings playing into your space out there, and it's just going to be fun to watch where they end up if some waves arrive, if they're going to be right in the right spot.
But like you said, Strider, even if Caroline wanted to, you know, push up the point, you know, she's just risking taking off on a wave that Katie can just decide, yeah, I want to go this one. It's, you know, not essentially a block, but it's, you know, she can just take off and try better a score.
Well, 1 minute on the inside, Katie Simmers. Priority to Simmers. Lead with Simmers. Caroline Marks needs a 5.23. Waves are starting to show themselves on the reef. But with the time on the clock, there is an opportunity for Katie Simmers to do that block. Play a little bit of defense, but if it's a two-wave set, it's going to give Caroline Marks an opportunity. Marks is going to get her opportunity right here, right now, and here she goes. Has to ease through that first turn. It steepens up here. Nice slash on the backhand for Caroline. One more time on the lip. Feeling that she's nearing the number that she needs with this performance. Caroline continues to try to make the connection. She's going to make the connection. Little warbled water on the inside, struggling with that turn, but gets vert there for the finish, and a fist pump for Caroline Marks. Katie Simmers right behind her. Nice smooth rail work by the 17-year-old. Again, big snap for Katie Simmers. Gliding through sections, layback for some variety for Katie Simmers. Thinking that Caroline may have gotten the number that she needed, Katie Simmers needs to add to her point total. Inside section for Simmers. And a smooth finish with even more ahead of her. Katie Simmers is going to take this one all the way to the beach. And we may have this heat called on the sand for both surfers.
Oh, this is what we love when it comes right down to the end. Both surfers getting great waves, and both of them attacking the lip. You know, Katie with the wave was much bigger and had a big, broad face for her to do some work. I love the way that she opened up on that wave, and her body language was really confident. On the other side of that line, you saw Caroline Marks just really ripping into the lip line. So this is going to be fun to see the scores drop from the judges.
Even just Katie to hold her nerve and let Caroline go that first wave, just thinking, you know, identifying, you know, I'm going to go the bigger wave of the set. Caroline, nothing really happened at the start of this wave. She just had to wait for it to, you know, stand up right here. She gets one big bash in, another bash here, almost catches, but holds on. You know, those sections weren't anything, you know, too awesome, but she made the most of it. She, you know, she really turned nothing into something, but she got the bonus section in here, and she absolutely goes to town on this inside section. Huge in-lip smash, and she loves that.
There's Simmers, drops in. She's got a beautiful wall. Watch how opened up she gets right here. Nice little turn, setup carve. And then the wave's not done. It gives her more down the line. It kept on, opening up for her. So all these other waves shutting down on the bigger ones. Kaitlyn finding a wave that actually just kept giving her opportunities. They weren't massive turns, but she was on a bigger wave doing more, in the lip line there. And then comes to the inside, and she gets a good closeout turn of her own as she's on the beach giving out some autographs.
This is going to be so close, Strider. I think, looking at those two waves, Katie's was obviously way bigger, but it did go quite flat. They both didn't really get a big first turn in. Kind of had to weave and wait for it to, show its face, but...
So Simmers will not better her score line. So all the focus will be on last of Caroline Marks. Caroline, a 5.23 to turn the heat. Again, Katie will not better her score line. 5.23 is the need for Caroline Marks as she's making her way up the beach and waiting for that number.
I feel like she's going to get the number just because of the time she spent on a critical section in the lip, right? Yeah. She had 3 critical turns on this wave that were great. The first one was just a setup, but then she finds lip line again, right? So she's got 1 in the lip. She goes 2 in the lip. And then this wave kind of lays down, but then she gets that bonus on the inside where she actually truly attacks on the finish. Yeah. And that, to me, gives her the score. Before that, it was 50-50. But then on the inside right here, she has to wait for it. She has to set it up. But then she finds a section of consequence. Bang! Right in the lip, right where she needed it.
That is points right there. Yeah, I'm with you, Strider. I'd say it would have been right there, maybe come around the 5 mark if she hadn't got that inside section. But that is just a rare, Velsy, just draining section there that just gave her the opportunity to get maybe 1 or 2 points.
Well, time to go shake the judges' tower and get some scores out of that tower right now, as both surfers have been on the beach and still numbers coming through. So they're starting to populate. There you can go, waiting for scores. 5.23 is what she needs. 1 more score. Looks like she's got it.
Score starting to trickle in and pop up on our board. Last score of Kaitlyn.
A 5.5. That's enough to take Caroline Marks into the semifinals. Taking a break now. We're going to step away. We'll be back with Jack Robinson and Nat Young out in the water.
Robbo having a look right now on this one. Puts the foot down.
Morais did take the lead. Griffin to second, Jack to third. The local boy needs a 5.57 to avoid the elimination round. As we see a bigger wall out the back. Colapinto crushes the first section. Bottom turn to an impressive finish. Griffin waiting for his last score to come through. Jack's not going to wait for it. He'll take this wave. Staying on his feet for an aggressive finishing move.
That's his best wave for sure.
I hope everybody's been enjoying Make or Break Season 2. It's out there around the world. You can check it out on Apple TV+. That was a little sneak preview of Episode 4. You can watch 4 episodes in a row, and don't worry, the next 4 episodes will release very soon. Jack Robinson, Nat Young in the water now for quarterfinal number 1, an exciting part of finals day. Joe Turpel with a Triple Crown champ, Megan Abubo, a former Triple Crown Rookie of the Year, Brett Simpson. Simpo, so great to see you. Incredible beard as well, my friend.
Great to be here, guys. It's an exciting day, exciting finals day. The waves have come to the party. We've been blessed this event, which is awesome. We've had some challenging moments, but good waves, so I'm excited to get underway. We got Jack Robbo and Nat Young.
What a heat to watch. First, Brett, I know you love being in the water right now. A bit of a seagull, I like to call you. You're catching a lot of waves. What's your favorite part about surfing Sunset Point at this size?
Well, the point is, it is a really fun wave. It can be challenging in a heat. I had a few years where you're out there, and sometimes it's hard to identify what is going to be the really good wave. So I think this heat's interesting because both these guys tend to ride really good waves. And Jack does have this connection with Sunset where, maybe when it's bigger, for sure, it'll be interesting to see how he goes on the point. But I'm excited to see it. Natty's been in rhythm. He beat John, which is a big scalp out here, So
massive. What a role for Nat Young, which is beautiful for his story. It's kind of like a comeback story. We're still celebrating from how he came out of the gates, Rookie of the Year, top 10 finish, finaling at Bells in Portugal in that same season, and then a bit of a hiatus as he hasn't been in a spot like this that often at this part of his life. Great to see him in a quarterfinal, Megan.
Yeah, it's really good to see him in the quarterfinals. He surfs really strong on his backhand, as we all know. And, it's great to see him with his family. He's traveling with his family. It must be such a good support system to be traveling the world with.
Here comes the Goofy Foot representing Santa Cruz. Nat Young, all patience on that backhand, and we'll have to be patient because we love when he connects with a big backhand turn, and it's kind of the side that kind of got most famous. Backside attack from Nat Young, and it made sense at not just the CT venues like we mentioned at Bells, but the often tricky wave of Steamer Lane that brought him a lot of success. Not everyone looks good at Steamer Lane when they surf it, and that looks incredible, Brett.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Steamers is similar. Some similarities where, there's those highs and lows. The wave kind of goes flat on you. There's little side wedges. So there's those things, those little trickiness about it. And Nat's timing is always pretty perfect. And especially to have good timing out there, it can translate well to here to Sunset Beach, especially at the point.
Nat Young, 0.5 star. That gives the priority rotation to the man in yellow, Jack Robinson. We'll wait as we catch up with Caroline Marks with AJ.
Caroline, signing autographs on the beach the entire time. Your heart is racing, waiting to hear that judge's score come down on your final wave. What was going through your head?
Yeah, gosh, my heart's beating really fast. I feel bad for my support crew. They're probably maybe more nervous than me. But yeah, look, every heat at this level is so intense and everyone's so good. And at the end of the year, like one heat that you make or don't make makes such a difference. So I feel like that was one of those moments where I got the score at the end, and I'm so happy. Yeah, huge respect to Katie. She's an amazing surfer, and she's super cool. I really enjoy having her on tour, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of battles upcoming. And yeah, I'm sure that was the first of many. So.
I know it took quite a lot for you to even get to the point where you feel healthy enough to get in the water right now. Walk us through what you've been battling.
Yeah, I've after pipe, I kind of went downhill. I got the flu really bad, and then I got like a really bad earache. So I actually haven't been surfing, pretty much only been surfing my heat. So yeah, like Sunset's a wave you really want to practice in the morning. And so yeah, I didn't surf yesterday, pretty much slept all day. I've been feeling really lazy. But yeah, throw an earplug in and just kind of the adrenaline kicks in and the pain goes away, so that's nice.
Especially when you start to hear those scores starting to drop. With these waves in particular, what did you want to accomplish on them?
Yeah, it's really fun today. Longer period though, so it's pretty slow in between sets. And yeah, so when you ride a wave, you really have to make sure that you kind of hopefully get a good score. The heats before ours were really slow. I feel like we actually had some sets in that heat, and yeah, it kind of threw me off because I was like, oh, it's better than I thought out here, which was great. But yeah, I made a few mistakes in that heat, and then thankfully I got that 1-7. It just gave me a nice open canvas. It's really hard to get that first section. If you miss it, then the whole wave kind of goes flat. So it's really important to get that first turn in, and I'm glad I did.
You did it well. Congratulations. Get that heart rate back to normal. You're on to the semifinals.
Thank you. And shout out to my family back home watching, my uncle, my friends. Love you guys, all my sponsors. Yeah.
Thank you so much, AJ. Caroline Marks feeling the cool energy of getting the score you need right at the buzzer. She'll join Gabriella Bryan in semifinal number 2 today. Molly Picklum takes on Tyler Wright. Where's the winner in the draw, Megan?
Oh man, this is going to be tough. Everybody looks really strong right now, surfing well and putting together smart heats, but I'm definitely going to have to say Tyler might have a little advantage in the fact that she's a former world champion, just really experienced in surf and waves like Sunset.
Brett, Gabby Bryan, great pickup, by the way. What an exciting Rookie of the Year last year. She looks so strong coming into finals day.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Gabby. I feel like she knows this place really well. Her surfing obviously fits it when she's on those right waves. And agreed with Megan that Tyler seemingly has been finding the better waves, which allows your surfing to showcase a bit more. But I think Gabby knows it just as well. So maybe that's the final right there.
Wow, make your picks at home. It is finals day. As you see, these two just getting started. Nat Young versus Jack Robinson. Jack winning the first event of the season at Pipeline over Leonardo Fioravanti. Looking to go back-to-back. We haven't seen that since Wilco on the men's side when he did it back in 2016, snapper to bells. Looks like Jack is really determined to do it, and when you look at his track record at Sunset, as you know really well, Brett, this event was consistently the last big QS of the year. We'd probably call it a Challenger Series weighted event, where Jack finaled 6 times out of 12 starts. He's got a great track record with this place.
That's amazing. Talk about a high strike ratio at a very difficult venue, which is I guess it doesn't surprise me because he's from West Oz. There's a lot of similarities with the power and the style wave with the wind, and he won out there last year in Margaret's, which I'm sure was kind of a feather in the cap for him right in his backyard. But yeah, he adapts so well. He's kind of got that John in him where they what that moment is, or sometimes the heats paddle out and good waves just start coming, and it's like they liven up the lineup.
He's definitely got the magic right now, which is really cool to see. That focus, that is just unbelievable to see him show up at an event, and he can kind of quiet the noise around him. He can bring energy to him if he needs it. He'll jump into a paddle battle if that's what his opponent wants to do. He's playing the game really well, Megan.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work the last couple of years, really centering himself mentally and emotionally, and really you can see that his reflection of his results. And he's also putting together smart heats, as you said. He doesn't back down. He's very aggressive, and he's surfing really smart heats. And Jack, waves like this just make him excited. And a guy like Jack, when he's excited and the surf's a little bit heavy, the water's heavier, that's the differentiation point, because not every surfer sparks up when the waves are surfing waves like Sunset.
So true. Just about a mile down the road is a wave called Pipeline. That's where the season started, and Jack was expected to hold that trophy up. He did it just recently in a rad final that he enjoyed with Leonardo Fioravanti. Those two kids were childhood prodigies, growing up together, dreaming to be in pipe finals together, and it was definitely Jack's day. But he took down some big names, Brett, from Medina to John Florence in the early rounds as well.
Yeah, he had to go through the whole gamut, and that's just a testament of his will, his strength in these venues right here, where you kind of expect him to get out to this good jump, and this year he's living up. He's living large right now.
He certainly is. Made great decisions in smaller conditions, maxed out the barrel time, but his turns look sharper than ever. Decision-making was great against Fioravanti in the final. Started off the year 10,000 points in the yellow jersey. Now for the first time in his career, he wants to repeat success to get to September back at Lower Trestles, where he got to get involved in the title race for the first time last season. But it all looks like systems go that Jack will be finding himself in another world title showdown. He looks pretty energetic at the moment. Paddling up towards Nat Young. Jack is the one with priority, so he can move right up to Nat's spot and take this wave. Pulls in. How's this one? A tube magnet. Robinson can get barreled on any given day. And he'll go into a wrapping turn, crushing that section with some carves. There's the vertical whip. Brett was just talking about magic. He's still got plenty to work with today.
Yeah, well, Natty pulled him up to the point. There hasn't been many waves, and he kind of was maybe going his way. So Nat with a nice floater. But yeah, Jack eyed that thing out and was kind of pulling him deep. And those are the waves that are a little hollower. It's shallow up there, and he was able to kind of thread the needle right there.
So impressive. Jack Robinson sneaks up to Nat zone with priority, and he's able to take that wave. Why not? After that pipe footage, start off in the barrel here on finals day. And he'll be paddling back out with a little extra energy. That was a great tube ride, Megan.
Yeah, what a way to open up your account in the quarterfinals here. I mean, Jack just perfect positioning straight into the barrel, and he was in the barrel for a long time. And then having to manage to get out of that thing and then sets himself up here for a series of unreal snaps. You know, what a combo. Barrel to turn combo.
So fun with that throwback spray on his board too. Here comes Nat. He's disconnected on the lip. Hearing from Brent Power from Channel Island Surfboards, he was telling me that Nat was looking for a 6.5 Proton today, even a 6.6 backup in the channel. You feel like he stuck to that formula on a day like today? Maybe some of the bigger numbers board-wise we've heard on finals day.
Yeah.
Now, before we get there, Brett, I guess back to Jack's wave.
This is a great angle right here from the drone. Really, you can see how deep he was, and you can see the shelf of how shallow it is up there off that boneyard. So I thought Nat was doing the right thing, kind of pulling him up top. Maybe there isn't that many scores, and then he kind of pulled him into a good one. So it can work against you. He was pretty deep. Could have been deeper, maybe. No, I'm just he read the way his ability to adjust, in the tube while he's holding the wall, lets go, holds it again, is he's him and a few guys kind of in a league of their own.
It's just such a good topic of what you're bringing up when a surfer's trying to actually pull somebody out of position. And oftentimes they've had success doing that. But where Jack is, where his head's at right now, Megan, he can actually make it, pay. You may end up paying the price trying to fool Jack. Robinson read that well and ends up with a solid number from the panel. They're still digesting that right now.
Yeah, I just think his positioning where he was and the way he paddled into that wave too, it's a little easier at sunset to go into it as opposed to try to come from behind, because that current is sucking you up the point a bit. So I think his positioning was absolutely perfect, and Nat did just kind of have the little buoy like, oh, this is the spot, and then Jack just said, nope, it's my turn.
Jack Robinson earns a 7.33 on his first wave of finals day, and Nat Young now chasing a 5.91. Board size, though, Brett, as we were discussing before, 6.5 Proton. Does that sound about right for Nat Young?
Yeah, that sounds right. I feel like right now the waves they've ridden, he probably wants less, maybe. But, I mean, that's the name of the game. Here's another little wedgy one. Nat is under priority. He's going to have a look. He's got to get a score on the board right here, just so Jack doesn't really run away with it. So nice snap there. The Natty kind of backhand whip. He's going to get some extra bonus time on the inside. So that'll do the trick right there.
Solid effort for Nat Young. He'll just try to get himself right back in the seat. Jack 7.33. Nat hoping for a 4.17 for the lead, Megan.
Yeah, and that's what makes Nat so lethal and a surfer on their backhand. Because you see the amount of water he can displace on his backhand. He can just really put his entire body into the turns. And that's going to be what the judges, they're going to see the water that comes off his fins and his critical positioning. So that's going to be an advantage that Nat's going to have out there today.
I've always went crazy because it's two different styles of surfing. You backhand to forehand. And like Megan's saying, they're able at backhand, you're able to get more vertical. You get the board up there, you can kind of get that release, where front side, it's a little more carvy kind of timing. The combinations may look a little, or the transitions may look a little bit better. But yeah, it's confusing. I think Jack had priority on that wave. And one thing I was going to say was, like, when you're in a man-on-man heat, you don't want to let your competitor just roam away. So on that first wave that Jack got, it was like now he was going to stay with him. He didn't want him to get away, but now it looks like Jack having a nice dig right here.
Robinson streaking down the line. #1 in the world winds up that first turn, searing Cuddy to start. And the man from West Oz out quickly. One turn to back up the 733. And still waiting for the last of Nat Young to come through. Positioning always a big deal in this giant playing field at Sunset Beach, even when it's focused right on the point. Nat trying to get into the semifinals for the first time since 2015. He's had a tough losing streak in the quarters, losing his last 4 consecutive heats at this far in an event. Nat turns in a 5.33, gets the lead, but Jack will get it back with that single maneuver. As we take another look, Megan.
Yeah, right here he draws that bottom turn out. Just look at how much power he puts into his backside snap here. But right here, he tags it on one last super vertical turn there.
Yo, I'm thinking I'm thinking 6'2", 6'3". I don't think it's a 6'5".
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't, like, Nat probably rides around a 5'11", 5'10" usually, I think, and it doesn't look super long. Looks like it fit. And I guess that's the difference, though. Some boards, like Felipe 6'8", almost doesn't look like a 6'8". He's not that tall, you know? So I think some boards, when they just fit in the curve of the wave and they're just magic, it doesn't look maybe as long as it really is. You know, what that's the number says.
I like that. Great read, Simpo. 11 minutes on the clock in this first quarterfinal. Jack Robinson out in front. Nat Young needs a 4.34. Back for more on finals day after this. Check this out. Hurley's got a brand new game for you to download on your phones. It's called Super Surf, and it's going to be dropping soon. You can check out Hurley.com to get more information. Pick your characters wisely. It's going to be an extension of your own personality. And talk about perfection. How about this way?
It's all about having fun, Joe. You know that. That's kind of been our motto. And we were always, you know, it's you're going to play video games, you might as well be surfing. That's my theory. So, yeah, have fun. Super Surfer. Check it out, Hurley.com.
Gosh, love it there. Check it out. Download it. You can just imagine what you can do in the ocean in real life. When the sun goes down, you can still rip on Super Surfer, which is dropping soon. We like talking surfboards. We love talking surfboards with the Condor, Peter Mell. Pete, I got info that might be a 6'5 Proton. Is that too big, or is that what he's on right now?
No, he's actually on it, 6'5". And I think one of the magic about being able to ride a 6'5 like he's doing, a Proton, and make it look smaller, I think that's ultimate goal to it, right? You want to have that positivity of a bigger board. You want to have the paddling ability with a little bit bigger board, but you want it to surf like a smaller board. So it seems like he's been able to do that there, especially on that littler wave they got on the point. Even Jack, for that matter, was riding bigger boards than I suspected that he'd be riding. I mean, the other day he was on a 6'6". I don't know for sure what he's on right today, but I would imagine probably bigger than his normal shortboard, that's for sure, which is different because you can get away with riding shortboards here at the point. Megan had mentioned it all event long, how, you can ride a little bit shorter boards at the point, but ultimately the judges are asking for a certain style of surfing, and that's digging it in, holding the rail, looking positive, and I think that's why these guys are riding just a tinge longer.
Thank you, Pete. Also thinking about the bottom contour of that Proton model, that continuous rocker that Dane Reynolds worked on with Channel Island surfboards a long time ago. That's an old model that's really stood the test of time. Nat Young making a decision here, needs a 4.34 as he pulls into a closeout. And now Jack will have priority with 7 minutes to go. Jack could have something to work with now, and he's going to hold back since he's got his lead, and he noticed that Nat Young went down. That was a great read for Robinson to let that one go, Brett.
Yeah, I think he was, I think Nat did have priority. He was kind of baiting him around, like, hey, you're going to go. And those ones that are a little bit in between kind of stretch across that little midsection, and this one's kind of standing up for Jack. Looking for a big first turn, gets the nice turn out of the lip. Then this thing's doubling right here, so long kind of rotated cutty, and then clicks the fins right there up and over. So he's going to be putting a lot of pressure on Nat right here towards the back half of this, 6:20 remaining.
Such calm, collected execution for Robinson. Inside wedge to work with. He'll redirect, step on the foam just to show that he's in total control today. Message sent to Nat Young. He's going to have some work to do. 2.33 is long gone for Robinson. As it looks like we've got Pumaiho Apili. Big part, the Surf Shark Hawaiian Water Patrol. I'd have to say one of my favorite surfers on any given day on the North Shore of Oahu. True waterman when you say that. Sometimes that word gets thrown out, but for Pumai, he embraces it. Rides Elias, take his daughter out on the rescue sled when it's like 4-foot Rockies. Then he's on a longboard. Jack's in good hands out there. Back to the replay. What'd you see from Robinson, Megan?
Yeah, Jack's starting this wave off. Nice lip line snap there, and then beautiful cut back. But right here, just super late off the lip there, and hangs with it and managed to get a couple of nice turns off the inside here. So looking really solid. His board looks incredible. As you can see, this view right here, I just love how he just projects speed right there and just sets himself up for a beautiful cutback. I mean, his combination of maneuvers is really, he's doing a variety of different maneuvers, which I really like.
Yeah, that was all flow right there. He cut the first, the first turn, he cut the bottom turn a little early, which allowed him to kind of click into that second cutty with speed, because it was an elongated cutty, but he didn't have to two-stage it, which matters, and then he was able to get that big finish right there with, matching that speed of the wave with his board speed, which was that combination's gonna be solid.
A lot of great Western Australia stories with Sunset Beach, even going way back to Ian Cairns, who was able to win a huge event back in the day. Loved the heavy water conditions in West Oz, translated well to Sunset Beach. Jake the Snake Patterson was dangerous out here for several years. Yaden, wow, dangerous in conditions like this as well. There seems like a great relationship between West Oz and Oahu.
Yeah, again, the water on the North Shore, it feels very similar. There's only one difference, and you're not wearing a wetsuit here. Really, I mean, I've surfed West Oz. I'm sure Brett and yourself can attest. It's very similar. The waves feel you're right at home here.
Yeah, I feel like the reef or something similar too. Like just kind of how it's kind of formatted and the waves. Yeah, it's just big open water. Windy. A lot of the times it's windy. This is a great day here where it's very light wind, so it's a little more attackable. You can kind of maybe go up through the lip a little bit more, which is nice. But yeah, there's they transpire well because they come here and compete well, and a lot of Hawaiians go there and win, you know. And, yeah.
It's true. We'd like to analyze every part of pro surfing, right? And the big one we analyzed was the schedule shift of everything starting here in Hawaii and who that would benefit. And you're seeing that live from Jack Robinson, a win at Pipe, quarterfinal, and maybe better in the making as we speak, with now 3 minutes on the clock. Jack goes down on that last turn. Nat Young holding priority, still in the game, needing an 8.83, but it would have to be one of the best waves of the day.
Interesting you said that, Joe, because the tour used to start at what? Snapper Rocks, right? And then we always had our Snapper Rocks favorites, and they more than likely would win those events, and that's how the tour would start. And then you go to Bells, but now the tour starting here in Hawaii, you have a new crop of favorites to wear the yellow jersey in the beginning of the year.
And it's challenging. It's heavier water, and for guys like Jack, and even saying that, you'd say, okay, Jack favored. He didn't quite capitalize on Pipe and Sunset last year result-wise. This year he has to be in a great spot well before the mid-season cut, Brett.
And I think it's really risky. Like, starting the year at Pipeline's gnarly, and I think we saw it with injuries and people getting hurt. Like, when that was the last event of the year, you're like, I'm going to send it. Where now it's like, it's at the start of the year. I want to try. I got to do 5 events. You know, how hard are you going to push? And all these guys are going to go, but it's still, and girls, it's just like, it's riskier. You know, if you miss 1 or 2 events, your chances at making that cut are pretty slim.
So true. The mid-season cut talk is wild. Already into it here at stop number 2. Head to Portugal after this, and then Bells and Margaret River for 2 Australian Classics. Robinson will be the defending champ on his home break when he heads back west. But we're down to the minute 22 on the clock, and Nat still with priority, chasing an 8.83. We're seeing if he can break this streak of quarterfinal losses. But Jack has put together a stellar performance in his first heat of the day, Megan.
Yeah, he's surfing incredible. He's flowing really well with the waves, and that's one thing that you can note. Besides the barrel he got in the beginning of the heat, he has so much flow right now at Sunset Point, and he's timing, as Brett mentioned before. It's clicking for him. It's all coming together, and he looks really good on his boards. I love the way he's surfing, and I don't feel like he's peaking too early either. So he's going to look strong throughout the rest of this event.
Yeah, you know what? Jack has put a lot of work in that. He's always charged, and he's always had an air game. And he's really worked on his turns and that connectivity over the last, handful of years, which is what, got him on the tour. But now, in these waves of consequence, it's paying off. This is a good-looking wave right here, Joe.
Coming down to this, needs an 8.83. Nat Young connects with one section, and he's unable to back it up. 14 seconds to go. Wave behind it is setting up for Robinson as he'll enjoy this victory lap into the beach. Beautiful down carve for Robinson. Always looked strong when he started off in the barrel on his 7.33, and he'll just put on a show with an aggressive layback hammer to shut that one down. World number 1, Jack Robinson, gets a little bit more room on the rankings as he heads into semi-final number 1 here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Griffin Colapinto takes down probably the apex predator in surfing, Gabriel Medina.
I've been putting so much time into this wave, and Hawaii in general, to feel it come together on that is like a really special moment for me.
Here we go, Ethan Ewing. Beautiful gouging turn. 9-point ride. Ewing again, excellent at Sunset.
I just managed to lock into a really good wave.
It's really hard to sit still when you've got a matchup like this. At the quarterfinal stage, Ethan Ewing takes on Griffin Colapinto here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach for a shot into the semifinals. How good is this? Ethan versus Griffin, both had slow starts result-wise at Pipeline. Here in a quarterfinal head-to-head for the first time at the championship tour level. We remember a big event for these two that started right at the beginning of 2017. It was the World Junior Championships at Kiama. Ethan closed the door on Griffin pretty convincingly as Griffin was chasing down air sections. I think Colapinto had a big full rotator against Finn McGill the heat before and stuck to that game plan, finished runner-up in that junior series. But now we've had a few years to wait for this to happen on the championship tour. Can't wait to get this one started, Megan.
Oh my gosh, you have two of the best frail surfers on all of the tour going head to head and perfect right point break, basically. It's a point break. Sunset Beach is a point break today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like, these guys are good friends, but I think they're the biggest competitors. These guys want to beat each other bad. And, you know, Griffin's probably got the little better air game, as we're going to see right here.
This was that junior final we were talking about.
But, you know, he's probably one of my favorite, but so is Ethan. And when you look at the waves today, the carving manner, sometimes Ethan's just a little knifier, maybe. So maybe you give him the edge. I'm probably giving him a little the edge. But Griff can do that. I just don't know if the conditions will serve it up.
Oh, I love looking back there. You're younger. They're Groms. This is the goal. They want to join big names like Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, all the great World Junior champs that won it before. It was Ethan's day, and this started a great rivalry. And you know, they share the same major sponsor for a very long time. That recently shifted, but they'd often be hanging out in each other's backyards. I remember cold mornings on the San Clemente Pier, just having a cup of coffee. They're battling, you know, in just closeout sections, going blow for blow. They've been waiting for this for a really long time. Let's now hear from world number one. Jack Robinson is with AJ.
Jack Robinson looking very comfortable in that yellow leaders jersey. No intention of giving it up anytime soon. Talk us through the way you started that heat. Nice little barrel.
Yeah, it was fun. Nat was hassling at the start. We were both like in each other's skin, so I was like, okay, let's just try and get moving, you know, catch waves. And then that wave came, and I was like, okay, stoked, because it's hard to find like barrels, even though it does barrel at the point. It's like quite tricky, you know. So yeah, stoked, and just try to find my rhythm. Yeah.
How much does it how much confidence does it give you that you've found that rhythm when you find a wave like that to start the heat?
It's good for sure, but also you have to be like ready to come from behind at any moment too, because I know it only gets harder every heat. So it's like, yeah, if you can just try and have that on tap, then it's good.
It does look like you're really in rhythm this morning. How are you feeling heading into semifinals?
I'm good. I was feeling super good this morning. Didn't really surf the last couple of days, so I got a lot of energy, and yeah, just ready to go back out soon.
We'll look forward to seeing it in semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jack Robinson doing a great job. Sometimes you see surfers wear yellow and it feels like they're scared of dropping something. There's some pressure that comes with it when they maybe get too much into the hype in the media. Not for Robinson. This was his last wave, throwing down a 7.4. A 7.43 right before the buzzer to turn in one of the best combined totals of finals day, Megan.
Yeah, I mean, he was just on this morning. He was on the best waves, utilized and maximized every single wave to his advantage in the barrel, on the face. So I love the, just again, his flow and how he's like reading. He's picking the best wave of every set as well, which is not easy to do out there today.
Staying cool in yellow sometimes can be really challenging, but not for Jack Robinson. He wants to stay in yellow. We've got some situations unfolding. If Jack goes on to make the final, he'll be in yellow heading into Europe. If he goes down in the semifinals, then we could bring Caio Ibelli and Joao Chianka into the yellow jersey conversation. They'd have to go on to win the event if Jack would to go down in semifinal number 1. We'll keep you posted. Ethan Ewing versus Griffin Colapinto here. Australia, Stradbroke Island versus San Clemente, California. Same age. Skill sets, maybe you'd lean towards Griffin being more of a favorite in big hollow conditions. But when it comes carve to carve and linking together flow with huge maneuvers, definitely lean towards Ethan with the edge. Agree or disagree, Brett? You feeling that so far?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think everyone's a fan of Ethan. Both these guys, everyone's a fan of. I think they're probably the two new, middle, what are they? Mid-20s, 24, 25. Most of the Groms, these guys are at the top of the list that I talk to. And for different reasons, for, like you said, he's just searing carves, the connectivity. It's a bit of Mick, bit of Andy, where Griff's kind of got that Julian with a little bit of Parco. So there's kind of these, they've taken from the greats and they've redone it all. They've revamped kind of surfing in a way. But I think in these waves, I lean a little towards Ethan. I thought last year he was a favorite. And the waves actually got like this a little bit, which it's a little trickier on that in-between kind of size. But Griff's holding the deep spot right now, so he's aggressive. And he might be the bit more of the aggressor in this heat.
Still scoreless, but a lot going on. We'll dive into that a little bit further in just a moment. We have Katie Simmers, though, from earlier with AJ.
Katie Simmers coming off her best CT result of the season, of your life so far. What are you taking away from this quarterfinals appearance here at Sunset?
I don't know. I'm definitely not too happy, but yeah, I'm happy for Carolina. It was a really close heat, and yeah, it was really stressful heat, and I don't know. I feel like I kind of just maybe got a little unlucky at the end of those two waves. I thought the second wave was going to be better, and then the first wave ended up having a little wall, but yeah, hopefully just, I don't know, do bigger turns on the sections next heat or something. But yeah, in Portugal, hopefully we're just getting tubed the whole time. So hopefully we're getting super tubed.
I mean, that's the ideal thing, and I know you never want to lose. You always want to win the all the way to the end. But for you, how much does this fire you up for Portugal?
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to lose by that little. Or I don't know how close it was, but I feel like it was pretty close. But yeah, it doesn't feel good, so definitely want to do better at the next one. So, yeah.
Well, we'll look to see you in Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes what hurts makes you stronger, right? And for Katie to have a sting right now, hopefully that turns into that fire that we're hoping to see in Portugal. One of the most favorite surfers to come on tour in a long time, and it was incredibly close with a great long-time rivalry to enjoy. Caroline Marks got the wave at the end, Megan.
Yeah, that was a good display of surfing that they both did, but I think there in the end, Caroline she really surfed super smooth and controlled what Richie Porta was alluding on this morning, that control, and she really took that, her backside technique. It looked really good at the end there. I think that was the difference there in the end of the heat.
I agree, because she had the 7, which was probably the turn of the heat, and there wasn't much more after that, couple cutties, and then the last wave, I don't think Katie made a mistake. Her wave was maybe a little better, but for the backhand, Caroline was able to kind of, do the cutty, and the thing doubled up perfect, and she got those 2 turns, and that was the difference.
So looking forward to the semifinals. Caroline will have Gabriella Bryan in semi 2 for the women. Molly Picklum has Tyler Wright as the women's side continues. This is quarter 2. A lot of anticipation on this heat. Ethan Ewing versus Griffin Colapinto. Pete, really interesting. There was a great set at the in between last heat and this heat starting, and it looks like the current's pulling these guys up the point.
So you know if it's the current, it's really positioning. And funny that Ethan has conceded to Griffin the inside position, but I'll say that he's been pushing him back, and that's what you can kind of do is you can paddle towards him. And they were deep, and they are deep. They've come back now, but there was 2 sets actually that slipped underneath in this heat. They weren't really necessarily the best positioned waves, but they were waves, and they had a good long line on them. But I just love kind of the cat and mouse that happens. But at this point in time, Ethan's just saying, hey, you know what? I'm not going to paddle you up the point. There is no restarts too, which is something that's kind of unique to today too. Is that usually we would, if we go to 10 minutes, we have a restart, but not today. We have time constraints. We got to get it done, so no restarts.
Thank you, Pete, for the insight. Yeah, there's a lot to tell in a story when you have no scores and two young guns trying to battle for a spot in the semifinals. This is for everything. Bragging rights since they were little kids competing for junior titles. They're not giving each other an inch. We'll see who finally gets a start. I mean, for Ethan, he's really focused on preparing with purpose for the championship tour. As we see Toledo, defending world champ, preparing for Kaiwa Belly coming up next.
Maybe I'm too fat. No. Everybody's running.
It's looking strong, I'd say.
He was. They were giving him time. They were giving him a little crap because he wasn't fit. He was a bit tight. He said he thought he might have been a little overweight, but he's actually looking good. He looks strong as ever right now.
He's great, man. And you know, he might not be the guy on Instagram posting his training. You know, he might not be that where he's having someone punch him in the stomach like Italo doing pull-ups at the same time, but he does a lot of cool training programs in San Clemente with some pro skaters like his good buddy Roni, who's been in the X Games. They do a lot of crazy breath work and really surf purposeful moves to prepare for the title showdown. But I like how loose Toledo's feeling when he's checking in, having a laugh. That's a dangerous sign for Kaio.
Yeah, and you know what, too, with these two surfers that we're seeing in the lineup, is neat to show that flashback because they've both packed on about 25, 30 pounds, and they're really strong. This morning, we were all up here, and Griffin, I know that Ethan's got his rail game just on point. It's hard to beat him on the rail, really, but Griffin was surfing phenomenally this morning. Like, I was watching, and I'm like, okay, 2 9s for me. Like, you know, just surfing incredibly well, and I think the reason why he is where he's sitting in the lineup was because he did spend a good amount of time this morning free surfing.
Yeah, he did. Griffin had a great warm-up, and Ethan's been the talk of the town since the 9 he dropped in the opening round. I caught up with 3-time world champ Mick Fanning, who's won out here before, and he just said, I just want to quote Tommy Whitaker, pure lines, pure technique, so pure. That's all he kept saying. He just loved the purity of Ethan's approach. 2012 world champ Joel Parkinson joined the conversation, and he just says, Ethan's a guy, I just don't want to miss his surfing. I don't want to miss any of his heats. He feels uninhibited when he surfs, and for Joel Parkinson's eyes, he's not trying to model anyone else. He sees his own individuality come out when he competes, and he absolutely loves that. Joel went on to say how much the approach has changed out here since he was the favorite at Sunset for all those years, and really loves how Ewing just fit the system so well. He couldn't believe that his first time to a CT event is when he put the jersey on. You know, most surfers have kind of been around these big events, watching, shadowing how they prepare. Ethan had never been to the one there in person, drops a 9 in his first heat at Snapper Rocks, and it just showed how much he was going to show the world very, very soon.
Yeah, he's so modest, humble. He's very quiet. He's not going to, like, come out. Where Griff's a little more bubbly and fun and kind of will come and talk to you, Ethan's kind of stays in his lane, does his thing. He didn't matter if he, you know, whatever he's doing, he's just kind of, he's quiet. But his surfing is kind of like that. It's just so sleek, and here we go. We're underway.
Finally getting started. 15:50 left on the clock, and that's the first turn, first start for Colapinto, and it's an absolute hammer of a closeout hack. So made the move. I feel like that was worthy of the cause there.
Wow, anybody else probably would have just like kicked out with that oncoming section. That was incredible that he hung on to that. Not just hung on, he just belted it.
Well, if you're going to drop in on a closeout, do this. That was amazing. Yeah. They're up. They're almost to the Turtle Bay having a Mai Tai, and he just dropped in on that and went bang. I mean, this is going to be a good score.
Hollow, critical section, attacking it with authority. And then this nice little fluffy airdrop to show that he had so much control. Well done, Colapinto.
So late. And did you see how shallow it was where he actually landed off that lip there? I mean, that's the shallowest part of the reef right there.
He would have had to pencil down and hit a coral head that's like 2 feet deep. It's shallow up there.
You know, you have a buddy and they're surfing out here on a day like today. You're actually recommending kicking out.
Yeah, don't do that. Or come over here a little bit. Stay right on the edge.
What a move for Colapinto. As we see the Surfshark Hawaiian Water Patrol on the pickup for Griff, taking advantage of that on the back of the Red Bull ski, and he'll be preparing for a nice battle with Ethan Ewing in the back end. They battled about positioning for the first half. No restarts in these 30-minute heats in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this will be interesting because I like the utilization of the ski to kind of get your rhythm, get back in position. They were really deep. Now Ethan's going to have to paddle over and kind of find his rhythm and where he wants to sit, which looks like he's fine. He's kind of comfortable where he's at. Griff's going to come back around, and the pressure's going to be on. You know, Ethan can't afford to make a bad decision on this next wave if it comes and when.
So great. So true, Brad. And it's always great to have the Surfshark Hawaiian Water Patrol on hand for this event. You know, while you ride the wave, Surfshark takes care of your surfing online. Make your digital experience a perfect 10, while Surfshark fights off hackers, trackers, and viruses in your way. Griffin now setting things up. That's Tommy Whitaker, his coach.
I mean, Joe, the bar is set,
now.
right? Look at that, 6.17 for one turn. The bar is set. That's incredible.
Like the rides out the window. Word, big turns, big scores.
And you think about this wave at Sunset, it's been through every change you could think about in judging criteria. We talk about how cool it is that Duke Hanamoku's honored this year in the WSL Champions Trophy. And the first Duke event back in '65 had some classic memories, introducing a really cool criteria that we'll talk about in a moment. We'll take a break. Griffin, one move, 617 has the lead.
This is our community, this is where we live, this is where I've grown up, and it means a lot for them to be here supporting this and bringing everyone around here back to what it means to be connected to the land.
What we kind of formed here is these little islands, and the idea is to create habitat for the birds to nest. So thanks for helping us out to restore this today. Appreciate it.
Yeah. You know, Hawaiian land is so special and it's so prestigious and unique, so we want to keep it that way.
It's our job and, you know, our responsibility to give back and to connect with each other. We're stronger together.
I'm gonna go plan one for Larry.
The WSL grant will really help to provide funds to get a compost machine to reduce food waste around the North Shore.
Tell us what you're doing by posting on social media with the hashtag WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure in your post.
We are one ocean!
WeAreOneOcean.org. How cool is that? Everybody helping out for the good cause, to save our environment, to keep it intact for future generations. Jack Johnson does a lot for this community. Also shreds, absolutely rips every single chance he gets, and always has a smile watching the world's best. It's fun when you see Jack run by. I'm trying to ask him about music. He's trying to ask me about the tour. And we're trying to like interrupt each other to get back on topic. But he is a huge surf fan, loves watching heats, and I think he's already on the road doing his tour. We wish him the best on that tour around the world, but also educating us all on how to make this world a better place.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to join that day, and it was super cool. You had a lot of the athletes there, a lot of people, just giving a helping hand, and learned a lot. I learned a lot how that part of the ecosystem and where everything kind of flows, and it really helps, keep all that dirty runoff water from going into the ocean. They can kind of trap it and grow its own little ecosystem, which was really cool to learn.
Love it. Ethan Ewing, meanwhile, still scoreless. Remember, Colapinto threw down one single turn, 6-1-7 before we went to the break. Let's see where AJ's enjoying the action.
We are over here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach merch tent, and you guys have got to get over here. It's finals day, last day to get your official 2023 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach merch. Look at these graphics. I have been seeing this stuff all over Oahu, and it makes sense when you look at the designs. It's so cool. You can get a jersey over here as well, some hats, some Pura Vida bracelets, so no reason not to make your way down to the Hurley Pro merchandise tent. We got WSL gear, we got Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Make your way down, you guys, because I'm telling you, this stuff is going very fast.
Thank you, AJ. That is awesome to pick up a WSL jersey and show us who you're rooting for. And if you're not here locally, you can always go on WSLstore.com. Brett, what was your jersey number?
48.
Was that your dad's
For
number?
Dad, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Brett's dad played in the NFL, so that was an awesome number for you to have.
Yeah, I just thought, hey, we're both in a professional sport. I admire him. I love him, and that was just kind of a tribute to him. Here we
As
go.
we get into action here, opening ride for Ethan Ewing. Attacking that first section, stays on his board. Little wrapping turn off the top for Ewing. Lays it down, an aggressive layback, but he'll end up losing momentum on the third decision. Maybe just felt he needed to start.
Well, he was out there, Megan, for what, 22 minutes? No waves ridden, and the timing, I will say, that wave was hard to ride, but the timing was a little bit off.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brett. I think there was his second turn. He maybe kind of went into it a little bit too early. But that can happen out at Sunset, and even his last turn, I think it just fattened up a little bit too early.
Let's break it down again at the start of this wave. What happened here, Brett?
Yeah, it looks good. Everything's right. Down the line speed, snaps it right there. And then this one maybe went a little deep, gets caught right there. Then the moment where he could be getting something there, he goes a little bit flat, he jams it, and the wave kind of dies out. So that was the tricky part. His board kind of, I don't know what you call it right there, kind of wavered a little bit. And then he does the little check where if he could have been turning there, would have been a big key moment.
Yeah, waited maybe another second, right, Brett?
He just had so much flow, and that's the type of surfer he is. He doesn't like too much downtime in between. It's in and out of transition. And, that was a tricky wave to ride, but Griff on a bomb.
Off the bottom, big approach. Colapinto squares up and crushes the first section. Nice clean wind up for the fading cutback. Big bowl on the inside. He'll hit it off the top. He's been solid on his feet from his free surf this morning. Straight through this battle with Ethan Ewing. He's created some space on this inside section. Bowling up, he'll chuck the fins and shows that he's in control. Sneaking in variety, he'll punch it out into reverse, and he'll lose the handle on the final move. But a job well done for Colapinto, putting all kinds of pressure on his good buddy and good rival in Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, that was a great wave, and that's going to back up his, it's his best wave of the heat. So Ethan, could be in that combination high 9-10 point ride situation with 5 minutes to go. It makes it a little bit tricky, and it looks like Griff's going to get on the ski, get back out there. Here's a wave right here. Ethan looks like a bigger set wave over towards kind of the bowl, like actual proper sunset. But the fins kind of wavered again, and then he goes huge carve right there. And then another one. So two different style waves, but both had, big moments.
Interesting, too, just to notice how his board's kind of been wobbly on some of those big bottom turns where we talk about purity, so much control. you're starting to think, is it coming down to the wrong board for the day, or is he trying to force too much, feeling the pressure of finals day?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's so much the pressure, but we can see it here. It's almost on this like first bottom turn right here. Yep. He looks like he's just a little bit out of sorts with his equipment at the moment. I mean, still throwing some great turns, as you can see there, but that first bobble, that's going to hurt him a little bit on his scoreline right here.
Especially at Sunset Beach. This is where he enjoyed his first CT semifinal last season, but this is the rhythm that Griffin Colapinto's been in, Simpo.
Yeah, jams it in the pocket right there. So a little different style, a little shorter, but throws a bucket. And then this is where he's so patient. That's what kind of I thought Ethan should have been on his wave a little bit more so. And then this inside was just, we used to call it milking it, but he's doing finners, little wraps. Right here, he kind of does a little fun little disco slide. Boom, kicks it out right there. And then goes into this inside and like almost pulls, a full rote almost.
Yeah, he's really figured out, Brett, the recipe out here at Sunset. As you can see, just his timing for the turns. He's right that huge snap in the pocket, but look, he doesn't waste any time getting into the next section here, and just every place that his board is going on the wave is in perfect positioning. But right here, I love this. He doesn't overdo it, is getting speed with his turn. So I just really think he's figured out the recipe for success at Sunset right now with his timing.
Joe, is it safe to say you can't be successful at Sunset without having a layback in your repertoire?
I like where you're going with that. I mean, it works in a lot of places too.
Yeah.
When that lip is sort of disappearing on you, you can sneak in even like a lean back.
There's so many different sections for it. Like you have to have the big rappy style surfing, but a lot of times those big oncoming sections are coming at you, and 9 out of 10 times you hit it, you get exploded. Usually if you can get up there early, you can kind of lay back it, and it's a little safer, but it throws spray, it looks dynamic, so you gotta have it.
It's useful. And I think sometimes you can get away with it sometimes. It could be a smoke screen at times when you watch how far the board moves, but it's also very reliable on this wave. A great point there. Colapinto uses it well. 617, 733. Ewing now needs an 8.17. And once Griffin got his first wave, Ethan was really sticking to his position. He didn't actually move at all. Stayed up the point and kept him too deep for that wider peak, which was kind of interesting. I think sometimes you're looking at your time, Megan, and going, hey, I've got to sit this out, rely on my decision making so you don't find yourself paddling across the entire lineup.
Yeah, he's almost playing a little catch up, right? Kind of not in the exact proper spot in the lineup, so he's playing catch up while he's surfing. But Ethan's super deadly out here. As soon as he figures out exactly where to sit and his positioning, hopefully he has another shot here.
Yeah, he doesn't have much time. He's looking right here, a smaller one.
Coming down to this, Ethan Ewing needs an 8.17. There's the wrap, and that one slows him down right on that crumbly section. He's going to try to just throw anything into the inside, and this is a tough heat for Ewing.
I think he knew his, with a minute left, I think he kind of felt the pressure. That could have been, one of those waves where you just go to maybe come in. I don't know. It's frustrating.
Question marks, right?
Yeah,
when you're going, okay, what started on the beginning? Was it the battle that got him out of rhythm with Griffin? They're going way up the point.
I think he would have liked to surf more. Obviously, most guys do. You want to get out there, get going. And when you go 22 minutes without a wave, every little decision and then not capitalizing, his best case scenario on that first wave, he was, like Meg said, playing catch up, and Griff was starting to get on some better waves. And
when you've got a favorite in the heat, if you can get them off their rhythm, if you can keep them off the best waves, that seems to be a solid game plan that definitely Colapinto really exposed there.
Yeah, and he really had a game plan out there. He knew where he was going to sit. I think it carried on from his free surfs this morning.
As we look at these two into the countdown, first of hopefully many matchups on the Dream Tour. The very first one goes in favor of the Californian. Griffin Colapinto moves on to the semifinals. Exciting day of action continues with Toledo taking on Kaiwi Belly coming up next.
Make or break. Catch it on Apple Plus TV. First 4 episodes up right now and up and riding. Defending world champ Felipe Toledo. Looking sharp on the sharp eye with some sharp rail turns. Coming through the inside section here. Glides through that and just a little foam climb to back that up. Just going to stick with this wave. Coming through to the valve section here at Sunset Beach. Smooth on rail. And a nice flow for his opening ride. Felipe Toledo up against Kyle Ibelli, who's taking off right now. Ibelli on the rusty. Big arc for the Brazilian. And a little busy work there on the inside. Glides to the top. One more time. And some dynamic surfing by Kyle Ibelli, who's been on a roll again here on Oahu's North Shore. Ibelli tic-tacking to the inside. Smashes it. Needs a little bit more. And Kyle Ibelli gets the finish right there on the Val's Reef section, looking for the Red Bull jet ski pickup for Kyle Ibelli. Hi, I'm Kaipo, along with my friends Peter Mel and Strider Wazalewski. Peter, this is a great heat.
It is. You know, these two Brazilians have been on point this start of the season, especially Kyle. I mean, I think his versatility going from Pipeline to Sunset Beach, and he's been a standout, Strider, I mean, at both events.
He's a cave hunter. He's always in the barrel, and then right there, he just showed us that he can do it in the lip line. I feel like he was going to get the better of the exchange on that opener.
Taking a look at our heat here. Quarterfinal, number 3. Felipe Toledo coming in on 5th on the leaderboard to the second stop of the championship tour. Kyle Ibelli had a semifinal finish back-to-back years at Pipeline for the opener. And so it's 25 minutes on the clock on the countdown. Strider, who do you think's got the advantage on this? First, let's just look at this replay. Felipe Toledo, Strider.
Yeah, nice, quick surfing right here out of Felipe. The wave kind of laid down, so this was, his kind of closeout turn, so to speak, that we saw out of the two surfers. And I feel like Kyle kind of getting the better of it. He got a better opening carve, I felt like. Then he had a 2-for-1 in here where he hits the lip, gets up into the lip line, and then finishes really strong. So I feel like this is, a better wave for Kyle on the opening exchange.
And you are right. So Kyle Ibelli, we're watching this replay, Peter. This is a 7-1-7 for Ibelli, and Felipe Toledo opened up with a flat 6.
Yeah, and it's a point, 1 point, a little over a point. And then, in a heat like this, and we saw that last heat, it was pretty quiet there for a middle portion of it. So this was a really important exchange. I mean, we hope to see that there's lots of waves, but if you're going to take anything from that last heat, there's moments where they're going to be sitting there waiting for waves.
Yeah, Strider, we called it, I've been calling it a time bandit here at Sunset Beach. So a quick start seems like it's crucial for success out here.
I feel like, the heat prior with, Griffin and his Ewing was that they were just paddling each other up the point, and they wanted to just, assert themselves as the dominant in the heat. And now these guys actually letting the heat fly, and right away getting waves, and that just gives you more entertainment, if you ask me.
And right away establishing priority with Felipe Toledo. Here's the score, the first score for Toledo and all the judges' numbers, Peter.
Yeah, good average. You have 5 judges up there. Every one of them put down a score, and you knock off the high and the low, and that's the average there, 6.0. It happens every single wave gets judged just like this. They have a criteria, and there's elements within the criteria, and within that criteria, every spot kind of has some emphasis. And this is one of those places that emphasizes surfing on the face with big rail turns. You want to see those, they're going to get moments of steep, critical sections, and that's when you have to hit your, there's a lot of times it'll lay flat. Keeping the flow through those flats, and then being the perfect time when those actual vertical sections come your way, you got to capitalize.
Well, these two have met in the past 3 times. These two have matched up in head-to-head competition. And in those matchups, it's been all Toledo. 3 times versus 0 for Kyle Ibelli. So looking at history, Toledo may have a slight advantage, but that was yesterday. Today's today.
So true. It really is. I mean, and Kyle's got to be thinking that exactly too, right? And want one back. A little light, a little fire.
Well, the reason why that went, Kyle's way on that first exchange was because he got a better wave. And once you see Toledo on a better wave, it's going to be mind-blowing, because I saw him yesterday down off the wall when everybody was having their warm-ups, and he just got this one wave, absolutely destroyed it, and just made this huge separation in surfing.
Hey, Griffin Colapinto, you're in the semis.
Yes, he is. On to the semifinals, Griffin. That was a relatively slow heat, but you made the most of the opportunities you had. What were you looking for?
I was looking for those waves. Like, there was an insane set right when Jack and Nat's heat ended. It was like almost in between heats. So I was like kind of thinking, oh, one of those would be nice, you know, but then that just took all the energy out, and I don't think I got my first wave till there was like 15 minutes left or something. So kind of had to like adjust your standards, and yeah, and then I ended up getting a 6 and got the ball rolling.
What are you telling yourself in the water as the heat's rolling on? Like, at what point did you say, I got to adjust my strategy?
It was kind of like, oh, well, the next like scoreable wave that comes through, I'm going on it. So that's kind of it.
And I know you were disappointed with the way that Pipe finished, but you've come into Sunset with a head full of steam, just attacking every single heat. What did you do between now and then to get ready?
Yeah, when I lost at Pipe, it was like a really, not only did I lose, but it was like a really bad loss. Like, if you go watch that heat, I'm like going on every closeout and like going over the falls and like looking right, looking left, and then like going down hard, and like for me, like that's just a reflection of like where I'm at mentally. And so like after that, I really like had to reflect a lot on like how I was acting around the event and like the person I was being and stuff. And I realized that like I really wasn't having fun and I wasn't enjoying myself at all. It was like everything I did was like going towards, oh, I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna do better in the contest. I'm gonna like, everything was for that, when like I realized if I'm just like doing what's fun right now, whatever is going to make me feel good right now, is like that's the best thing I could do for myself. So I kind of changed to that, and ever since then I've just been able to be myself and like way more happy. And yeah, so that's the cool thing about these contests, is it's just like such a reflection of yourself in that moment. So we get to learn a lot doing these comps.
It's a lot of fun to see you having fun in the water. We'll see you in the semis.
All right, thank you.
All right, we got some catching up to do. During that interview, we saw Kyle Ebeli find a cavern here, Pete.
Yeah, right off the point, the super shallow point. And just no exit, though. He tried getting everything he could, all the speed.
Strider Felipe Toledo, though, he came back in this exchange. His wave 2 for Toledo.
Hucking it in the corner. We said it. You see him on a good wave, you're going to see that surfing, and there it is. Beautiful rail, just searing through the water. I mean, that was incredible surfing. Look at this turn right in the pocket, powering off that back, then sets the rail and then releases down for the next one. I mean, this is just precision surfing. Look at this. Drops the wall, it pushes super hard on that back foot, pushing the fins out, then regaining composure, right back into a beautiful flaring turn on the inside to finish. So that is some championship tour surfing right there. That's some world title surfing right there.
Yep, that's some excellent surfing from Felipe Toledo as we look at the judges' numbers, and they're all excellent so far, Pete. Just waiting for judge number 2.
Wow, what a way, you know, to start a heat with a 6 just to get warmed up and then just go out there and post an 8.67. But you think about what his style and approach, you talk about speed. Those transitions between those 3 turns, I mean, wave helped him to do it, but ultimately his surfing was exceptional today. That's the type of surfing those judges over there want to see, and it's quite obvious by the score.
Strider, given today's conditions and the way that things are setting up, looks like Felipe Toledo could be the favorite.
I love it. I mean, I just love how fast he was surfing, and we talked about it a little bit before, but you know, given the opportunity, you're going to get to see some of the fastest, most precise surfing in the world. And the thing that I love about competition for these guys is, you know, maybe on the amateur ranks and coming up into competition, you're going to see guys going for completion. And, you know, progression is happening right in front of you, in your eyes out here at this level in heats. And that's the kind of stuff that just really gets me riled up, to see progressive, incredibly fast surfing, you know, in heats.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo looking sharp on that Sharp Eye surfboard. For more on equipment, let's have a Hurley board breakdown with AJ.
Kaipo, I got a chance to catch up with Felipe's coach before he went out in the water, and he was telling me that Felipe, on a different board than that magic board that we've seen him riding on this entire competition, he took a 6.2 and a 6.3 out into the water today. You really see the sharpness in those turns in the beginning of this heat. So he left the magic board on the beach, but maybe put a little bit of magic on that board because his kiddos were helping him wax it up before he hit the water.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo riding a 6.7 previous to this, and Koa and Mahina, Felipe's son and daughter, helping dad prepare for a day in the office, Peter.
I want to say those things look absolutely and pure and fresh. Do they even have wax on them? Those look like brand new boards.
Well, the kids are making sure there's lots of grip for dad, and they got to be proud of dad right now.
But
with
just
an
taking out a board that
8.67.
he probably hasn't even ridden.
I love it. Put the-
Right on, right? That's a confidence in your...
Kids are rubbing the awesome sauce on there, getting, dad's gusto going. I love it. It's just, you know what? Family man, he's got his recipe. He's on fire. And in the water, it's translated.
It's going to be really hard to beat, especially if he surfs like that.
And, Peter, you're a board guy. The adjustment that he's made from previous days riding a 6.7 now to a 6.1 or 6.2, but the shapers are able to keep consistencies in the boards, correct? Even though the lengths are different.
Yeah, I mean, you're building for Hawaii, and you know that those types of boards. And that's the thing with Felipe. He's been with RCO for so long now that, like, there's a rockers that he knows and he likes and he loves for Hawaii. He transitioned them from your 6.1 all the way to your 6.10s. Ultimately, I bet you he doesn't have a much bigger board than 6.8. For competition at Pipe and Sunset. But man.
Pinga's giving an update to Joao Chianka in his matchup against Matthew McGillivray. So he's saying, like, see what Felipe is doing?
Pinga's been around.
McConaughey's here too. Let's cross the back.
Who?
Matthew
McConaughey's in the world, huh? Yeah, well, Matthew McConaughey. Why not? He's a surf junkie. He loves it.
Oh, boy. So 15 minutes, 45 seconds. Toledo with the lead over Caio Ibelli. Ibelli needing a 7.51. Here we go with Caio. Getting down the line, stuck on his toes for a while, and he knows that downtime strider is not going to equal the number he needs.
I just saw the missed opportunity to go cave hunting. He's been doing it this whole event, and he missed the barrel.
Yard
Played
short.
for the LA Dodgers right there and didn't pull in. That was tough for me to watch. I mean, obviously, getting into that way was a little tougher, but look at this. I feel like if he would have just grabbed the wall, stuck it under the hood right here, he would have been inside the tube, but that little chandelier got in his way. And then watch this thing breathe, opens up, and then it just huffs out the end. I mean, that was a beautiful hollow section. Unfortunately, he can't negotiate into it, and he's just going to kick out.
Great pickup strider. That was, to your point, a missed opportunity for Caio Ibelli. Now he's behind priority with Felipe Toledo. Toledo with heat control, the lead, and priority, Pete.
I will say, though, 7.17 is a pretty good score, right? It's, we haven't seen, he's in the heat.
He's not out of this by any means, and if he can find himself a little nugget and get himself that barrel and come out and do some of that same surfing he got the 7 on, he'll be right in it. This is a great battle.
Caio under priority is going to look at that one, decides not to go. 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Maybe one more wave coming through here.
We're fortunate that the trades did kind of predominantly, and this morning there were some clouds over there on the Waianae Range, right, which almost kind of feels like they could get some south flow, but definitely trades are in the
barrel this time, and out Caio Ibelli. So taking note of that last wave, now he's going to have to combo it up. Got a short tube ride, needs something dynamic inside here. He's going to be swinging for a 7.51 and no more opportunity in front of him. So we're going to lean on that barrel for the score, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, he adjusted, realized that he had himself a wave that he can get tubed on. He was under priority. So, he slides right into this thing, gets himself, pulls it up under the hood, stays nice and deep, comes out for a cutback. So he does do some great surfing on that wave, but I feel like, it just let him down a bit. He didn't have that finishing turn. He needs to come up with a big slam on the end of one of these waves in order to put the exclamation point on it. So he's not going to get the score he wants.
Yeah, Belly needing that combo, right? Needing that opportunity for that wave to connect to the inside. Some waves coming through here. Felipe Toledo on the hunt. He just had an up and out. He remains in the lead. We're still waiting for Kaitlyn Belly's last score. Toledo behind the boil here at Sunset Point. Winds up. Glides through that first section. Some froth to deal with. He kicks out. Doesn't like it. Waiting for Kaitlyn Belly's score. We'll be back with that score after this short break. More from Sunset on the way. Looking back at 2022 at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, where Felipe Toledo, after 10 years on tour, finally took out a world title. He was second in 2021, Peter, but 2022, it was all Felipe.
He surfs so well at this break of his. I call it his just because he lives in the same town, but his style and approach just matches it perfectly with the aerials, with the rail work, the speed that he does all of these maneuvers in. He just looks like the man to beat when you go to trestles.
That board too, I think it was that four-fin Sharp Eye with the Dark Arts technology on it, just was flying through the water. So hats off to Sharp Eye for coming through with a beautiful board that took him to a world title.
And we return with the numbers for Kaitlyn Belly on his last wave of 5.270. Belly still trailing Felipe Toledo, needing a 7.51. 77. It's a lucky number for Felipe Toledo. And we got some fans on the beach. Here's Kaitlyn Belly. And kind of a sleepy start for Kyle. Needs to do something big to get that number. There we go. Big snap off the top. Wave stands up, but catches a rail there and goes incomplete.
So sitting outside of priority there for Kyle, and making that choice. It looked like it had a little bit of extra water moving in on the point, and I think that's why he identified it and stayed with it. It just didn't give him that two-turn combo that he would have really, truly liked. It starts out and it flattens out a little bit, and then you can see he kind of eyes it down the line and loads up with some extra energy. You see him stalling on the tail because he wants to set it up and get the timing right. That was a nice turn, and then too late getting to this point. He kind of had to force it and get it up there because he saw how it was going to dissipate really quickly. This turn here, beautiful. This is the style of surfing that you want to see. Just do two turns like that in a row, and you can see excellent number.
It was a long time for Felipe Toledo to get that world title. I said 10 years on tour. And he's got that 77 on his jersey. One of the inspirations for that 77 is not only it's a biblical number, but it's also the number for the Corinthians Football Club that won the Sao Paulo State Cup in 1977 after a long period of getting nothing. So some inspiration there for Felipe Toledo.
It's deep, kind of.
And
good.
Thanks. Thank you to Bruno Bocuyuva from Brazil for some of the insights. So I got some intel actually from some great Brazilian surf announcers that have great minds and are really in touch with the scene there. That's clearly, a big deal in the way of surfing. I mean, we got
football.
Both are Brazilians right here
there,
in this
right?
quarterfinal. Yeah,
biggest sport there, obviously. Anytime you get to go to a game, I would suggest it. It's like no energy you'd ever feel.
Well, it flips. It's football. If they're not winning, it goes to surfing. It does, because they're always in for a world title. The Brazilians and I feel
but
like
there's also like within the country itself, there's a lot of pride there, which is what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course,
right?
100%.
Yeah, they're different. All the different states and stuff with their teams. Caio Ibelli, last year was a breakthrough year for Ibelli on the championship tour, and it included this 10-point ride, Peter, over at the Rio Pro.
We didn't see anything like this the whole event long, and he somehow found this beautiful gem on the bank up there at Itaúna. Mostly this wave is a left, but we saw a few more rights this season, and that was the best of it.
That's right. And this year, a 10 gets you a Tundra 110 from Yeti all year long for the men and the women. Haven't seen a 10 yet. We're waiting for one. Want to give away some Yetis, Strider?
We would love it. They've been, the 10s are hard to come by. They were pretty stingy with them. It was pretty close for John Florence at Pipeline. They didn't give it to him. And, out here, we're waiting for it. We've had some really amazing rides go down, but I agree, at Sunset, we haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, 9.83 for that ride from John Florence over at the opener at Pipeline. I almost feel like we owe him a Yeti.
Well,
it's all right. He's sponsored.
Away.
He's got one.
Yeah, he's got a couple. So.
Yeah, but
Christmas presents.
6 minutes remaining. Toledo in the lead with control, but look at the lines, Pete. This may be some opportunity for Caio Ibelli because Toledo can't block him from multiple waves.
This is the part where, as a surfer, and your read on where you're supposed to paddle, because you're coming up over the top and you're seeing the same thing we're seeing. A bunch of different lines. Where are they going to go on the point? Are they going to slide towards the channel? You have to make those decisions, those split-second kind of gut instinct decisions to which way to paddle. Set you up for positioning and choosing the wave, right? I mean, you want to be in the right spot.
Caio wants to go, but Felipe has priority, and here we go with Toledo. Double pump bottom turn and a flat section there. So priority switching to Caio Ibelli. Caio needing a 7.51. Caio eyeing up this one and decides to hang on to his priority strider with 5 minutes remaining.
That was a mistake. That wave looked like it was beautiful, had all that blue water, yet it laid down flat on the inside. So the door's wide open. Caio, you just saw him get a 10 in a venue where there were no 10-point rides. So he has the magic when it comes right down to surfing heats. He's a giant killer. He can do it. He's just so dangerous in a situation like this with priority. He's got the clock on his side to wait for a set. This is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, we know the grit of Caio Ibelli, don't we, Peter?
Yeah, he doesn't give up. No, I mean, I was fortunate enough to be able to go to the Quicksilver Pro France where we had the King of the Groms, and he was there. The star of the show was Gabriel Medina, but Caio Ibelli at that same age was fighting with, they were like battling in Brazil in their amateur days, let alone onto the King of the Groms when they were 12 years old, beating against each other. But they both showed world-class form, and sure enough, Gabriel took the win there, but Caio finished in second, and he was, one of the standouts, obviously.
Yeah, Caio did actually win a World Junior title in 2011. So, yeah, he's been around for a long time with big results, but it seems to me, Strider, that it's only been the last few years where Caio Ibelli's name has actually become a global name in surfing.
Yeah, and I feel like it's actually he's still due a little bit more recognition for his surfing that he's doing, because I feel like he's one of those guys that has been taking down these big names for years on end. He finds these amazing barrels. He's heat savvy is there, and yet feel like the American press hasn't really gotten a hold of him, which I would like to see.
Yeah, I concur. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Taking a look at Tyler Wright with a visualization warm-up. She's going to be faced up against Molly Picklum in the semifinals. Interesting warm-up, Pete.
Well, you know what else I saw when she was over there in that same little zone? She kind of took over the tent, and she literally took a nap. It was on the chair, it was out, just chilling right after heat. So she's definitely in the Zen mode, definitely utilizing that. All sorts of, saving energy. It's a big day. Finals day is always the biggest day of competition. You're surfing, if you're going to win the event, you're going to have to surf 3 heats. And fatigue definitely factors in. 2 heats, yeah, pretty much you can see no problem, but 3rd heat, it definitely can play a role. If you're not conserving energy, replenishing your body, hydrating, obviously doing the work outside of the jersey, all of those are for finals day, pays huge dividends if you're on point.
We just saw Kyle Belly take a lobster dive here, Strider.
Yeah, and it was kind of sold to him. His inside rail right there, you can see him just poking, the nose going under the water, and he goes over the handlebars. And it was unfortunate because now look at what we got out the back, guys.
Slash by the defending world champ, Felipe Toledo, looking sharp again, slicing through the water. And a confident Toledo, fist pump halfway through this ride. He's going to stick with this wave, look to see the connection into the valve section. Wave stands up for more for Toledo, eases that turn, reading the wave well with some jumbled water and a couple of soft banks there for Felipe Toledo all the way through, looking to replace his 6-point ride, taking this one to the beach, Peter.
Yeah, well, minute 30 to go. Well, there's no, go all the way back out. He's going to add to that 8.67. He's going to better the 6 pretty easily, right? And he's pretty much stamped his way.
That's a G, Strider. This is a G move. He's coming straight up to the beach right now. Still time on the clock.
That's 100% P. Diddy leaving the car in the street going into the club. That was, straight out. It was sick. Watch this. I mean, he comes off the bottom and just straight sears through a turn like nobody else. I mean, the way that board fit in the curve of that wave was unbelievable.
Yeah, the tightness of the arc.
Yeah, he's got that tail rocker that Zuvi's doing in those boards. If you look at them, they've got mad flip in the tail, and it's maybe the same amount of rocker, but the flip is where I think that Zuvi's getting the edge on everybody else right now. And Sharp Eye Surfboard's coming through for Toledo right there, and that was beautiful work. He's going to put the nail in the coffin, and he's going to come to the beach because he's going to leave his opponent out there needing like a 9.51 or something like that at least, and it's going to be tough for Kayo to get that.
One more time. I mean, look at the first turn, and that's always the highest impactful turn, right? That's the most critical section. It's the biggest part of the wave, so that's why it's going to be more critical. And of course, just identified that it was going to collect into the inside. There's the closeout hit. He's like, oh, it's all cool. Wait, there's some energy here. So he's going to stay with it and goes all the way to the beach.
All the way to an 8.4 on the beach, kissing the kids. Moving on into the semifinals. Felipe Toledo is going to be an equal 5th for Kyle Ibelli. What a quarterfinal. We got another one coming your way after this break. João Chianka, Matthew McGillivray, quarterfinal 4 on the way.
Welcome, surf fans, to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Beautiful gouging turn from Ethan around the corner again, flawless.
Bang!
Gora favoring these lefts and launching into the air. Wow.
Quarterfinal 4 out in the water here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Joao Chianka against Matthew McGillivray. Winner of this heat will be facing Felipe Toledo in the semifinals. And speaking of Felipe Toledo, let's hear from him. He just won the last heat in classic form.
Felipe, you waited until the final seconds to get that massive score at the end. What did you see in that wave that you knew you could take advantage of it?
I just been watching the waves all day, you know. I watched the girls from home this morning, and then I came down here. I was watching the boys. You know, I could really see which wave was, you know, the best one. Of course, sunset's always tricky. It doesn't matter if it's perfect or if it's hard. It's always going to be tricky. And the size that it is right now, it's kind of in between. You know, you either go all the way up to Sunset Point close to like backyards, or you're just like surf kind of closer to the bowl, but it's a shorter wave. So it's like trying to figure that out. And when I got my first wave, actually, I was able to have like a pretty good read of the lineup. And then I was just waiting for another one, you know, same as I got on the 8 point something that I got, 867. And I was just like, okay, I just need another one. And, you know, all the waves that I let go, I let Kyle go, I knew it was not going to be a really good one. It looked kind of short, you know, not much wall. And then that last one looked pretty good, looked pretty solid, you know, down the line. Second or third wave of the set too, you know, there's more water in the reef, just like filling in, and there's more push to it, you know, so we're not just doing turns all the way down. So I did like one big turn, and then I was able to get another, you know, closeout turn in that end section. And then, of course, bring it to the inside and finish it strong. So, yeah, strategy. It's pretty good.
I would say it was pretty good. It got you an 8.4. How much do you rely on just your championship experience that you know it doesn't matter as long as there's time on the clock, I can do what I need to do with the wave?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's something that I learned over the years, you know, just be patient, and the wave choice, it's a big thing too, and just be cold. You know, you got to be a nice man, you know, to play like that, to play the game. It's always tricky, you know. Boys over here, they just rip so hard that if you get in their hype, you're just gonna be like, okay, what do I do? Should I go on this one or should I not? You know, so you just like focus on the strategy and be cold. That's it.
Speaking of cold, the board that has been your magic board for Sunset, you're not riding it today, went down in size to a 6.3. How did you like the feel of that?
Yeah, it felt really good actually. I rode the 6.3 when it was small and off the wall, and it felt pretty good. And then looking at the conditions today, you know, there's some waves that are kind of mushy, not like super steep, and it was like, oh, 6.3 is going to fit really good in the pocket. Yeah, felt good. But the 6.8, it's all nice again. Waiting for next year.
Okay, well, parabéns, you're on to the semifinals. Você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Quero sim, queria agradecer a todos pela torcida, amarradão de estar na semifinal. Feliz com a minha estratégia, com essa bateria. O Caio vinha quebrando o campeonato todo, com uma performance incrível. E hoje eu pude jogar melhor o jogo, a estratégia foi melhor e eu consegui vencer ele. Então estou feliz com mais um resultado bom e vamos para cima.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
So Felipe Toledo on to the semifinals, semifinal number 2, as we take a look at our brackets for the men. Semifinal number 1, Jack Robinson, Griffin Colapinto, the childhood friends are going to be dueling at Sunset Point. Felipe Toledo will come up against the winner of this quarterfinal. Toledo, this is the first semifinal he's made since the Rio Pro back in 2022. Of course, Felipe Toledo could be the danger man because he went on to win that event over there at Itaúna.
You look at the 8 surfers that were left in the draw, you know, there was the top 5 was represented almost pretty well there. But now you get a Griffin Colapinto who didn't have the greatest of starts, and now he's in the semis along with Jack, the yellow jersey, and Felipe. I mean, this is, start to see the separation to begin to happen at the top half.
Yeah, this is a story, right, Strider? This is just the pathway that you got to survive. It's a long path. You got to survive that mid-season cut. And then ultimately, you got to make your way to that final 5 if you want a chance at a world title.
Yeah, the Rip Curl finals, you know, you're going down again at lower trussels. And it's just, you know, you saw Griffin Colapinto was just outside of that the last year. And he was right there the year before. I feel like he's to me, Jack and Griffin are the 2 most well-rounded surfers on tour at the moment. And, you know, you got Toledo, just, he's so incredible. If he's in that top 5 going into trussels, it's you know, it's hard to look past.
Yeah, and if you think about it, though, I mean, Ethan was probably one surfer that could match, you know, at trestles. It didn't happen, but that's somebody who can match the style and approach and get the big numbers at trestles. Same with Griffin. I think if Griffin gets into that final 5, it's his backyard, right? So he's going to have the support of the entire town.
I think Griffin's a really good surfer, but I don't think he's on the same level at trestles as like a Toledo or a Griffin because his air game isn't as tight.
I'll let him hear that.
That's just the truth.
I would say there's some, I mean, Griffin's got some pretty mean airs, backhand and forehand.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Griffin is definitely the guy out there over Ethan. I don't think Ethan.
Oh, gotcha. I know. Okay. I thought you were talking about the. Now I understand.
Yeah, well, an interesting start to the season for someone like a Gabriel Medina as well.
Yeah.
You know,
Or
so,
Italo.
as well as Italo. Those guys are going to have to ramp it up in the
Pressure's
next
on.
3 events.
We're going to a place that Italo likes pretty well, though. I would say that going to.
Great memories.
Yeah.
From Super Tubos over in Portugal.
And same with Gabe.
Yeah. And again, a reminder, as we look at that mid-season cut, the surfers do get 1 throwaway. So, you know, you that first half of the year.
Not that many, is it? It's only 1.
Yeah, but you do have that one kind of gimme, you know. So the guys with the 17ths, that's going to be their throwaway as we look to that mid-season cut.
100%. And now, like, just say for in perspective, Griffin Colapinto, he's got that. You know, he's already thrown 1 away, so he has to perform each and every event coming up.
He's going to have good feelings, though, coming into Portugal because that's where he had his maiden CT win.
And he was punting.
Oh, can't wait.
Which is part of the game there. You need to barrel right there, and you need to know how to punt some airs. And that, you know, 'cause you never know what's going to go on shore.
Surfers are going to be changing their boards, Strider, ordering up all the wetsuits. Pack it up. Is a whole new game when we get to stop number 3 at Peniche.
It is, but you know what? That wave can reminisce pipeline and backdoor. That wave is just unbelievable when it's on. It is one of the most incredibly powerful hollow waves on a shallow sandbar. I mean, I've seen guys come in with just big raspberries across their face because they've just been scraped on the bottom there. A lot of power, really shallow, and you know it's going to be fun to watch.
Think about Josh Moniz and the injury he sustained. I mean, he broke his back there, so it's a powerful wave for sure.
Be very, very shallow, like Strider said. Well, slow start here. We're a third of the way through quarterfinal number 1 between Joao Chianka and Matthew McGillivray, and neither have caught a wave. Both of these surfers on Channel Islands. I think Joao's out there on a 6'2" Rook mod. It's 18 3/4 wide, 2 3/8 in thickness. And then I got the word that Matty, and unless he changed it last minute, maybe sticking with that 6'5" Proton.
You're right. That's exactly what it is. And just in talks of the rookie mod, right? It's one of the things that Britt Merrick has worked on with both these surfers, actually, is that they take a rocker that they really like, and then they turn it into they tweak it to go to their liking. And Joao's been working on that board with Britt now for about 2 years. And it literally is it's a different board. It's been changed, and Britt does it in the shaping room. He does it with just the subtlest little tweaks, and then they refine it after they figure out what the recipe is.
Well, it looks like the Proton's going to get this first go under the feet of Matthew McGillivray with a beautiful vertical turn to start off. Got the flow here through the inside. Right behind him, Joao Chianka. So an exchange happening between the 2 surfers. Chianka in the background going to town. McGillivray sticking to his wave in the foreground. And both surfers look like they're going to open up with a nice exchange. Attention to Joao Chianka Chumbinho, who has been absolutely inspired through this event. Kicking out a little early. He wants to get to the Red Bull jet ski first, Strider, and beat Matty out to the lineup.
Yeah, well, you know, the Surfshark Hawaiian Water Patrol, they're going to come in and pick him up, but he won't get back out there before McGillivray. So McGillivray will be back out there and get priority. But I will say, just looking at those two waves back to back, Joao Chianka just put a hammer down. That was just insane surfing, really fast, opened up, and really just, efficient in the lip line.
Both surfers got a good exchange to start this heat off, but wave number 1 compared to wave number 2, I mean, the opportunity on wave number 2 for Joao, it distinctly just had more energy. It moved down the reef. It was now we're going to see a paddle race. This is going to be a pretty good one, considering you've got, Joao is going to definitely give it his all.
Yeah, but he's on a 6'2".
And, 6'5" against long arm of Matt McGillivray, but you never know. Look, he's got a little extra rotation going.
Well, our party judge is taking a look at this.
We could talk it up if we want, but you know what? It's not going to happen. 6'5". Yeah. He's got a little girth in that.
Joao's even like, okay.
Joao's like, he's.
Hey, you got to save the energy too, right? I mean, we've got 20 minutes, but it's a big day.
Here's Matty, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, this first turn's beautiful. Nice vertical approach into it. Straight up, drifting, getting a little extra risk involved, but the wave just died out here, flattened out. He did get the finish move, which is very nice because this is what you have to have that start and the finish, which he got. But then we end up seeing what happens on Joao's wave. It just loaded up the entire time. Way more intense sections. Really loved how Matty surfs here, and I think that's always good to get that first exchange done. Although he's going to probably hear, how much point difference are you going to see between these two?
At least 2. Watch this. Off the bottom, straight into the lip, and snaps it hard. But then right here, he comes in for a second, gouges all the way back around. And holding that line is what the judges are liking. It stands up again. Woof! Big sweeping turn in the lip. He's not done yet. Bangs the layback jam, and he's done. That was just some efficient surfing where every part of that wave was utilized, and he knew it. He knew it as soon as he went through the motions.
Chianka with an 8.83 to start. He's back up and riding again under priority. Already has an excellent score. Joao skitters off the bottom, swoops off the top. A little release there by surprise for Chombinho, and that wave just dissipates. He will get his back up, but early advantage to Joao Chianka and Matt McGillivray. Foam on this face, layback, hack. It's going to just be one turn for Matt McGillivray.
Joao, in what he's been able to produce on day 2 of this competition, he went out there and went 2 excellent heats, right? Like pretty much 2 huge numbers, 4 great waves. Now an 8.83. He's almost lifting his game here on finals day. Joao looking this bottom half of the draw, considering what Felipe was able to do in that last heat, and now what we just saw from Joao, this bottom half is stacked.
Stacked, and in conversation, I was trying to give McGillivray some love and give him the gusto to get through this and try and take a win against Joao Chianka. But it's going to be really hard because Chianka is going faster, he's pushing harder, he's more dynamic, he's got his board as a smaller board. He can race through those sections and make it look more dynamic.
Yeah, Joao really motivated this year. Did not survive that mid-season cut in 2022. Joao Chianka had to blaze through the Challenger Series to get back on the championship tour. Opened up with a 3rd place over at stop number 1 at Pipe, and he just wants to continue that momentum. I feel he's got a ton of momentum this year on the championship tour. 3.33 drops for Chianka, 5.17 drops for Matthew McGillivray. McGillivray with a slight lead at the moment.
And there it was, a 2-point difference between the 1 maneuver waves, right? Joao got the big open face. It wasn't as steep of a wave, whereas Matthew on the 2nd wave, or 3rd wave of that set actually, had some foam on it, but it had a nice vertical face on it. There it is, the replay here. See how flat that face is? And that reflects, even though it was a very nice turn, it reflected in the score. It was only a 3.33 for really that. And then this wave, a little steeper on the face, a little more intensity in the section, and with that, 2 points advantage. But these will be throwaway waves at the end of the season.
Catching back up to live time and 14 minutes on the clock. Slight advantage for the South African. Joao can take that lead just with a 3.34 strider, but in the context of how these guys are surfing, they're going to need bigger numbers than that on both ends.
You feel like you're going to see that. Obviously Pete just touched on it, that the wave that Matthew McGillivray is going to throw away that 5-point ride. And it's an interesting note because those kind of scores are substantial. Yet in a heat where 2 athletes are leveling up, is when you start to see the rise of those scores. And I'm going to say it, I've said it before, Joao Chianka has made every surfer that he surfed against level up. He is bringing an energy and a performance that is just, it's really fun to watch. And like last year against John Florence, he made him surf better. He made him level up, and that was the only reason why John was getting those massive scores. Not the only reason, but it was great to see Joao Chianka.
Because he had to make the heat.
Push. Yeah, exactly.
You had to match it.
Well, as we're waiting for this next exchange, you guys, we're going to just step away for a quick break. The Brazilian contingent in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We'll be back after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
We are here at Sunset. We just did a beach cleanup with sustainable coastlines and Mananalo water. I think it's special that everybody's coming together to Malamada Aina and give back to this beautiful place that we get to use and access.
Having a collective of brands like Mananalo, like the WSL, like Yeti, when we collaborate across business, across nonprofits, and that's when we can actually make change together.
We Are One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean and preserve the future of our sport.
It's important to leave places and spaces that we use better than how we got it. Malama the Aina and give back to the Aina, because at the end of the day, it is our chief, it's our kua'ana, and it's somebody and something that we need to protect.
Tell us what you're doing to protect our ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag #WeAreOneOcean, and remember to tag WSL and WSL Pure in your posts.
Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach, Joao Chianka in the quarterfinals, skittering through this bottom turn, slashing through the top turn. Patient again for Joao, and great rail work from the Brazilian. Little caught in the whitewater there, no problem for Joao. Back lip line glide and absorbs the impact. Now a little bit of downtime, looking to connect into the inside section at Val's Reef, keeping the Channel Island board flowing through some warble. Chianka, wave stands up, then Joao attacks the lip, kicks out, and just turned the heat with a 6.33 on that ride. Chianka now in the lead. Matthew McGillivray trailing Chianka, and the beach crowd is out, Pete, because it is a beautiful Sunday on Oahu's North Shore.
That's right. Why wouldn't you want to come out on a beautiful day, see the great surfing from all the athletes on the World Surf League? in great conditions at Sunset Beach. We've been very blessed with some beautiful offshore conditions and a new swell for finals day. I loved how Joao Chianka on that last wave, you mentioned how patient off the bottom he was. He had to be. He had to time it. He had to compress and wait off that bottom in order for the wave to steepen up to get that second maneuver done. So well done from Joao.
The answer back here with Matthew McGillivray. Lip glide, figure 8, cut back, oncoming section, layback snap for the South African. 8.17 is what he needs, Pete.
I would say he's giving it a try. That was linked together very well.
Here comes Chumbinho. Big slash there. Joao off the bottom, and again, just sharp on the rails. Kicks out. Feeling good, Strider.
It's impossible for Matthew McGillivray to match the intensity of Joao. It's just not going to happen. So, he is, I think the only thing that Matthew can do is better his score line, which he just did, and then he's going to need a less, the ask is going to be less, but he's going to have to wait for an amazing wave, and he can surf up to the score that he needs. But the intensity that Joao Chianka is surfing with, his intent and the skill level that he's got, he's just pushing so hard. It's so fun to watch, and that's where I think a lot of the score comes from.
One of the things I think with Matt McGillivray that he has maybe over Joao is the amount of water he flies off the rail. I mean, he's got a fire hose, right? So if he can somehow find a way to showcase that on a style of wave, that could be a point of difference. But Joao, just in regards to his timing, the amount of maneuvers he can fit in, the body English, the torque he's doing, it's been fun to watch what he's done here at Sunset Beach and at Pipeline. And he's one of those guys that transitions between the two super easy.
Yeah, McGillivray, you just got to get out there, sit and wait for that one unicorn of a wave to come through.
6 minutes, 30 seconds, and we're still waiting for those scores, you guys, between this challenge. But, Pete, like you said, you don't forecast anything changing when those scores drop.
I don't, no. I mean, you're going to see that Matthew's going to add some points to it, but, I mean, the lead's not going to change.
I mean, the lead. Did you have a different opinion, Strider?
No, I was going to say what's going to change is Matthew's score line. He'll better his position, but he's not going to take the lead.
Okay. At 6 minutes, and
I think Joao will even increase his 6.33, and those were pretty, 3 turns like that were pretty nuts. So I feel like that could be an improvement there. So almost extending the lead.
And the spread's coming through here for the two surfers, and it's a little bit of a spread when this first couple of scores are coming through. Both of them are on the move, paddling up the point here at Sunset. Forecasted swell. What do you think about the forecast? Are we on the money right now? We're going to continue to see it hold through the day. You check.
No changes. We're going to crown 2 champions today pretty easily. I think looking further out in the next 4 days. I mean, there is an increase in wind and swell, but from the northeast on Tuesday, which this is going to we're seeing the maxing of this at least west-northwest angle, which is perfect for Sunset. This is the kind of angle we want here.
Yeah. Well. 6.4 for Joao Chianka, a 6-point ride for Matthew McGillivray, and the need for McGillivray has actually still into excellent range, an 8.24. It's actually increased. And, Joao Chianka, he's like a video game surfer in a way. And if you want to play, surfing video games, there's nothing better than TrueSurf. Download it at the Apple Store and Google Play TrueSurf. You can play along virtually on the Championship Tour stops, and you can battle your friends. There's a new challenge system there with TrueSurf. Check it out.
One of the things I think about Joao, just real quick, in regards to him and his presence on tour now, like all of the spots, like especially barrel riding, because he's an exceptional barrel rider. You think about Brazil, you think about Super Tubos, like these are all places that you would say that by his form right now, he could win. And across the tour, I mean, one place we probably haven't seen him and we haven't seen him yet is the Surf Ranch, which is going to be, after the cut line, which will be kind of a little bit of a wild card. But I feel like just watching him, I think he's going to translate pretty well there because he has the air game, and he's dynamic and raw, and he can show you a whole different. I mean, every turn feels just a little bit different. It's always kind of fun to watch, so you're drawn to that.
I thought that last year. I thought after watching him at Pipeline, he was going to be the Rookie of the Year and just be marching through the cut line. And anything can happen here on tour. It's amazing to watch. How how many different scenarios can pop up in a heat. Speaking of scenarios,
we've got a tough scenario right now for Matthew McGillivray.
He's up against it.
He's under priority of Joao Chianka. Chianka with a big lead over Matthew, and Matty, needs to somehow get a wave underneath the priority. Enough time though, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Here he goes, chance there. No go on that one with a tapered soft shoulders.
I think they both have learned that those first waves of the sets aren't really the ones to go on, even though they look so dreamy. You want those at second, third. They're going to have a little more water and push onto the reef. I mean, this could be a pretty good wave here for Matt.
And just up, out. Not going to change the situation. Surfing under the priority of Chianka. And, really is going to have to duck and weave, bob, and to get out of there, Strider.
If Chianka, surfs a smart heat, he's not going to take another wave. Doesn't have to. Stay out in the water, dominate the peak, retain your priority, and get ready to do battle with Felipe Toledo.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's what's coming up next for that young man, and I am excited for that heat if Chianka wins this one, which it looks like it's going his way.
2.5 minutes,
I am, because I feel like the control is there. I feel like his surfing is there, and I want to see him go up against Toledo because Toledo is amazing, and that matchup with how fast that Chianka's surfing, that's a great heat.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Strider. It's a 2-minute drill right now for Joao Chianka, and with only 2 minutes on the clock, he will be able to play defense in this final moments of this heat.
Not a whole lot on the horizon either. I mean, they might get one chance, but if it comes, then Chianka's going to take the chance.
Yeah, hey, play the game right now, right? And you made a great point, Strider. Like, you don't have to always be surfing to win the game. Right now, in this final 90 seconds, just play the game, be smart, take away the opportunities from your competitor, and I feel that's what Joao's doing. Now, he's on the move, though, right now.
Well, we saw in the Caio Abelli Felipe Toledo heat, we saw mistakes being made by Caio. He's a veteran. He's been in the water a long time. So, mistakes can happen. And Chianka is a rookie. So let's just,
But even on the women's side, you think about what Carissa Moore in her heat. I mean, she made a couple errors, and it cost her big time. And Gabriella Bryan came out, capitalized on those errors for Carissa. And even, that's sunset. I mean, even the most veteran surfers who have had tons of time out in the lineup can, make errors on wave choice, and it comes back to bite you here. It is unique to Sunset Beach.
This is strange to me to leave your opponent this far and walk away, go up the street and leave your opponent on the bowl on a 5-foot day at sunset. It could happen, right? A wave could come, he could get a mean barrel, come out, do a big wrap, and bang, he's got the score.
Yeah, great observation, Strategy.
Unless he saw something that we didn't see, which it looks like there's a point set here.
Well, I think he sees.
He wants to ride it one last one.
That there's no waves out there really except on the point.
Yeah, Chianka, this is going to be a wave in for Joao Chianka with some sharp surfing. He's going to be in semifinal number 2 against Felipe Toledo.
Man,
preparation for the next starts right now for Chianka. Semifinals for the women are coming up next. Molly Picklum, Tyler Wright, when we return.
The Hawaiian name for sunset is Paumalu. Sunset, it's a gateway to big wave surfing here on the North Shore. Mystery and beauty and terror, everything all wrapped into one. I started surfing when I was 18. I began by bodyboarding Sunset. I had the crash course on all the currents and all the vortexes of doom. It's the fastest way to learn a wave is to basically swim it. My first board at Sunset was a single fin. Single fins draw such beautiful lines, give you a lovely feeling on the bottom turn as you set up for the West Bowl to get barreled. In order to surf these waves, you have to move outside yourself into some other part of who you are, and it can really transform your energy.
Molly Picklum just earned a spot in her very first championship tour semifinals.
Yeah, I was feeling it on that last wave for sure. And yeah, hopefully get rid of the jelly legs for my next heat.
Now here comes the lip. She jams it with authority. Tyler Wright rips into it.
An 8.0. Tyler, you go to first.
Semifinals in the water for the women, Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach. Can Tyler Wright go back-to-back finals on the first 2 legs of the championship tour? Well, she's going to have to get through Molly Picklum to do so. I'm Kaipo with Megan Abubo and Laura Enever. I'm going to go first to you, Laura, and your thoughts on this heat.
I mean, it's the veteran versus, Molly's not a rookie, but, second year on tour. So we've known about Molly for a long time in Australia. She's a super grom, and I just feel like she is out for blood, and will take it to Tyler Wright. They're, sponsored by the same, on the same surf team and staying in the same house. They get along really well, but Molly is competitive, and she's opening up.
Yeah, we just watched her opener there, Molly Picklum, Megs.
Yeah, good opening wave for Molly. I really like her aggressiveness. She really takes it to Tyler. Tyler is another really aggressive surfer in the lineup, so I like she's just a little bit of a new school, and you can see how much energy she brings into each of her turns.
Picklum getting picked up by the Red Bull jet ski with the Surfshark Hawaiian Water Patrol captaining it. Laura, here's a replay opening ride for Picklum.
Yeah, further up the point here, and Molly just got all this speed to just do something with this first section, but kind of skips out a bit. So just tries to hold on through that bit of a flat section. Gets up in the lip there, and that was a nice big turn through the lip. Lip line float, comes down and is just waiting to see if this reforms. So just the 2 turns there for Molly to kick off the semi-final, but I think majority of those points will come from that second batch.
Yeah, Laura, I really like, she doesn't hold back, right, with her turns. Super vertical, gives it everything. Doesn't even think of the consequence of, oh, maybe if I don't make this turn. I love that approach that she has.
Yeah, she really goes for it. And, we've seen her be so progressive. When Molly got on tour last year, it was, we were wondering whether we'd see her go to the air or pull out these, these musical moves that we've seen from her in videos, at wave pools, taking to the air. And, yeah, she's just a really well-rounded, complete surfer. She's amazing in barrels. She's not afraid of big, heavy waves. She has incredible backside barrel technique and incredible carve. She got a 9-point ride at Margarita last year for basically 1 carve.
So 5.67 is the opener for Molly Picklum. We also pay attention to our CT Shaper rankings, and Tyler Wright is going to be earning some points for Paizel surfboards, and Molly Picklum, she'll be earning some points for the crew over at DHD. So an added element in this year's tour is those CT Shaper rankings. Tyler Wright with priority, way up on the point, Megan.
Yeah, she's way on the point. When you actually take a look at the lineup, though, I believe, some of the guys were sitting way up there. Like Jack got a good barrel up there, so maybe that's part of her attack here in this heat, is to try to get a barrel, because some of the waves up there are nice and hollow.
Yeah,
you can see the boils, Laura. It's really shallow up there.
Yeah, it's super shallow up there on the point, and I think, Tyler taking a leaf out of Felipe Toledo's page, book, he sat further up the point and caught some of the smaller waves that just really hugged the reef there, and, made it easier to do some, rip in and do some really high performance surfing. So those bigger ones kind of push wide and are in the bowl, but can get more high, aggressive on the point.
Yeah, you're right, Kaipo. That's just the shallowest spot up there. It's predominantly Sunset's a deep water wave, but when it's moved onto the point like it is right now, there's so many coral heads and just shallow sections.
Tyler's not going to use her priority. Molly's willing to get a backup right now. Picklum eases through that turn. It steepens up on the inside here to the lip, and late on that one, so it goes incomplete. Maybe a little bit more of an opportunity for Molly Picklum, but she will remain in the lead, Laura. Tyler's being very picky at this moment, but we do have 5 more minutes in the semifinals. We have 35 minutes we start on the clock.
Yeah, that extra 5 minutes, it's a buffer, you know, you really feel it. It makes a huge difference. But, you know, the last couple of heats, that heat with Joao and Maddie, they were paddling around the lineup for about 15 minutes before they, you know, both pulled the trigger for the first time. So, you know, there's like flurries of waves out there where it just turns on. Then there's kind of sometimes big gaps. So Tyler knows what wave she wants, so she's going to wait for it.
It's going to be a great semifinal number 2 for the men's with Felipe Toledo against Joao Chianka. He came through that quarterfinals. Let's hear from Joao.
Joao, parabéns. You are on to the semifinals. We've seen a lot of people change their boards today, but you are riding the same board that you got all those 8s on a few days ago. How much confidence are you finding in your equipment?
A lot of confidence on that board. The board, like, I pretty much like using 8 feet and 2 feet off the wall. So just really had to keep riding this board, and yeah, it was fun.
Coming off of a day that you said was your best day of competition ever, how did you make sure that momentum carried into finals day?
Yeah, that day was pretty special. A lot of confidence coming from that day. Never thought I would like find myself so well on the lineup of Sunset. So just really stoked to make my first heat today, and there's more coming. So yeah, a lot of confidence. Pretty happy right now to just like going with the flow and keep the ball rolling.
Parabéns, you're on to the semifinals. Before we let you go, você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Obrigado, família. Obrigado a todos os meus fãs. Obrigado a galera do Brasil torcendo muito. Frente nova.
Parabéns.
25 minutes, 50 seconds. Nothing changing in the lineup. Molly Picklum with a 5.67 and the 1.5. Tyler Wright sitting with priority, waiting to strike. And Tyler, who's started off the season with a runner-up finish at Pipe right now, Laura, can really, really pull ahead and possibly take control of that yellow leader jersey going into Portugal.
Yeah, well, we lost Carissa Moore in the yellow jersey, so Tyler, like you said, that second place at Pipeline, she is in reaching distance of snatching that from Carissa. But she's got to get through Molly Picklum here, and 25 minutes to go. Tyler's still looking to open up her campaign here. She's moved slightly wider in the lineup. See, Molly is way up the point right now.
Yeah, and just to frame that with the scenario with Tyler Wright is, if Tyler makes it through the semifinals, she makes it through this heat, she could take the yellow leaders jersey. That depends on where Gabriella Bryan may finish. So the possibilities are right there. We're tracking the scenarios for who's going to be the ratings leader exiting stop number 2 in the championship tour, Laura.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's obviously, it must feel very nice having that jersey as a confidence boost. I'm sure Tyler's not really thinking about that right now, but I bet she's wanting it. You know, Tyler had a wild year last year. She came out of the gates. She won bells. She got obviously second at Pipe and was looking so strong to fight for a world title, and unfortunately missed out on a couple of events due to illness, and then came back at the end of the year at J-Bay and was just on fire again. So, you know, I feel like we're seeing, you know, we've touched on it and talked about it throughout, you know, the last couple of events, but Tyler is well and truly back, and she's so laser focused and calm and collected. I love it.
Well, she's definitely focusing right now, keeping calm. We saw the warm-up that she was doing. It looks like not just a physical warm-up that Tyler Wright's doing, Laura, but also a mental practice that we saw her, you know, kind of mind surfing, quieting her mind, meditating, getting ready for the semifinal.
Yeah, I love Tyler's approach. You know, I think she's been on tour for so long now that she realizes exactly what works for her, and she just wants to be authentic to what makes her feel the best. I mean, what makes her feel the best is hanging at home last night, as we can see her doing the visualization here.
You don't have to be quiet. You can talk. She can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Woo.
So the visualization right now with Tyler Wright, and this was part of her pre-heat warm-up in which she was meditating, visualizing, getting the mind right for the task at hand.
But yeah, Tyler's preparation yesterday, I was speaking to her wife, Lily, and you know, they've just been spending a lot of time reading books in the jacuzzi and watching Breaking Bad, and yeah, just ice bath, jacuzzi, keeping it nice and chill and just relaxed. You know, these ladies are on the, you know, the whole tour is on the road now for quite some time, so yeah, just keeping themselves relaxed.
Charles staying relaxed out in the lineup is Tyler Wright. Megan, did you have any ways that you kept yourself relaxed in the heat?
Yeah, honestly, I just used to talk to myself, and if I didn't have a wave for 10, 15 minutes, I used to have this mindset that just as quickly as just as soon as I'm not catching waves, I can turn the heat around and catch waves. So if you get 2 good waves in 10 minutes, you can sit for 10 minutes. So it's like polar opposites, right? The yin and the yang. So being able to calm your mind, I would just think about that, and then I would also sounds kind of strange, but I would kind of call on my ancestors, and then I would just like focus in on things in the water, like whether or not it was a turtle or a honu, or you know, just looking at the reef. So I'd really try to start feeling like I was a part of the ocean and almost willing for waves to get sent to me.
Flying above, you can see the positioning of our 2 surfers. Molly Picklum further up on the point right now under priorities, and Pickles is going to continue to surf through here. Long wall in front of Molly, and A for effort on that one, but the wind just swept the board away from Molly Picklum.
Yeah, we're seeing this really strong offshore now. It's changed. Still excellent conditions, but definitely it's a wind you don't see every day on the North Shore. A strong offshore. Someone was saying, oh, it almost looks a little bit like J-Bay when the line is coming.
Yeah, it looks like J-Bay or Bells, but yeah, you can see Molly here just tried to make something happen in that section, but just, it's like almost like she went for a floater and then got in between 2 turns.
Well, a great start to the season for Kayo Ibeli, a 3rd place at Pipe, a 5th here at stop number 2 at Sunset. Let's hear from Kayo.
Kayo, the Sunset campaign ending just a few heats before you wanted it to. What is your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, so far was a great Hawaiian season. 2 good results, and just how you want to start the season. I know it could have been a little better. I felt my board was good, my mental was good, so I felt like I had everything to go farther, but that's how it goes. Like, Felipe is such a good competitor, and you always know he's gonna take it to the next level, and you gotta be really in your game. I felt like I had a few opportunities that I didn't capitalize, or maybe I let that wave go in the last 5 minutes. So yeah, it's like takeaway is we're on the right path, we're on the right road. Just keep working hard, and I'm gonna work hard and do everything I can to go to Portugal and have another good shot.
We will look forward to seeing you in Portugal. Before we let you go here at Sunset, você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Queria mandar uma mensagem para todo mundo. Obrigado, galera. Vai dar Brasil na final. Estou muito feliz de começar tão bem a temporada havaiana. Poderia ter ido um pouco melhor. Mas é isso. O caminho está certo. Estamos no caminho certo. As pranchas estão boas. Está tudo certo. Então vamos para Portugal com tudo, que lá vai dar bom.
Obrigado.
Obrigado.
All right, well, you know, into that interview, we saw Molly Picklum pick up another wave. Laura, she took that one all the way in, and Picklum's starting to, you know, it's going to start to add up some numbers right now. We're waiting for that score.
Yeah, when I saw Pickles take off on that wave, I was kind of scratching my head. It was like halfway out, quite a small wave, but she got a lot done, and it'll be a backup score for sure. So she's going to get out the back, and you know, Tyler still hasn't got a wave, so it turns out it was a really good decision. But yeah, it just looked like it was going to go really fat here, and I was thinking, oh, what's she doing? But then lined up here, just doubled up through this inside, so she got a couple of turns on it, just kept working it through.
You know, Laura, her game plan might be to rattle Tyler a little bit, because now Tyler's pretty much almost comboed. We have 18 minutes to go, so that was kind of smart of Molly, actually, to pick off that wave on the inside there.
Yeah, I think that the hard thing as well is by not taking up on anything in, you know, the first half of the heat, pressure slowly but surely builds up in your mind, and you really want to make the most of that first wave, which is just like a little subconscious pressure that you feel when you finally pull the trigger. And I feel like Tyler, you know, she can stay very cool and calm, but there's been, you know, sometimes situations where she has waited too long and hasn't converted. But yeah, I'm sure she's just visualizing, doing her breathing, and just trying to stay very calm.
Well, plenty of time, 17 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Tyler Wright can turn this heat with just one wave, 9.67. More likely, she would try to construct the heat with 2 waves ridden, and so we really haven't set up the heat as of yet. The 2-wave total from Molly Picklum yet to break the 10-point mark. So everything can change with 1 wave, Megs.
Yeah, definitely, Kaipo. And, you know, we can see that Tyler has a game plan out there. She's sitting a bit further up the point, so she's looking for a particular wave.
Scratches into this one, just gets over the edge, too deep on the point, and a priority switch in favor of Molly Picklum.
Yeah, that's a real bummer there for Tyler. You know, waited a long time for that. I think her best bet now is to just try to take off on something and sort of manufacture a score just to wipe that clean and get moving.
Yeah, you said it best, Laura, manufacture a score, because now it's going to take, I mean, with 16 minutes to go. And Molly has priority, so the next good set is Molly's decision to go or not, and then Tyler's basically in the win for the scraps of that set. So definitely attainable for her. She's been surfing super well out here, but it would put a little rink in you know, in Tyler's game right now.
I mean, all it takes is to try get a 4-point ride, or something in that good range, just as a backup heading into the final 10 minutes, so you can just really sit and wait and try get something in that good to excellent range.
It seems like Molly's kind of had this game plan every heat she's gone out. I've noticed, like, within the first couple minutes, she has at least a 5 up on the board. So she's stuck pretty strong to that. You know, she's getting on the board really quickly. She even did it at Pipe.
Yeah, she's not afraid to catch a lot of waves in heats.
You can see the positioning, Laura. I want to hear from you. Why is Tyler Wright on the inside of Molly Picklum when Molly Picklum has priority?
I guess she's going to try, sell Molly into one. Try to sell her a lemon and get priority back. Or she might, try head further up the point. Some of the small waves do break further up the point. So if Tyler wants to, try find something smaller than up the point, is where, it's less risky, I guess, for it to have that closeout.
Well, can Tyler Wright come back against Molly Picklum? We're going to find out after this break when we return for the conclusion. Semifinal number 1, Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel brand of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
This Rising Tides is really unique because we've invited 4 of the top local high school surf teams. They keep talking about the next gen, and like this really is that momentum generation for the women.
My school, Punahou, actually showed up with 2 or 3 girls, and it's really rad. Just to see how many young girls are in the water who are also pursuing an education. It's really inspiring. It fills my heart, makes me super stoked.
I actually remember, being 10 years old, and I wasn't even in the women's division. There was only 10 and under for the boys, and to feel empowered in the ocean is a huge step.
It's so cool that Rising Tides is putting this together so that we can all meet the pros. And I met a lot of new people. It was super fun. And the waves were good too.
It's super exciting to know that the future of female surfing is super bright, and I just hope that we continue to inspire and, set the right example for these young women.
Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach, Molly Picklum, Tyler Wright out in the lineup in the semifinal number 1. Tyler's shaper, John Peisel's in the Red Bull athlete zone with Peter Mel.
So yeah, I'm just going to talk about him. He's going to sit behind me over here, but I did have a chat with him, and that's one of the best things about the Red Bull Athlete Zone is that you get to see family, you get to see coaches, but you get to see some of the shapers here, and they're actually getting to watch their athletes surf out there. And I wanted to ask about the Highline, which is a board that Tyler has been working on with John, and the relationship. How did it get kindled? As a matter of fact, with the personal journey that Tyler went through, where she took some time off, she kind of wanted a rebirth, and she went to John, ended up asking for 4 boards. Got all 4 of them, loved them all, and they've been working together ever since. The Highline's a performance shortboard with a little flatter rocker. That's the board she's been liking. For the squash tails, he likes to bring the tail in slightly, just from the templates that go out to the public. But ultimately, these are the same designs that he's been able to refine for years. Tyler loves that rocker, and she's been riding it to huge success here.
John going to shape today? He's got the day off?
I don't think so. I think he's hanging tight. No shaping today? No. He's doing R&D.
Okay. John Peisel, originally from Santa Barbara, California, moved over here decades ago to the North Shore of Oahu, and was one of the early guides really to the Florence brothers as small groms, and since then he's become one of the world's leading shapers. John Peisel. Peter touched on that 5'9" roundtail highline model for Tyler Wright, shaped in. When she was riding the last, he was shaped in Bali during that G-Land Pro, Laura. But how important is that shaper-surfer relationship?
Yeah, super important. And Tyler even made the effort to come out in December. She was in a pipe event and, just was over here working on her board. She was working closely with Peisel, surfing pipe a bunch, backdoor at all sizes, and then obviously coming to Sunset and just getting that early prep and start on her boards, which even speaking to Ross Williams, heading into the season, John has every single one of his boards dialed for the whole entire year. All the spots, he's just, got them all sorted, like everything he wants to ride in all different waves, and, that's what Peisel's amazing at. He works so closely with his athletes.
He was telling me the other day when I was talking to him, he said, I'm ready for John to go back on tour because I don't want to keep working so much. He was saying, because John just has great feedback and they have such a good relationship. So it was so funny to hear him say that because I think he's an avid surfer, John. So he probably wants to get back in the water more.
Yeah, he's like, where am I coming?
Well, on the CT Shaper rankings going into this event, Peisel Surfboards in the number 3 position. A win by Tyler Wright would certainly help the Peisel Surfboard organization up into the Shaper rankings. We can take a look at the CT Shaper rankings. Like I said, John Peisel Surfboards in the 3rd spot. Sharp Eye came out on the top of the pack, but this could change a lot through the season, Laura.
Yeah, and DHD, Molly's on a DHD out there, and so she'll be stacking some points for Uncle Daz. She'll be stoked about. Gosh, the lineup has gone quiet. This is not a very happy place for Tyler to be in right now. She's still got 8 minutes, but just nothing on the board essentially.
Yeah, and you can see the need to advance to the 3rd column up there in the scoring screen, 9.24. If she wants to do it in just one wave, I feel, Megan, that there's still time for Tyler Wright to catch 2 waves to the score.
Yeah, there's definitely time on, she has plenty of time there, but it's a matter of Tyler, needing to break down that Molly has a 5, 6, 7 and a 4, so she doesn't want to get anything less than a 4, and she wants to try to stay, in the same score range, if not better than Molly right at the moment. But we have plenty of swell out there. It just has to come into Sunset Point.
Yeah, there's lines at the back right now, and looks like Tyler's making a move. She's still pretty far up the point here, so I feel like she might need to try and move across right now because these sets are going to swing a little bit wider, I think.
Yeah, talk to us about this lineup right here, Megs.
Yeah, basically, looks like we got Tyler taking off on this one.
All right, well, really tapered wave, and a frustrated Tyler Wright kicks out of that one. Just hit deep water. Now you can talk about the reef and why that happened.
Yeah, so Kaipo, there's about, when the waves are breaking at Sunset Point, there's about 2 spots that you can take off on, deeper where they are, or as Laura alluded to, a little bit wider, which is actually the peak that I kind of like. It allows for the wave to kind of stand up quite a bit. It's can go fat, so you got to make sure you pick the right one, but I like how it stands up a little bit wider on the reef. So it's a point break type situation, but it bends and curves, and of course, this reef is pretty live. Kaipo, how the last couple of days you were talking about the stream Pamalu, and the way that the reef is alive under your feet, and it's super shallow in certain spots. So I think that's what creates for such a unique point break type situation out there.
Yeah, here's a nice look here, Laura, from the beach. You can see there's different sections of reef and fingers going out there. Way outside there is where our surfers are, all the way up at the point.
Yeah,
they're almost off of our screen. The other group those are just the caddies way in the channel. They're way up on the point.
So there's a couple of lines coming in now, so we'll see what part of the reef they decide to hit. Tyler making a move.
Really deep on this one again. Just, that tough water, the deep water, and not enough swell energy to get that wave to break that far up on the point. Nearing boneyards up there, Megs, at the top of the screen where it's dry reef.
Yeah, you can see how shallow that is, and those waves aren't makeable. They are getting super close to boneyards, which kind of worries me because you really don't want to sit that far up. But there haven't been a lot of waves, so it's natural tendency as a surfer to go deeper when there aren't waves, So I think that's kind of what they're doing. There haven't been a lot of waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, I think Tyler at this point is just trying to find something small to make that requirement less. She needs 8.9 right now, but that's just on her 2 scores of under 1 point.
They're not really even scores, right, Laura? Just kind of quick in and out.
If she can get a 2-point ride, then she'll only need, a high 6. So she's just trying to do anything. Looks like there's sets out the back, so you might see them bolt a bit wider right now.
Let's take a look at our heat recap, and it's been all Molly Picklum, Laura.
Yeah, Molly just got the quick start right here. This was her first wave of 5, 6, 7, and almost skipped out there. All of her points came from this here, the big lip line bash, throwing some fins out. Tyler here, she just has not been able to find anything that can give her, space to do a turn, but Molly again, she took off on a smaller wave and just waited for this to reform through the inside so she could get a couple more snaps in. Bashes that one off. This is her 4-point ride, so as we turn around, we see some big sets come through the lineup, but they hit the wide
So
bar.
here's our shot of flying by the surfers right now at 3 minutes 30 seconds. Talked about the wide waves. You can see them on the distance there, now on the move.
Yeah, Kaipo, you see that extra bit of whitewash off to the right-hand side of your screen. That's kind of where the peak is right now. They're extremely deep right now.
Forced priority to Molly Picklum. Steep drop. She pulls in a shallow section there, and Pickles able to navigate that tube. Couple of turns on very, very shallow water, and Molly Picklum is looking money for a slot in the finals.
Wow, that was wild. I mean, Molly probably wouldn't have even been up that deep if it wasn't for Tyler searching around there. And, she had to stick by her with under 5 minutes to go, and that has turned it into being a really good score.
You made a great point, Laura, because Tyler almost did Molly a favor by pushing her that far up, and, you know, she just had to drop in on her tippy toes straight into a pretty square barrel. Megs, take a look at this.
Yeah, like look at how square that thing is, as you said, Kaitlyn. Just backdoors it. Just beautiful pit there. Look how late she just airdrops into that thing, and that is so shallow. I can't even stress how shallow that is. And then just tucks up nicely into that one, but then ends it right here with beautiful turn there. You know, that's just going to improve on Molly's position, and Tyler's going to think she might be in a combination situation.
Yeah, that could go pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. We got some numbers coming through, and a little surprising. 6.67 for that effort, maybe due to the size, but gosh, the performance and the criticalness of that wave was there for Molly Picklum. She did put Tyler into a combination, so Laura, it's kind of a done deal for Tyler Wright right now with 90 seconds on the clock, but yeah, surprising score.
What a shame. I just hope Tyler shreds this wave right now.
Big set. Tyler Wright, long bomb turn, layback hack, catches the outside rail and maybe just, you know, in the head at this point. But it looks like Molly Picklum is going to be moving on into the final. Picklum, Migs, just has to stay away from any kind of like interference. And by the way, for Molly Picklum on the screen, this is going to be her first championship tour final. So great effort for the second year CT surfer.
What an incredible Hawaii season she's had. Coming here early, doing really well in the first pipe event, and then also surfing so well at the Billabong Pipe Pro, and then coming out here and just making the finals. This is insane.
This is huge. You know, she got her best result of the season here last year, and, you know, she is just going to be absolutely wrapped. Pickles making her first ever final on the CT. We knew it was coming, and it's
like
exciting
you said, Laura,
to see.
she made the quarters last year. That was impressive by a rookie, but this, you know, is really, really impressive. Molly Picklum got to work early, got the job done. They're going to hug it out right here. Great sportsmanship.
And that headline, Pickles makes the finals, right there. I love it.
Yeah. Shame there for Tyler Wright. You know, they've all been staying together, and over the last couple of months here.
Hey, we're going to take a break, but you don't want to go anywhere. Semifinal number 2 in the water, Gabriella Bryan, Caroline Marks, when we get back.
Late takeoff, Gabriella Bryan, and another big bash there.
I'm just in a really good space right now, and yeah, feeling super good and so excited for finals day.
Good combinations there from Caroline, and get one more.
quickest vert there. Caroline Marks into the semifinals.
Aloha, you're watching Finals Day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach semifinal action. Gabriella Bryan representing the island of Kauai, last year's Rookie of the Year. Number 5 in the world coming into stop number 2, taking on the Goofy Foot from Florida. He's been spending a lot of time in Southern California the last few years. Caroline Marks, who had a crazy close matchup with Kaitlyn Simmers earlier today on Finals Day. Couple of waves to catch up on that we had ridden during the break. Gabriella Bryan in that red jersey comes out of the white water and ends up falling on her finish. That score will stand at 2.0. And this is how Caroline stayed hot. Backhand's looking really, really lethal in these big critical sections. Well-timed snap right in front of Gabriella Bryan. And was able to turn in a 5.67 really early in this heat. That'll be a solid number, especially how things have been going on Finals Day. Good to get a quick start nice and early. Great moment in the day because we've got Zoe McDougall, a local hero, with us in the booth, who was also in this event. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Really fun, Zoe, to see what you've done in a short period of time of your career. But how does it feel to, one, have this event on your home break and also be able to be a big part of it this year?
Yeah, it's amazing to have the WSL back at Sunset. I grew up watching this event and coming down here every day when I was a Grom and just like loving having everyone here and like seeing my favorite surfers surf, and actually being in the event has been amazing.
So going from the opening round, skipping an elimination round, and then getting more action against the best in the world, what's your biggest takeaway from getting this wild card appearance?
Yeah, I mean, I surf Sunset a lot, so I think I was comfortable here and just happy to surf at home, but I think the most special part for me was getting to surf against Steph twice, who's been my favorite surfer my whole life, and just seeing how she competes in a jersey up close and just like really learning from that experience.
Oh, that's so cool. We can't wait to see you do more and more of this on the top stage. Thanks for joining us for the call this semifinal. Changing it to 35 minutes from what we saw in the quarters. So last semifinals, we'll have just a little bit extra time, which is definitely needed through some of these longer lulls, Megan.
Yeah, it's a little inconsistent out there right now. Swell we could be losing its steam a little bit, but still plenty of surf out there. I like this 35-minute heat because it really allows you to break down the heat in kind of almost in halves and, you know, give yourself basically like almost 20 minutes to catch one wave. So it's pretty incredible to get that kind of time out at Sunset Beach, especially on a swell like this, Zoe. I mean, you know this way better than anyone. This is kind of a tricky size at Sunset, right?
Such a tricky size, and I think like 40 minutes can go so fast. Like that could be, as everyone's been seeing, 3 waves or 3 sets.
As we see that opener once again from Caroline Marks, 5.67. Nice place to start. Do you think this will be a keeper at the end of the heat, Megan?
You know, great wave to start with, but Caroline, she's surfing really good. I actually think this at the end of the heat's not going to be a keeper for Caroline. I think Gabriella Bryan has set her intentions. She wants to win out here. She's looking really good, and I know Caroline Marks going up against Gabriella Bryan. She's bringing her A game. So I don't think, honestly, at the end of the heat, a 5.67 is going to be even in their score lines.
As we see a finalist right on the beach, Molly Picklum just beat Tyler Wright in the first semifinal. That was her first semifinal experience on the championship tour. A lot of firsts today. Her first final, her first chance to win at this level of her young career. Remember, she had to start last year as a rookie and fell off the tour at the midseason cut. Found a lot of strengths and growth, winning in Toledo on the Challenger Series as we reflect back on what happened. Watch this wave with you, Zoe. That looked like a lot of fun for Molly.
Yeah, that was an awesome point wave, and I think maybe the first girl we've seen make a barrel this event, which I think she did a great job on that. Molly's been having an epic winter out here.
Oh, such a great winter. That's a great statement because she won a pipe event in December. She did great at pipe at the CT level to follow. Kind of got skunked for waves in her heat with Carissa. Only had one look, but you could tell she puts a lot into her practice at Pipeline, at Sunset, at all your favorite waves, Zoe, really.
Yeah, I love surfing with Molly. She's always like so excited about the conditions and the waves, and I think she really likes the challenge of coming out to the North Shore. So it's really cool to see just like how excited she is to be here and just like how much she's frothing to surf all of my spots that I'm pretty used to.
Zoe, for you, how motivating is this? I mean, this is your generation of you've surfed against these girls like Gabriella Bryan, Molly Picklum for a long time now. Is this super motivating for you to get on tour, and like how is this playing into you for your year coming up?
Absolutely. I think just seeing so many girls of my age group do so well, just like you said, it's incredibly inspirational, and I'm really looking forward to like this season on the Challenger Series and hopefully being here next year.
How cool is that? Challenger Series has a different feeling than it used to. When you talk about the QS, it used to be like, okay, it might be a struggle, maybe tough waves, tough venues. That's all long gone, out the window, kicking off the season at Snapper Rocks. You got to be looking forward to that.
Yeah, we have an amazing schedule on the Challenger Series now. It's pretty close to the dream tour that I grew up watching. I mean, like I grew up dreaming about competing at places like Snapper and Hossegor and all those places, and now I've gotten to compete at those big name breaks without even being full-time on the CT, so it's pretty amazing.
Oh, we're going to be right there with you, enjoying your campaign to qualify. We've got a finalist on the beach. Molly Picklum's with AJ.
A finalist she is. Molly, you told me after your quarterfinals heat that you had some jelly legs. It certainly didn't look like that out there in the semifinals. How did you manage to just regroup for the semifinals?
Yeah, I just took a moment and literally put my legs up and then just let that heat go for what it was. And then, I mean, I still feel like I haven't opened up turn-wise to do a turn that I'm really stoked with. I slipped on that first exchange that could have costed me, but fortunately the waves went super slow, and yeah, I had my 2 scores that got me through.
You didn't maybe have the turns that you wanted. There were a few other things, though, you were doing in that heat. Where did you just draw your confidence from to go against somebody like Brisa, take her down, Tyler, take her down? Where are you drawing your confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fortunate at home we get waves like this. I'm from Shelley Beach, and like when the bombies are breaking, it's like we have big open ocean water that, you know, it's kind of feels like home out there. And yeah, I don't know, I just feel like the rawness and challenging parts of Sunset I enjoy because, I mean, everyone's struggling with them, and why not give it a good old crack?
And you get another shot at it in the finals. How are you going to regroup for the finals?
Yeah, just go get some water, and then same sort of plan I feel like, and then I just really hope I get some waves to open up on with like clean sections and really get to rip in, because I'd be stoked to at least do a turn that I'm liking before I end this competition.
Well, we've been loving the turns that you have already. We'll look forward to more of them. Congratulations.
Thank you. I also want to say a quick hello to home. Everyone's watching and supporting, and I love you guys.
Awesome.
She's got a special home on the central coast of New South Wales. Lives in a town called Terrigal, really close to beaches like Avoca, Umina. Central Coast has a lot of great waves, a lot of great surfers, a lot of slabs. It makes sense that Molly Picklum has every strength to succeed on this tour and finds that home feeling on the road in beautiful places like this. Zoe McDougall's home beach. She's walked on this sand quite often. Has her lineup markers that she probably keeps a secret at times. But on a day like today, are you looking at some of these houses and palm trees, or at this size, can you kind of just feel your way around the lineup?
Yeah. I think that I don't necessarily base off like any particular lineup, but just kind of like look in to get a feel for where I am exactly on the reef and just know where I'm sitting kind of. But I think there's so many things that come into play at Sunset because it's such a big playing field. There's the boils and just like the channels in the reef, and then of course like the lineups as well.
For sure. What about personal goals? Are you a goal setter type person? Do you like to be more in the moment, or do you have a clear goal for the rest of this year?
I think a bit of both. I think that staying present's very important for me, and just like not getting too overwhelmed by the pressure and like the big picture of it all. I'm just kind of enjoying where I'm at, but at the same time I do have big expectations and goals for myself, which is kind of unavoidable.
It's just going to happen when you're competing for something at such a high level. Obviously, it's clear that you want to be on this dream tour. And do you pick certain events on the calendar you feel like you need to put the most work into? Are there certain favorites where you feel like your best surfing will come out?
Yeah, I definitely think that there are places that I feel really comfortable and favor, but I try to treat every event with kind of the same approach of just giving it my total focus and like really focusing on just learning the break and the conditions and focusing on my equipment and everything and having fun. Like that's the end of the day. Like we're getting to travel the world at a young age and like have a different learning experience than other kids that I grew up with. So I'm just really grateful for that.
It sounds familiar to Megan Abubo talking the last couple of events. It's like you want to balance enjoying where you are with also putting in the work so you can also succeed.
Yeah, I'd say, especially for Zoe and the other young girls coming up, you know, the biggest lessons in life, I mean, you get to travel the world, surf some of the best waves in the world. And not only that, but the cultures that you, and the people you meet and the friendships. Like, tell us a little bit about what it's like for you when you're traveling on the road.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think just like growing up and meeting so many of these girls that live in different places and creating the friendships. And also like, it's a very expensive sport. So like trying to save money and like have friends that you stay with around the world and they come and crash at your place when they want to come surf in Hawaii, and just like doing those little trade-offs and eventually having like families every stop of the way and feeling really comfortable and having just like a worldwide community and family that you feel supported anywhere you go is super important.
That's what sort of sets surfing apart, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know if a lot of sports have international athletes that are saying, hey, come stay at mine, you know, and I'll take you to my local break and get you some waves. There's this definitely global community that we feel on the surfing side that can help you out along the way.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I still have some of my best and closest friends are from different countries. I have a lot of Australian friends, which I'm sure you do, Zoe. Some of the people that I'm talking 25 years later, I can call them up and like if I go to Sydney or if I go to the Gold Coast, they're there. Like, oh, stay at my house, you know, doors open. So you can't go to school or go to college and cultivate those friendships, right? And those experiences.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you talk about Australia, like I grew up going to Macy's and her mom, Deb, taking care of me and just like cooking for all the girls and having so many people in their house and making sure we were all like taken care of and comfortable. And I feel like she's like a second mom to me now as well. Like I text her all the time. Her and my mom are great friends. And then like now I travel with Katie a lot and she's like a little sister, and just like watching it all come back around. Like Coco did that for me as well. Like really taking me under her wing and like making sure I was comfortable on the road and showing me a lot of like the good places to eat and like fun things to do and stuff. And now it's great to like be able to see Katie and like kind of pass on some of that stuff to Katie and all of that.
Coco Ho's got to be a great neighbor to have.
Yeah. That makes me so happy because I taught Coco well then, no?
You did.
Coco was I remember when she first came on tour, and that's what it's all about, right? You stick together, you help one another, you know, it's all about the next generation, and you take and learn a lot from that too, right? The positivity and the excitement from anyone that's younger than you.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the most major keys to my like career, is just the fact that I had Coco that like really took me under her wing and like kind of gave me that, like, I mean, I grew up next door to her and I was always like, I want to be like Coco. Like I didn't really, it was my cul-de-sac. I just like knew, that was all I knew was like, oh, Coco gets to surf and like have fun. I want to do that. Like, and then when I got old enough that she recognized that I was wanting to compete and like travel the world, then she was like, okay, like let's stay with me, let's go, like let's travel, let's train, let's surf. And then now we like get to travel the world together. It's pretty cool.
Wow, what an awesome story. As we look at 19 minutes on the clock in this one, interesting that we opened this heat with those replays of what happened during the break, and those are still the only numbers we have so far to talk about. 5, 6, 7 for Caroline Marks, and Gabriella Bryan, fresh off the win over Carissa Moore, has a 2.0. But Gabby's success is solid here at Sunset Beach from last season, getting to the semifinals, part of a stellar rookie class last year, but also winning a regional event here a few months back where we barely had any swell. And it just showed how diverse she is, no matter what Sunset Beach really looks like, Megan.
Yeah, this wave really suits her style. Gabriella Bryan is so strong, but she set her intentions really early in this event, and I think making the semis last year kind of stung a little, Joe, and she wants to better that.
When Gabby Bryan kind of blitzed the Challenger Series, Zoe, were you surprised at how quickly she kind of took over that season, or were you going, yep, this is what she's been waiting to show the world?
I think actually the year before, the year that she qualified, she had some really good events. I don't remember if it was the Challengers yet or if it was still the Primes, but she'd had a couple good events, and you could tell that she had just like really come into her own, and it's just so strong and solid and like has so much power behind her that I wasn't very surprised at all. I mean, like, she's so confident and comfortable that you can just tell she's got a good head on her.
Basically, every time we looked up, she was in another major final on the Challenger Series. She actually had a heat with Caroline Marks at the U.S. Open that year. Gabby got the win way back when, and now they're doing it on the CT for the first time, as we'll have an opportunity to get caught up with Tyler Wright with AJ.
Tyler, I know not the way you wanted Sunset to end. What is your biggest takeaway from this heat against Molly?
Honestly, there's not too much to take away right now. I'll have to go back and have a look, but I kind of sat there for 35 minutes and there wasn't an opportunity really worth taking off on. Even that first set that we missed, it was still largely not the waves that you want. Pickles did really well to kind of catch that first one, and then when I shifted up the point and she had priority, she got that second one. So it's kind of one of those heats where that happens. That surfing, the ocean kind of died, and realistically, from what the day had on display, there was 8-point, 9-point rides coming through every other heat, and it kind of is really, really slowed up. So it's kind of one of those ones where I'm really proud of the effort that we put in this week, and there's not too much to take away from me.
When it's a heat like this, do you lean on your experience of knowing that, hey, sometimes it just doesn't fall your way, as opposed to internalizing what happened?
Yeah, honestly, internally I felt really good. Like, I feel connected, I feel really present, I feel really committed to what I'm here to do, and why I put so much effort in. And so when it comes to losing a heat like that, you kind of just like, oh yeah, you just roll with it. It happens. It's not something that I'll really break down and analyze too hard. That does come with the experience. You kind of know where to look when you have heats like that. And win or lose, I spent more effort breaking down a heat that I won this week than I did a heat that I lost. So that's just serving.
Fair enough. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you in Portugal.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
What a great start for Tyler Wright. Moving on without too much disappointment. Kicked off the year with a final at Pipeline, and also turning in a semifinal result here at Sunset Beach. Second and a third heading into Portugal. She's in a great spot, Megan.
She's in a really good spot, and she'll definitely be taking advantage of the waves in Portugal. Tyler has very few weaknesses, so she's going to take this as an excellent start to her year.
The key thing, she's present, and she's really feeling it. As we know, for Tyler Wright's journey, she's been really out of rhythm, just sometimes with illness or physically the last couple of years, missing out on the last two features of the Rip Curl WSL Finals, that one-day showdown for a world title. We're going into our third year having this format at Lower Trestles in September. Zoe, how have you been enjoying that big day for pro surfing?
Oh, I think it's definitely the most exciting day of the year as far as surf competitions goes. Everything's on the line, and you can just sit down and watch it all go down in one day. It's pretty mental. As
we look at a potential wave coming through, changing gears, there's Caroline Marks. Surfer with priorities, Gabriella Bryan. You also notice when you have your positioning on a day like today, there are a lot of waves that will go wide that you're not in position for. Bryan's got this one. Only had the 2.0 before it, and she's too deep to capitalize on the open face, which is quite far down the line.
I think within that lull, they've found themselves pretty far up the point. It's easy to happen. The current's running up. We see Gabriella Bryan right here.
Gabriella Bryan now hard off the bottom, throws up a nice turn. Just a quick recovery wave after the fall. And this is that smart thinking for Gabby Bryan. She's created some space to throw down a quick little frontside wrap into the double up. And now Gabby Bryan drills it off the top, and she'll ride away nice and clean. It's cool how the face completely changes down the line on a lot of these waves, where you might think the wave is over and she'll get that bonus section. She understands that really well. Only needs a 3.68 to take the lead. This was her first look, Megan.
Yeah, just a quick in and out. She realized early on that she was way too deep, but wise decision. She just swings on this, and I like it. You know, she needed to kind of back up. She needs another wave. A nice first turn there, and smart. She hung on to this because she's going to get picked up by the ski anyway. So she manages to manufacture a score because she takes this thing to the inside into Val's Reef. Spot you're pretty familiar with, right, Zoe?
Yeah, Val's is such a fun section of the wave. Sometimes like early or late season, you see like when we get more northerly swells, just that section of the wave will break, and it's a really fun little wave.
That's awesome. Gabriella Bryan definitely loved finishing off that last wave, especially since her decision to take a solid one ended up really short in her closeout and moved quickly to adjust. And it looks like Jason Shibata on the caddying responsibilities for Gabby Bryan. She has kind of this featured, powerful, big old gash she puts into the pocket. Jason Shibata was like, that's called the Gabby Gouge. She just loves that powerful read that she has in the lineup. And Shibata's been out here so many times with the jersey on, without a jersey on. Great person to have in her corner. And she's going to get the lead without a problem. Nice honest 5 for Gabriella Bryan. Caroline Marks in second with priority. Needs a 1.33 to come back as they're fighting for a spot in the final. We'll be right back. It's time to enjoy Make or Break Season 2. It's on Apple TV Plus. It's been really fun to enjoy a lot of episodes at once. I love how they don't just drop one episode. You can get a bunch to just totally binge and get through a lot of great moments from the championship tour season last year. As we'll go right into action as the semifinal continues, our goofy foot from Florida, Caroline Marks, drills the first section, tags it well, nice flow down to the bottom. A little setup snap there. Remember, only had one wave before this. That was the 5-6-7. And now she'll get to a fun looking inside section, throws down the backhand snap. Still wants more. It's growing in energy, and she got herself there. Times a backhand hook well, and she'll step off. Solid read from Caroline Marks.
Yeah, we're going to see a lead change there with that. Caroline Marks, is only going to be her second eye.
And then Gabriella Bryan took off on the wave behind it, Megan.
Yeah, Gabby, a nice snap up into the, even navigating around all that wind and able to throw it back up there, but can't stay on. Look at the wind really picked up a notch.
Certainly did. Definitely felt like she had to do some ocean navigating there with all the different weather that can happen at Sunset. There's a lot of chops, like a secret bumps that will pop up right when you think you've got a nice clean rail line. How do you manage that to adapt on the fly at a wave like this, Zoe?
Yeah, I think Sunset's definitely one of the trickier waves, maybe in the world. It has so many different faces, and like you said, so many lumps and deep spots and then shallow spots. Oh, how's this paddle battle?
Is this something you train for, Zoe?
Paddle battles? Yeah, a little bit.
You can see in red Gabriella Bryan with the lead to try to get priority. Remember, Caroline rode the first wave. They'll continue to paddle till they get the announcement that priority's been set. And they can also check out the Apple Watch and get that switch in real time. As you can see, another great view of how big this playing field is. But it's an interesting part of the game. We break down turns, performance, wave riding, and to spend time paddling to make sure you win those when it really counts is crucial on tour.
Yeah, it looks like Caroline got the priority on that one.
You know, a good drill we used to do when I was training would be you all get in like a train, and that person in the back has to get to the front. So it's like a great way to train for paddle battles. And you got to make it, there might be 10 people, like for Worlds we used to do that, 10 people in the line, and you got to get all the way up to the front. It's like,
yeah, I remember we used to do that in Hawaii team as well.
Hawaii team, right?
Yeah.
See, 20, 30 years later, same thing.
That's awesome. Caroline Marks did a great job on this wave, and she's also going to get first priority on that battle. So it sounds like the judges want to just keep that rotation going nice and clean for priority. Where'd she really capitalize on this wave, Megan?
Yeah, her first turn, actually, she wound up on her first big turn. I liked it. And she followed up with a series of backside snaps. But she got some extra points in here on this inside section that got really shallow. And she just has that strong, lethal backhand out here. And she winds up, she gets super low on her board, and it's able to allow her to do like a huge backside turn.
Mike Parsons aggressively encouraging Caroline to start paddling, get in this paddle battle quickly. And that's that awareness as a longtime competitor. And Mike Parsons, longtime competitor right here at Sunset Beach, didn't want her to like wait for any advice or slow down. He said, you need to get in this paddle battle, and it paid off.
Yeah, it's really cool seeing everyone's caddies and who they choose to have in the channel at Sunset. I think there's so much knowledge. Like even that last heat that I surfed against Steph, we paddled out and it was micro, bottle, bam, and then I had Brett Simpson filling in for Galley. But it was like, it would have been such a gnarly heat 10 years ago.
From your caddies, yeah.
Yeah, like just the caddy heat, we were joking. I was like, oh, this next heat looks crazy.
And some of the best nicknames ever in surfing, right? Jay Bottle Thompson, Keiko Bacalso, always called Bam. Micro, his name's Glenn Hall. These guys have so much experience on tour. Brett Simpson as well, former Triple Crown Rookie of the Year and a long time competing against the top 34. As we look at numbers from last to Caroline Marks, 5.77, just slightly better than her opener. And now Gabriella Bryan needs a 6.44 to advance. Here comes the goofy foot. Taps the first section to get this one going. Hard off the bottom. How's that backhand connection? Sweeping off the bottom again and drills it. She chose the perfect board for the day. It looks like magic. You can see her support crew there. One of her siblings in the background there has been enjoying a lot of free surfs.
I like this wave, Joe. You know, I'm not a judge, but to me, that's one of Caroline's best, not her best ride. The way she started that wave, she's just, again, her technique right now, and the judges, they want to see that full rail turn, and she's just positioning herself in the best spots of the wave, and she just looks really solid. There's no skipping, no double pumping, you know, just turn to turn, rail transition.
This is really critical because remember, Mike Parsons was going, you better get going in the paddle battle. Caroline Marks was able to get priority. Next thing you know, it's her turn. A gem comes through. She already has the lead, and she's able to take advantage of it. That was huge.
You know why, too? Snips was back in the days of the priority buoy.
That's right.
Here we see Caroline just going straight into the floater there. But right here, this is where all the points are. Just a huge backside turn. And again, just winds it straight back up into the lip again. Like Caroline, those series of maneuvers there are just going to stand out and look really solid to the judges.
Caroline Marks has done a lot in the water here at Sunset Beach. A 7.33. 5.77's her low score. She's got some little magic with the sevens at this event. She hadn't had a number in that range since the opening round of Jeffreys Bay last season. So even just to hear that again has got to be helping her confidence, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that you hear yourself get a score of 7 and above, you just get that extra little bit of like confidence and excitement and just like really feeling like you have it. I think at this point, Caroline's probably feeling pretty good.
One of the best backends on tour is in the lead over last year's Rookie of the Year. Gabriella Bryan needs an excellent number on one wave at 8.10 to move on to the final. If she can do it, it won't be her first. She actually finaled at Margaret River main break last year. And probably one of the most dramatic ways she could have done it because she saved her spot for the back end of the season and for the start of 2023.
Yeah, she came on super strong. It was almost like she just knew she had to do super well there. And again, one of the only rookies really to be in that position right at the end there. And I mean, she was looking so good. And I think Margaret River main break is just, that's a wave that just suits her really well, Joe.
She's going to have to channel a bit of that magic now. A minute to go. She's got priority. And she is solid in these positions on tour. We've seen her consistency in big heats, but also at this wave. We'll see if there's a little bit of magic left for her. Zoe, when you're sitting out here on a day like today, is it easy to tell or hard to tell if a wave's coming through in the next 45 seconds?
I think there's definitely indicators to look for, whether it's looking up the point or across the bay towards camis or out the back, just looking for those swell lumps. I think that the swell directions definitely come into play with knowing what to look for. And yeah, you can see that they don't see much coming. So I think Gabby can be really proud of herself for how she did in this event. 2 semis in a row, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, you'd imagine. I guess there are those signs that maybe there's nothing coming through. It's a pretty early hug, I felt like, with the time on the clock. But they'll just talk it over and chat as semifinals for the men will get started soon. Jack and Griffin. Let's see Griff throwing a shaka to Caroline Marks, doing it for USA as Caroline moves on to her first final appearance since Narrabeen in 2021. We'll be right back.
Jack Robinson.
Beautiful first turn snap.
Jack Robinson finds a barrel. Air drops off of that turn. No problem.
Griffin Colapinto takes down the apex predator in surfing, Gabriel Medina.
First start for Colapinto, and it's an absolute hammer. Semifinals time. Jack Robinson taking on Griffin Colapinto. Jack, world number 1, taking on Colapinto, who had a slower start. That's why you see 17 next to his name. That was a pipeline. That's all long gone in the rear view. He's looking for an event win for 2023. As we're going to break this one down, who will be the favorite to win with a couple of specialists that watch a lot of pro surfing. Joe Trappell, Pete Mel, Strider Wazalewski. How did this happen? What's up, Pete? How are you feeling?
Well, it's the semifinals, and it's finals day, and what a matchup. These two have put on a show this event so far, and it's exciting stuff. I can't wait. Hopefully, the waves come to the party. Seems like those last 2 semis a little slower at times.
We're going to party, Pete, no matter what.
No matter what, we're partying?
It is on. We're going to have a good time, and we are going to call it like it's hot.
Strider, we saw Griffin, I felt, threw Ethan off his game. I don't know if Ethan felt comfortable getting pushed up the point in that series. Can Griffin do it to a guy like Jack?
Yes.
In a different way.
It's just, look,
they're doing it right now?
Just said it, Joe, and they're doing it right now. And I think you have great insight to the fact that there's a no back down policy right now.
Look at this. Look at their bow scratching. Who's going to be there?
And Jack's good at this game as well. He'll dive into it. Looks like he made Griffin pay for that for the moment, but he's got to get a giddy up. That thing stretched out and couldn't find the exit. Jack Robinson, such a great barrel rider. Doesn't mean just a pipeline or slabs. He can find it anywhere. And we'll see if Griffin now will turn this into a number. Colapinto with some speed. He'll highline that section. A lot of foam on the face here. He's going to slow that turn down. And he'll go for a clean re-entry. Doesn't mind an airdrop. So he recovered a bit of that wave with that big free fall hack. And today it's all been about hanging in there for a bonus section. We had Colapinto going for a full road earlier today, where you almost would think you'd run out of gas. But a quick lift there from the Surfshark Hawaiian Water Patrol. Back on the Red Bull ski, and he'll be into action with Jack Robinson in just a moment. Right there, Strider, I was thinking maybe Jack was going to pull off a miracle too, Brian. It stretched out a little bit too quick on the reform, though.
Yeah, you can see him. He's like, I'm going into it. Jams down the line, triple pumped into it, and then just thing ate him up. So you're just in there. You get squished by the white water, and, you know, you can't handle it. This wave was interesting because, you know, it started out, looked like he had something laid down, and then it let him down on that turn right there. Then he stayed with it, and he really attacked the lip line right there. So I like that, you know, that he's staying with his choice, right? That was good. I think that, you know, that's a good intent for the heat, and we'll see how this thing plays out.
And also thankful that the whole priority thing is already done.
Yeah,
we can
done
move
deal.
on. You know, that kind of hurt my feelings in the heat with Ethan Ewing, seeing no waves ridden halfway through. How about that single maneuver opportunity, Pete?
It's going to be an okay score, but ultimately I think with the extra 5 minutes in the semifinals, we got 35 minutes. You're going to see these. It's going to take two. In your mind, it's going to be 2-8s, right? Like we saw that in heats before. They're out there. I was just looking at the tide just to kind of get a little understanding. And Hawaii is so unique. The coefficient here literally has 1 to 2 foot tide differences, right, between the high and the low. But it does make a slight difference out here. A lot of surfers will say, I don't even care about the tides out here. And it's kind of true, but with sunset, you've got a lot of water moving around. And when you have just that foot of tide moving in and out, it's going to change the consistency. It's going to change the style of wave, where the waves are breaking on the reef. So, just trying to be able to adjust and realize that. Felt like that one stretched out because maybe a little fuller tide with what's going on right now.
I love
3 p.m.'s high tide.
I love that you're talking about tide because, I feel like it totally matters. It makes a difference in all those little moments.
But it's literally a foot of tide. Like, what I mean? Like, comparison to, say, where we're going next in Portugal, where it's going to be 11 feet of tide difference, right? So it's a huge difference. But it does make subtle little changes, and you got to be able to read that.
As we look at Jack Robinson versus Griffin Colapinto, this is their very first championship tour matchup. It's a semifinal here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. The man in yellow, Jack Robinson, coming off the top. Quick fade. Let's see this thing bowl up, and it's going flat, so a slow start for Robinson. Colapinto opens with a 4.5. And it's good to open Instagram. Find your balance with it, but you know, when you look at stories and you follow your favorites, journaling. Sometimes that's a private practice for people because it's very personal, but Griffin's been sharing those journals. It reminds me a lot of you, Strider. You're very giving with your social media. Did you read his journal this morning?
I did. Just checking boxes.
I am confident. I am powerful. I am fearless. I am present. Goals for today: enjoy every step, be myself, and have fun.
That was what Whitaker said to me. So, you know, in his corner, Tom Whitaker. I love that he's able to just kind of spell it out for everyone to kind of emulate. There's a lot of different ways, a lot of different tools to move through life, right? And move through competition. And Griffin is trying them all. You know, he's experimenting in all sorts of different avenues and finding what's working.
He's found a good path.
Yeah.
I feel like he's on a great, he's in a great place, especially after where he was during the first event and the headspace he was in.
Let's back up even further than that. Like, how about before the event? Like, remember the couple airdrops to wipeouts that we kept seeing right beforehand in his training? You're like, wait a second, that's not necessarily Griffin's status. Like, and he even recognized it in his interview. He's like going, yeah, I was a little reckless. I wasn't having fun. I was focusing too hard on certain things and like trying to force it rather than enjoying it, which is exactly what his, his journaling has helped him to establish, right? I mean, it worked.
It's all trying to find what makes you work the best. So Strider, something you tell me all the time: don't get in the way of the world. You know, it's like there's an energy force that's flowing. I feel like Griffin and Jack subscribe
just grab
to
on
that.
and go with it.
You got to bend to it, right? You got to be like water. And if you're not getting through that one place you thought you were going to get through, just
do a
go
little
around.
one-arm paddle. Yeah, one-arm paddle around it. Let the current flow you around. And
Let's
next
break
thing you
this
know,
one
you're in
down a
paradise.
little bit. Let's get kind of heavy here. Let's
All right.
put it on the line. You know, turn for turn. Let's find out who's better. You know, if you had to pick one above the lip in the air specifically, Pete, who are you picking in this heat?
I would say Griffin, and it's more out of the backhand portion of his aerials attack. I think Griffin has an exceptional back hat. You know, we saw it when he got his perfect 10 in Portland.
As he got a serious paddle to get into this one. Nice little runway for Colapinto. Sweeping hook on the open face. Set up work off the top. He's got the flow. There's the vertical fin ditch as Jack gets started. Robinson buries his rail completely and goes down.
I feel like the only place that Jack has Griffin is in the barrel. So, you know, that's my view on it. I feel like they're both in a great rhythm and flow this year. And I think, you know, the adjustments that Griffin has made, in that is benefiting him right now. And I feel like if there's going to be an advantage, it'd be in the tube for Jack Robinson.
And I'd add one other element. I think Jack naturally gets into that state of zenness and where he wants to be to compete, right? I think it naturally happens for him, whereas I think that Griffin has to kind of figure it out. Has to, like either meditation or, journaling. Beautiful first turn there again, where he's able to just drive the rail and so silky smooth. I mean, you talked about like who, does he emulate? There's so many different surfers, but became his own style, really.
This is some great surfing right here. You know, super clean. This inside turns all the money, blows the fins out. He's completely disconnected right there, then comes back in for the 50-50 grab, pushes down over. That felt really good. I mean, that was really impressive. And then right behind him, unfortunate rail dig right here. That would have been just a money turn, and he sinks the rail.
Yeah,
so he's going to fall off, roll off, and go over the falls. That was a really tough go for Jack right there because that wave was twice as good as Griffin's.
Yeah, it was a better section, and it was definitely an answer to Griffin right there. And you can already see the score. It's not a huge number for Griffin, but again, advantage right now, early advantage to Griffin.
Something's weird. It's happening. We saw Ethan. This guy is a pure surfer at Sunset, and he was forcing things against Griffin earlier today.
I think it all started with that first two waves we saw this morning that everyone was talking about was Griffin.
It rattled everybody.
Rattled like, oh, now I got to push harder.
Watching.
What a way to put pressure on your competitors.
People post. I posted them. They were, and people are looking. And you gotta watch
all of a sudden you're like,
opponent.
oh, that's what I have to. That's the level I have to surf at today to beat Griffin.
Nat,
and it just gets in your head.
Jack, they were all in the water. Griffin, that was this morning.
Here we go. More action here. Colapinto finds some room under priority. Overhead section with a ton of speed. The California digs in on the down carve. Back to the lip and crushes it. Hard off the bottom and hammers it shut. Colapinto is in a sweet rhythm today. And Jack Robinson going for the tube. He can find him here at Sunset Beach, all yellow into daylight. Stretched out, wrapping cutback for the man from West Oz and world number 1 asking for the Red Bull ski. 23:40 on the clock in this first semifinal, and it's heating up.
Gotta love it. Really gotta love it. And you mentioned in the barrel, Jack Robinson, he definitely can sniff him out. He has a nose for it.
He's a waterbender.
Totally.
You know, we all have superpowers.
Every one of us do, huh? What's yours?
Found his.
What's Joe's?
I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Okay. That's the fun of it. It's life.
Bending water, I like that. And Jack, I mean, for him, he's used the tube at Sunset to his advantage for many years. Starting with Griffin's wave here, Strider. What did you see?
This is just money. Straight carving down the rail. They said they're looking at that, and goes to the lip line, and then this finish, bango, right through the lip, comes down with it. Perfect timing. I mean, I really enjoyed this wave because this first turn, he gets it up in the lip line, but then look at the carve out of it, right? He's pushing all the way through, finds more lip line, gets the fins up in there, and then drops out of the sky, and then he comes to this finish maneuver with timing, caresses the lip, finesses over the top, and comes back in. That, to me, is like beautiful surfing, and I think excellent surfing.
This man in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Felipe Toledo, has jumped into Griffin Colapinto's corner. The title race starts now. And this is what Jack did, Pete. What'd you see?
Well, he sniffed it out. You know, the arm drag, and then see how he put the gas pedal on, put the brakes on again. But I feel like, you know, just the barrel is the ultimate in surfing, right? It's the coolest thing ever, but is that, I mean, in between these two waves.
Yeah, score it, Pete.
Right? I feel like, I mean, to me, it felt like the surfing from Griffin was going to be slightly higher as far as the wave. But being that because it wasn't such an intense barrel, but I mean, barrels are such a weird thing. They're cool.
How does it make you feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's time warp, right?
Well, right here, there's this is something that we talked about a little bit going into it, but how well did he find the bending moment where he just had that whole thing bubble up around him? Okay, he made that happen with his positioning and his posture and the feeling, and then came out with a beautiful arc. So, you know, to me, the water benders at work once again.
Okay, so where's your thoughts on that? Is that higher than Griffin's, or Griffin higher than that?
I like Griffin's attack of the lip line more, but it's Sunset Beach, and the tube time can give you, you know, a high score out here. I mean, it's very elusive, the tube at Sunset Beach.
I've seen one judge agreeing with you, Strider. There's an 8-8 thrown from Colapinto. And that same judge threw an 8 for Jack Robinson. Keeping you posted on the scores. Almost averaged out for Colapinto's wave. His 4.5's long gone. And it will be excellent. An 8.77 for Griffin. And Jack Robinson in the barrel behind him comes through with a nice, honest number. Excellent scores are something he's familiar with. An 8-point ride, so just under Griffin Colapinto out in front with priority. 20.5 to go.
I love this. I am so excited because, you know, Pete, you called it, right? You gave the upper hand to Colapinto for his attack on the lip line. He's out there doing those deodorant commercials again. You see him opening up out there.
There's only one judge that basically went higher for Jack. Judge number 4 had an 8.5. Griffin had an 8.2. But other than that, all the other judges went higher on Griffin.
But back to Kelly Slater, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, all the greats. Andy Irons. You knew it's either 8s or lates going up against those guys. And it's the same thing with Jack Robinson right now.
In this generation.
In this generation. Yeah. It's 8s or lates. You have to score those kind of excellent scores in order to win these heats.
So cool. What a great time here on finals day, getting close to crowning champions. One surfer's back in a final. It's been a long time for Caroline Marks. Welcome back. She's hanging out with AJ.
All right, Caroline, looking a little bit like Michael Jordan in his flu game out there. I know you had to battle through a lot to get ready for this semifinals. How are you finding the just the gumption to keep going and find your waves?
Yeah, I'm just I feel like running off adrenaline at this point, and we got some fun waves. The wind's super nice and some clean conditions, and I'm just having a blast.
And I think that we're seeing that in your surfing. Do you feel like you're surfing more freely than you've been able to surf in a while?
I think so. I think obviously, like when you get into the later rounds, like almost the pressure kind of gets let off your shoulders. You know, we have a lot like the beginning of the year with the cut and just like everyone's so good. And, you know, I've never competed at Sunset Beach, so all that's, you know, kind of running through your head. But I'm just trying to enjoy myself and not really worry too much about the result, even though it's hard because you want to do good and you want to, you know, do good in your results. But this event, yeah, I just was like, you know, I just want to have fun and just really try to surf the best I can. And I think that's helped things like flow a little bit more.
How are you going to get ready? Because first time at Sunset, on to the finals. How are you going to get ready for it?
Yeah, I'm just going to do the same thing. Get some water. I've been sipping some Red Bull in between my heats. I think that's been getting me psyched. So, yeah, just literally do the same thing and just enjoy myself. I just want to have fun.
Well, we're having fun watching you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Caroline Marks, into a major final. So sweet to see her come back into this place in her life. It was last year when we heard the news at Sunset that she was actually going to take some time off. I didn't realize how long that would be until she returned.
We all did.
Later in the season.
Well,
I'm almost wondering if she kind of read it from someone from her generation, like Katie Simmers saying, hey, I'm not going to take this spot yet. I have some growth to do. Caroline did the opposite. She was in major events at 14 and maybe saw a little window to be, hey, maybe I'll slow down a little bit and then come back.
Yeah, long career, right? So, I mean, pace yourself.
Well, C-Mac is back.
Wow, big final, a young final. Caroline Marks, Molly Picklum.
Writing's on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. New
Molly
generation.
Picklum
it's so
wins.
cool, though. I mean,
She
we all
might
this is
tie
sport.
with Carissa Moore for the yellow jersey.
Woo!
Is the generational changes, right? I mean, they're taking, you know, the fact that they're this young, brash group coming up, doing new things, wanting new things and breaking records. And then you have these veterans who are trying to, you know, keep them away, the Groms. And it just lifts the performance level through the roof.
Motion in the ocean, priorities with Colt Pinto. He has the big lead, looking to better a 5.83. How's this freight train setting up? He attacks the first section. Now it's going to slow down completely. Hug that outside section of the reef well and then just completely slowed down. So Griffin gets out of there.
Yeah, it's just a one-wave set. Those first waves, sometimes, like I said, they look so amazing. And then they flatten out, which is exactly what happened to that wave.
I feel like, so I just want to point something out here. If Jack Robinson would have taken off by that wave, he would have grabbed the wall, got to, came out and done that same big gouge, and possibly gotten another 8. Is that possible? Could that have happened on that wave? It's just so interesting to watch the different approaches, right? Because, you know, look at this wave. I mean, it's pretty solid. It's got a mean bowl on it. Look at that barrel. That thing was hollow all the way across. You know, he could have come out, maybe done that big gouge. I don't know. It's an interesting, like, look into the different approaches of the surface.
Toledo's always watching.
He has no choice. He's got a camera on his mug.
Hey,
oh, yeah.
the armor.
Put himself right there in front of it.
The ink that he's got going on his chest, I asked him about it. You know, and he said it's like protection. He's got the eyes, he's got the triangles for balance, he's got everything going on, and the ink is like his armor because he's been through so much in life. He says it makes him feel protected, which is, I was, you know, I'm so interested because he got so much work done. He said it was 3 days on that table. Wow.
I love it. But everything's meaningful to him, isn't it? It's all for a
most
reason.
Tattoos are, right? And hopefully.
Pardon?
Most tattoos are, you hope.
Well, you never know, you know? Remember, Matt Wilkinson had some creative ones. Back to this one. 15 minutes on the clock. Jack
But
Robinson
they mean something.
is looking for a 6.61. It's all about him wearing the yellow jersey. Winning pipeline. Already flowing through a stellar performance here at Sunset Beach and kind of falling on his first waves, but getting back into this heat with an 8-point ride. Griffin's going to roll in on this one. Swift off the bottom. Nice just fading turn to see if this one's really going to get going. He's spring-loaded, punches out the fins. That's not your typical air section by any means.
That's the
But if
Groms.
anyone could do it,
It's got to be the hardest place to do an air.
Pushing boundaries, right? I mean, no one does airs at Sunset. Oh, Griffin does. you know, that's the thing. That's what the new generation wants to do. They want to do things differently.
I remember when nobody did airs at J Bay and Toledo.
Right.
We got a couple.
Flip the script.
I mean, I love it. I just that's what it's all about, progression. You know, and you know, in competition growing up, I said it earlier. You know, you're just looking for completion, and these guys in competition are now taking it to the next level. Once you get to this point in your career, progression is happening in your heats, and that's where you know you're at the top of the game.
You can see these two going head-to-head for a good reason. A product of the championship tour schedule, you could say. Lower Trestles is the World Championship event with the Rip Curl WSO Finals. Griffin's backyard, where he throws rotators all the time. And Jack's got Margaret River as his home break with the box, which makes him extra deadly. How close did he come to pulling this off, Pete?
Not totally. You know, that's why it's not always something you see at Sunset Beach, because it's really hard to do. You know, it's a powerful wave. You have to find a certain, you know, type of section. And that one, you know, is kind of a flatter face. So it's a difficult wave to time to get above the lip, especially when you start throwing up all the wind.
Unbelievable Brazilian battle coming up next. Joao Chianka takes on the defending world champ Felipe Toledo coming up next. Thank you, Hurley, for creating Super Surfer. It's going to be coming soon. You can check out Hurley.com. Pete, which character did you
I was going to ask you, Joe.
With?
There's Jordan, there's Tribal King, there's Huey. I like Huey. I think Huey has some emulations of me. There's Tribal King. Who are you, Strider?
This is me right here. I'm just going all over it. I'm switch foot. I'm hitting the lip.
Okay.
I'm just, you know, whatever I want, I'm getting. I love that about the virtual world. You can be and do whatever you want.
Gosh, it's a perfect laugh, too. It goes forever. Can't wait to play it. You can check out Hurley.com to download. Super Surfer's dropping soon. And you can try to surf like Pete and Strider.
Some big waves on there, though. See that?
Pardon?
Those are 4 or 5 times overhead.
Gosh, looks fun. Colapinto and Jack Robinson. 10:40 on the clock in this series. We've got Griffin with a solid combined total out front, as we have a deep moment of prayer for the Toledo family.
Good thing to have faith, huh?
Having that belief has been the biggest thing for Felipe Toledo. Makes him grounded, makes him believe through adversity, everything he's been through, all those ups and downs. And that's his favorite place to be. He loves being with his family. Hardest part for him doing his job is being away. Everything he does, all the work he puts in, is to provide for them and give them an incredible lifestyle. What an amazing world champ. Toledo has Joao Chianka coming up next.
Going to be an easy task with the way Joao's been performing at Sunset this year. Every heat, big numbers.
And you know, for a big heat like that, AJ is going to find herself a great seat to enjoy it. Where are you, AJ?
We're over here at the Turtle Bay VIP area at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and there is so much energy up here. It matches what we're seeing in the water with an epic finals day. Turtle Bay has everything you could want up here. They've got cold water, they've got great views, they've got a great atmosphere going on, and they've honestly been great this entire event. This place has been the best spot to watch the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach and anything else you could want on the North Shore. So special shout out to Turtle Bay for all they've done to help make this event an amazing experience. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, AJ. What a great spot to hang, you know, for the Turtle Bay as well. It's the locals love hanging there, having staycations. As we go back into yellow, Jack Robinson needs a 6.61 for the lead. Coming off the front side hook, once again, finds himself pulling in. That one's going to take him down, and that leaves Griffin wide open. Big sweeping off the bottom to set up that wrapping cutback. Colapinto lets the fin slide on that lean back. Throws it vertically. Absolutely crushing his points on this wave. Will carve it, and why not celebrate? Yeah, you hit that one out of the park, kid.
He's definitely improving on the 5.83. Worked out really well. He was able to choose the right wave in that set. And how deep were those bottom turns? I mean, he was going so far down. You're like, how's he going to have the acceleration? But he did. He had it. Came off the bottom, and just a great mix of all different angles and slides and carves and little lip drifts. Right? There was like the carve. Yeah, we'll get to see it right here. But that was amazing stuff.
Strider?
Let's just let that surfing do the talking. I mean, like Pete said, he drove hard off the bottom. And then he tried to literally spray Jack right there. That was a grunt right at his opponent. Then he went straight to the lip line, throws the fins, and then he finishes off with a little gouge. You know, look at that. That was just straight out of the park, dude. That was a home run. Might even have been a grand slam.
Bam.
The variety, right? That's the one thing that is so cool about this wave. There's the carve, the layback snap, then he sets it up, the lip drift, right? So 3 separate styles of turns, and then that one there was just an underneath carve. But again, like almost vertical in the way that he did that.
Well, and this is Jack's wave, so he's selling it to Jack. He's like, I'm gonna go. And so Jack says, you know what? I'm not gonna give it up again. He does a great carve right here, but the wave lets him down because it kind of hits some deeper water. Usually he's popping through that, so the water bender just, something happened to the superpower
look at the number
on that moment. And wow, Joe, what do you think?
9.13 for Griffin Colapinto.
That was a grand slam.
17.9 total. I love that.
Bases were loaded, and he let one go to the fence.
It's like 7th inning, though. 7th inning stretch. He still got the 9th.
It cleared. I'm going to go out on a deep limb here and say that this thing is over.
Already?
Wow.
6.5 minutes.
Yep.
Jack,
Already
did you hear that,
putting this
Jack?
one away.
Strider just called you out, kiddo.
This thing is in the 110 Yeti cooler.
Huge performance for, I mean, that's saying a lot, Strider, because when you look at Jack Robinson, a man who featured in the Rip Curl WSL finals last year, world #1, he's had 6 semifinals, this being his 7th. He's won 5 of them. He's unbelievable. The only one he lost at this stage of the event was Bells Beach against Callum Robson. So he's oftentimes just taking over the energy, where we're seeing a rhythm for Griffin. He's somehow been able to get Ethan Ewing and Jack kind of off their game on finals day today.
It's an even bigger call because Jack is notorious for last-second rolls. Notorious.
And you're sitting here betting against it already.
You know what? I'm not. That's the feeling I got. So I threw it in the 110 Yeti cooler. I go out on a limb all the time, Pete.
I know. We all do.
That's a big branch. There's plenty of time.
I do want to point this out. Griffin Colapinto, when he was having, when the bigger day happened, he was driving off the bottom and hitting lip line on severe sections. Wow. Really heavy. So the confidence I think that he takes from that into these conditions is why he's able to attack the lip line so well right now. I mean, I see a lot of, I haven't really seen Jack in the lip. I've seen him doing some big gouges on the face down, but I haven't seen the type of surfing that Colapinto's done, that he's doing. So that's what I want to look. That's the way Jack would get back into this, is by going for those vertical climbs and the water bending in the barrel.
I am confident. I am powerful. I am fearless.
And I'm up on a wave. Griffin Colapinto off the bottom sets up that beautiful hook. What a rhythm he is in with Sunset Beach. Lays it into the pocket with authority. And now times the end section. Everything going right for Griffin. And world number 1 trying to catch up to the pace. Set up down carb, blows the tail out. Solid looking 2-turn combo for Robinson. Trying to crawl his way back in the heat. He had a wave with some size. Judges love that. He attacked shorter wave, but really tall sections.
He caught the ski, and now he's walking on it. Wants to paddle. He's going to try and beat the ski out.
Try and beat the ski out the back. This is going to be.
Call.
This is the most important point of this heat. So if Griffin gets to the lineup first, it's definitely in the refrigerator.
You already cooled it.
If he doesn't, then Jack can have an opportunity to catch one more wave.
Here's the race. Look at bottom of your screen, yellow jersey.
Here. We saw how much it paid off for Caroline Marks when she received priority in the matchup with Gabby Bryan. That basically shut the door on Bryan.
This is the angle
for Jack to have a chance. He needs to get priority here. So that was quick thinking to see if he can beat the Red Bull ski.
I almost feel like though this could, like the score coming in for Griffin, if it goes better than the 8.77, all of a sudden Jack needs a 9.9 at this point, and it's not going to change unless Griffin adds what, a 1/10 of a point?
Anything.
Yeah, right. A 1/10 of a point, he makes it out of reach.
I mean, he surfed that wave really well. Look at, he's looking back. Look what he's like going. Wait, I'm here. What's up? Who's got it?
He's waiting for the Apple Watch to buzz on his hand because that's what happened.
Is up there. He is way up, man. This is intense.
Griffin Colapinto still working on priority here. Jack Robinson decided not to take the Red Bull ski. Priority not decided yet. They've got the Apple Watch on in real time, and they can also check this board there. Priority does go to Griffin Colapinto. So he's got the 9.13.877, and still his last score to come through. We're waiting for lasted Jack as well. 2:15 to go as we take another look here, starting with Griffin's wave, Strider.
Yeah, this is a under priority, so he's got nothing to lose. He's going to lay into it. Beautiful bottom turn, gouges the corner, whips it back into the power pocket, looking for lip line again. Rah, big layback jam, and then he's going to finish on the inside here in the lip line. So blasting over that. That was a beautiful return combo.
Compares to Jack's wave. Pete, what'd you see?
Well, Jack's bigger wave and a much stronger finish move. So Jack's going to get his second number, but I just don't see it going all the way up into a 9.9, which is what he needed.
Scores coming through from the last exchange. Griffin's slightly better, but he doesn't need it. He has 2 better numbers. Jack needs that number. 8.33 is his best so far in the semifinal. And now without priority, he still needs almost a perfect score. 9.57 to move on.
Crazy stuff.
Can you guys see the cooler over here? I'm going to open it up.
See.
Pretty sure. Yep.
Jack's in there?
Jack's in there.
You did bring up the buzzer beaters that Jack has had. He had 2 of them back-to-back on finals day at G-Land last year.
It's not going to happen.
Against Toledo and Medina, by the way. Saying there's a chance.
There is a chance. But priority, it's a clock. Mother Ocean, look at, he's going to...
There is a set coming.
Is there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's lines. Look at those lines out there, dude.
Can Jack do it again? He's one of the best guys with less than a minute to go to believe that he can get there.
Are you not entertained?
He's got some space on Griffin, remember? Colapinto can shut him down because he has priority. Good news, his set's coming in with plenty of time. Griffin doesn't really have to make a move there.
Now he does, though. Now he can just block it and win. There's not enough time for 2 waves.
You sound like you wanted more, Pete.
I do.
Who doesn't want more, dude? I mean, this is
we got another good heat coming up,
and
though.
this is a lot of fun,
10
and
seconds.
This is what we love to see.
Griffin's going to shut this one down using priority on this wave. 9.13.877, throwing away an 8.47. And the big news, just throwing off the favorites throughout finals day. From Ethan Ewing to world number 1, Jack Robinson. Jack will run out of time, and Colapinto will move on into the final here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. This wave caught just after the horn for Jack Robinson. And for Felipe, that's exactly what he was hoping for. The title race starts right out of the gates. He wants to catch up to that yellow jersey. Griffin putting on a show today on finals day with a shot to win this event here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Toledo takes on Chianka right after this. We'll bring in Kaipo for the call.
All right, here we go. Joao just gouges it under the lip, looks for the barrel section, pulls in, comes out, and he is stoked, fired up.
Felipe Toledo. What? Are you kidding me? Woo! That was just fire flying off the rail right there.
Slash, the defending world champ, looking sharp again. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach semifinal number 2 out in the water. Joao Chianka dropping into this one. The Brazilian in the second season on the CT and has been making a statement in 2023. A couple of big turns for Joao. Sticking with this one. And Chianka is going to put the first score on the board between him and defending world champ Felipe Toledo. Nice finish for Chianka. And so what an exciting semifinal number 1. We're expecting the same kind of fireworks in the semifinal number 2, Peter, and this matchup. But what a great matchup between Jack Robinson, Griffin Colapinto. That was fireworks.
Yeah, that was really cool. And if you take the performance that we've seen Joao at this event, you'd have to say that, you know, fingers crossed that we're going to see more of it, because Joao has been posting big numbers this event. Same with Felipe. Felipe's performance, especially today, very solid. So both these surfers at pretty much the peak of the year so far.
Here we go to live action. Felipe Toledo on the answer back. Skips that section. Little lip ollie over the curb right there, but goes down in the trough. So not the start that Toledo wanted, but we do have 35 minutes. We start the clock with 32 minutes on the countdown here, Strider. And just zooming in on a beautiful afternoon here at Sunset Beach and our matchup.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo, number 5 in the world. Joao Chianka, number 3. And I just have a Chianka feeling. I feel like we looked at on the women's side, our final setup, and I feel like we're going to have that same youthful feeling and energy on the men's side. I think it's going to be a Colapinto Chianka final.
Look at the battle in the beginning and inside position. Chianka did not back down whatsoever to Felipe, and it paid off. Ended up getting this 6.5.
Yeah, rock solid surfing. Nice layback jam right there, and he stuck with it. You know, it's interesting. Sunset's not known for guys to try to kind of settle it out on all the way to the inside and wait for that one last turn. But they are getting points for these inside connection sections. And at Val's, banging the lip right there. Chianka, body language, and everything else super high. Look at this is the paddle before.
Oh man, it's so cat and mouse, right? Just trying to get that inside, but you can't paddle too deep. And it's easy to do, but yeah, I ended up with it. Joao did.
You see the big holes in the reef from up above, and then watch him just rip into that lip line, buckets out the back. Great surfing.
Toledo eyeing him down the line, slashing off the top. Full rail carve on the sharp eye. Little sleepy back off section here, looking for the connection to the inside. Felipe Toledo keeps the rails engaged, lip glide there, doubling it up here. Foam climb through that section. Wants a little bit more, kicks out. Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto. He's in the finals.
Yes, he is into the finals for the first time since El Salvador last year. That was such a fun heat for us all to watch. Talk us through what it was like to go blow for blow with Jack in the water.
Oh, it's as fun as it gets. I just paddled out and we gave each other high fives. We were hanging out yesterday and the day before, so it was funny that we met up then. And then, yeah, I just kind of, we both, once the heat started, I just asked him, I was like, hey, you think we're going to get, the ocean's going to provide for us this heat? And he just looked at me and smiled and went, and then I went the same. And then, and then sure enough, it just started pulsing. So that's all you can ask for, really.
Provide it did, and we had so much fun watching you guys with those waves. What were you seeing that was so different from your semifinals that you could just take advantage of?
It felt like the sets were kind of hitting the bowl more and they weren't so much on the point. So it was just like the perfect size for like a rippable sunset. And we were just trying to attack the lip and do the biggest cars we could.
Biggest takeaway for you from semifinals into finals?
I feel like that it felt really good to finally be able to do the surfing that I've been wanting to do the whole time. Like even in the semis and like my heat before, I've always kind of felt like I was just like barely hanging on. And then that heat I was able to really lay into some carves and show that side of my surfing. So that was really enjoyable.
Fun to watch. We'll see you in the finals.
All right, thank you.
Griffin on to the final. You know, on the QS level, he's made the final here before, 2017. As well as 2018, he was a finalist, but those were four-man heat formats. Then the Connor Coffin winning 2017, Ezekiel Law winning in 2018. Griffin got fourth in both those four-man finals. Here we go, Pete. This is a replay of a 6.33 for Felipe Toledo.
Well, there you go. A bit of a match, 6.5, and it's just, look at that arc. I mean, the speed he carries through the arc, and that's one of the best at doing that. He uses that all over the world. From whether it be winning world titles at Trestles or J-Bay walls, that whip into the ball with all that speed, and then just the amount of spring he has in his legs, he's able to weight and unweight and glide over stuff. He's one of the best. It's almost like a slope style, and he just jumps over stuff and just keeps his speed up.
And I feel like he's got a little extra weight on him, so he's got the same quickness to the rail and through the turn, but he's got more power behind it. It's just so beautiful to watch. I mean, that turn, you just sit that thing on its own. You could watch that all day long and just sit back and replay and look at the technique of where he put that rail in the water, where his body position is, and his arms are coming around with it. Watch this rail get set, right? And then he just torques his whole body, keeps it going. And he lifted his arms to get that extra bit out of it, and it was just, I love it. I love watching it.
How he has the arm up and he drives it through below his waist. It's almost like he's just swinging a club. Like you had mentioned, swinging a club, and it keeps it low, and that's where that power comes from, is you drive it through your waist.
So fun to watch. I mean, it's just, imagine being able to do that.
Like when you raise your arm, it's like it's almost like a ballerina, right? You can spin quicker. So it's unique to him where he keeps his arm up high as he goes into the turn, and almost gives him the ability to go more vertical into the carve. And then as he brings it down, he almost with his
drives
hand
the power, right?
Yeah, he paints the carve on it with his arm, and then the board and everything else follows it.
And the momentum and everything. It's just wrap it around the pole just like you're driving a golf ball. Just take your whole body, contort, tweak, keep the head still, and then right through it.
Slight advantage right now to Chianka with a 6.5 over Felipe Toledo's 6.33. 26 minutes pounding down in the semifinal. Draw with first priority, so he will get the chance. First choice of the next set coming through.
Just touching on, Griffin and Jack and how they've been hanging together. New athletes to the Red Bull team, and they have the house that's right there at Pipeline, the Red Bull Performance House. So they get to meet there, and they're taking advantage of that Performance House. There's all sorts of good stuff there for them, whether it's food, Red Bulls, but the massage and the therapy that happens. And so these two have been hanging pretty tight.
Terry Romine over there taking care of them.
And I was like kind of asking him, Terry, I was like, so who's taking advantage of you the most?
Yeah.
Right? And he's like, everyone I try to get everyone in, but yeah, the phone rings a lot from Jack.
Yeah. Well, when we look at different camps too, Joao Chianka on Channel Islands surfboards, the head shaper there, Britt Merrick, and the crew at Channel Islands have a little camp over here at Sunset Point. So that's been like,
thing, right?
Yeah, it's a thing, and it's also for them to be able to talk about, developing equipment, how the boards are going. I mean, talk about the ultimate pit crew. It's when you have on site, your shaper to really develop the equipment in real time, Peter.
For sure. I mean, that's why Paizel's here. That's why, Tyler came early, right, to go spend time with John. Britt's here with Brent Power, the team manager, and they've got a house, and they bring everybody in. They've got Nat staying there. They got Matt staying there. Joao's just at Pipeline, but he spends a lot of time there. So that development is exactly what you want to see happen. You really do. You want to see that relationships, especially since they're kind of new relationships. I mean, Joao Chianka just started Ryan CI a couple years ago, so they're just now really developing those boards that specifically fit to Joao. And same with all of the competitors. Those relationships with your shaper are so important.
Yeah, these two have met before. They only had one meeting in the past. That was just this year at the Pipe Masters, and that's when Joao Chianka came up on top of Felipe Toledo, Strider.
Yeah, and I mean, just driving all the way down the line, and well, that might have been me jumping under the wave.
It was.
But, Toledo wasn't laying down. He found some nice waves out there and really surfed well. I mean, this guy is just, I feel like this is another great year for Toledo just because how rock solid he surfs and his motivation from within. But Pete, look at this surfing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's different. That's the one thing. It's so raw. And every turn looks a little different. It's not like he has a go-to maneuver that you can see. You see it a lot. With Joao, it's always just a little bit different.
Yeah, he's flaring up, man. He's got a lot of energy. And I feel like when these kind of like, they're both from Brazil. And I feel like when you come up against your countrymen in Brazil, there's a lot of fire. I feel like there's this, I want to be the guy.
Well, Felipe Toledo is the guy. He is
right,
defending
coming off
world champ, but it is, generational when you look at it. This is Felipe Toledo's 10th season on the championship tour, Pete. This is Joao's second season.
And when you said that, I was like, really? 10 years? It's gone that quick?
Yeah.
It's pretty.
And Joao, last year didn't even get a full season. He, went down that mid-year cut, but just to his credit, the fight that he had, to take on the Challenger Series, Joao, and come up and earn his spot again on the championship tour.
Didn't come easy. I will say that.
No.
Right?
And then he's already, he's got a minimum of 2 semifinals to start the year. That's a great start.
Yeah, no, he's got the cut pretty much sewn up, really. He get into the semifinals. And now in his mind, he's like, okay, let's just keep the consistency up so I can end up at Trestles.
Yeah. Well, he's got the surfing right now, bar any injury. Still waiting for the next exchange. And here goes Chianka using priority. Good looking wave here. Swoops off the bottom, carves off the top, right back. Beautiful arcs. Double pump, triple pump bottom turn, snaps. Throwing the fins. One more big carve for Joao Chianka. Looking to make the connection to the inside. Toledo, easy rail work to start, kicks out. Chianka continues to surf his way to the finish to back up his 6.5 opener.
What's cool about that wave for Chianka, it actually was like kind of the second wave of the set. The first one kind of brought the water in, and this is where, a lot of the surfers are saying they like that second, third wave of the set. That was a good read by Joao, and he's going to get another good number and take advantage of it because basically Felipe didn't get an answer to it. So advantage Chianka.
I like that wave better than his first wave. I feel like he put together a really great combination of turns right there, Pipes.
So Jack Robinson's going to take a third from Sunset. With that being said, as we look at Joao Chianka on the Red Bull jet ski on the way back out, if Joao was to win this event number 2 on the championship tour, Jack Robinson and Joao Chianka would both have yellow leader jerseys, Peter, going into Portugal.
Yep, it'll be right there at the top of the leaderboard, right? They both wear yellow with the same amount of points.
And remember, Portugal, third stop on the championship tour. Not to get ahead of ourselves, but mark it on your calendar. The male Rip Curl Pro, Portugal, that's going to kick off March 8th over there in Peniche, Supertubos, as the primary site.
Not very long away, is it? It's just a couple weeks. We'll be over in Europe, putting on wetsuits, eating fish.
And some steaks in Tosca.
Pretty much everything. Food's so good over there in Europe.
Yeah, you know what's good? Joao surfing on that second wave to back up that 6.5, feeling some excellent scores coming through, and it has come through. Strider, this was an 8.17 for Chianka.
Yeah, we liked it better, and this is why. He just had full body extension, wrapped into the corner, was patient, and slams it into the corner. He pushed really hard right there, followed up with a nice little turn to finish, and then stayed with it to the inside. But those 3 turns that he got done out the back were all filled with just cash flow. I mean, beautiful turn arc. Look at the spray off the backs. And then he comes around and he waits for this section and then perfectly times the jab and then comes around for another one to finish. So great wave choice.
Excellent surfing, Pete.
It's, well, judges thought so, that's for sure. But I would say that the compression off the bottom turn, that's one thing I think that Chianka brings to the table. There's surfers that you look at in their bottom turns. Griffin's one of them, really compressed. Julian was another one who had a really amazing bottom turn, and Joao, and just you're able to sit and wait, and it gives you that extra second to kind of look where the best opportunity for you to do your turn. You can wait off the bottom, and then you accelerate and time it perfectly at the most vertical spot, the biggest, most critical spot. And the surfers that can do that over and over and consistently are going to get excellent numbers, and we see Joao able to do that this season. I mean, it's nonstop. He's been putting 8s up every single heat. Look at the bottom turn.
Yeah,
see how low he is.
Oh, he's deep right there. I mean, really pushing the fins. He almost loses the fins on every bottom turn. It's crazy, Pete.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's just instinct. I think he just does it naturally. And see how he had to, triple pump that bottom turn, but it was a timing issue. He literally had to wait there and keep the board moving to set up that 2-turn combo. And by doing those extra pumps, he keeps the speed there and is able to get 2 turns done in that one section.
Peter, board looking really good. He had that 6.2 CI Rook mod, which is a hybrid model, right?
Yeah.
Or a 6.0 CI Pro. If you had to guess, which one is he on right now?
He's on the Rook. It's the clear one is that, and it's a rookie rocker, which has been in the line for a very, very long time. But Britt takes those and he literally modifies them, right, and tweaks them, and until the liking of the surfer knows that we've hit it on the head, and then they go back and they computerize it at that point. So it's almost like this thing where they're kind of taking rockers and using rockers that are tried and true, and then just subtly tweaking them. So every time you see these boards coming out, they're going to be just a little bit better, especially for the surfer specifically. I mean, we're all different in where our feet placement, pressure we put, so everyone's a little different. You have to be able to figure that out and tweak it. This one here has just a tiny bit more. It's a pretty flat rocker overall, the Rookie, but there's an added flip, and it's behind the fin. He also takes out some of the concave from the Rookie. He kind of flattens it and almost adds a little extra rocker. So that was his description to me on what he does to Joao's Rookies to change them. And we'll see that model come out at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Strider, when we talk about the CT Shaper rankings, your crew, Mayhem, have already 2 finalists in the way of Caroline Marks as well as Griffin Colapinto. So things looking good for the Lost Camp.
Yeah, they're sitting number 2 on the rankings after event number 1. So this could get them up into the lead after this event, depending on the finishes of the surfers. But I'm very proud to say that Mayhem is looking good in this event.
Sure is. Well, priority with Felipe Toledo. Needs an 8.34 to turn the heat. Can he do it? We'll find out after this.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel brand of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach. Felipe Toledo using priority. Here we go with Toledo, slashing off the top. Looking sharp, angled, precise in his approach all the way back into the pocket for Toledo. Just as the wave flattens out, Joao Chianka in behind him, pulls into barrel. No exit for Chianka. Keep your eyes on Felipe Toledo on the inside here. He's 8.34 to flip this heat. Nice finish and a fist pump for the defending world champ for calling for the Red Bull ski.
Feel like it could be a flip. 8.34 needed. I mean, those 2 turns on that outside
Those 2
section.
turns were ridiculous. That second turn was unstoppable. Look at this surfing. I mean, right off the bat, you know, he's like, wow, that was quick, that was great, it was in transition. But this turn right here, I mean, it is so money. And the arc under the, I mean, he whipped it so hard, he got tubed on the way out. That was ridiculous. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. This thing just heated right up after break. I mean, come on. That was insane surfing right there, Pete.
Yes, it is.
And he even cleans it up, you know, in the Val's Reef section. Again, there's some points on offer there.
We'll take a look here in slow motion at the approach of Felipe Toledo, and the numbers coming through here at a 9.1. Toledo takes the lead over Joao Chianka with sharp surfing, Peter.
Well, and where he does the arc, you know, that was so high up in the wall, right? And then this next one's cupping at him, and again, vertical and just so up in the top of the wave, and that's that critical part of the section where he's doing it. And he's doing it so fast, and it truly is incredible. Best wave of the heat, pretty much hands down, those 2 turns there. And then he was able to get probably another good point on the inside.
Yeah. Honestly, the inside to me was inconsequential. The way that he attacked those 2 turns was just ridiculous. I mean, that was world champion surfing, and I'm just so impressed by the speed and the arc and the way that he hooked it all the way back into the most critical part of the section where he started his turn. I mean, literally, he started his turn and then went all the way back out and ended up right back where he started into the bowl. I mean, it was ridiculously tight.
Toledo, lucky number 77, making his own luck here in semifinal number 2 with the lead over Joao Chianka. Chianka, 7.27 is what Chumbinho needs to take that lead off of Felipe Toledo. And a quick paddle by. Just a drive-by there by beep beep by Felipe Toledo, Peter.
You know, and it's just what you do, right? You make yourself aware, or make your competitor aware. And
He paddled over his tail just then.
Was it?
It looked that way. It might have been a perspective by the shot by the camera, but it looked like he was right on it.
There's a mental game going on.
No, you heard it. Yeah, no, that's part of it. You know, a little bit. And you just sit right there in the peripheral.
Any little water drop being thrown around and the wind's blowing at you, you can hear it. That water is blowing right at Chianka, right off the bat.
Let's take a look at some replays, guys. Starting off with this 8.17 for Joao Chianka, Peter.
Very similar, you know, again, where he's doing those carves way up in the top of the wall of the wave, which is the critical section. That's why you see such big numbers coming from both of these surfers.
Strider, this is the 9.1 for Toledo.
The reason why this score is higher is where he ends up with his turn. Watch this thing. He whips it, goes all the way back where he started. Okay, Chianka's doing these turns down the line, but he's projecting down the line as well. I mean, it's just unbelievable the way that Toledo is wrapping into this stuff. Here goes a live wave.
Here we go. Felipe Toledo. Can he increase his lead? Sharp bottom turn, slashes all the way back once again. Timing, aggression. Hits up in the lip there. He's going to S-turn into the double up on the inside. Toledo, smooth on rail. Eyeing the finish, snaps a big finish, and back up into float one more time to show control.
Those foam glides are not easy to do, and he just comes off the bottom like after a radical turn, still carrying that speed, and he straight flows right up and over again. Improving on a 6.33, I would say probably.
Thank you, Felipe Toledo.
Impressive.
I love it. It's just like, you know, I'm a huge fan of surfing, obviously. All of us are. You know, you have to appreciate game, and that was just incredible.
Game.
The way he just 9, man, just still thinking about how well he surfed that, how the redirect and the power and the flow and critical section.
Ever since the OG7, Mick Fanning was the fastest. White Lightning was the fastest surfer on tour. I think 7.7 is now the new fastest. I mean, and it's no mystery, but he is the fastest surfer on tour.
Yes, give him that 100%.
Let's look at the numbers for Felipe Toledo on that last ride. Ended up with a 7.23 combined with his 9.1. Replay of the 7.23, Pete.
Yep, and was able to pick this one up off the point. Little drift there, didn't lose control. Was able to find a vertical section when that wave was literally going to go flat, so he had to kind of almost rush it. And then sure enough, this little 2-turn combo in here, I mean, carve, yeah, we'll give that another turn, but this, where he tags it, and then somehow flies back up and over the whitewater again. Just incredible flow.
Draw on the answer back. Swoops a bottom turn. Oh, a little misstep, but makes up for it with a layback gouge. One more aggressive layback gouge for turn number 2. Wade going into some deep water, and that thing's going to dissipate right underneath his feet. Needs an 8.17. 2 big turns, Pete?
2 big turns. The arcs were a little tight, probably, to try and match the 7.23 of Felipe, and didn't get the inside work done. So I don't see it going 8.17.
He's stuck between 2 types of surfing right there. So saw Griffin going into the lip line, and that's what Joao needs to do in order for him to get the score, because his face turns aren't as clean or as long as Felipe Toledo's, right? He's punching hard, but he's not doing those big, long, beautiful arcs. And then if he's not going to do that, he's got to go straight up into the lip line to really define those turns.
Yeah, you see a little skip here too, Pete, on that bottom turn.
Yeah, he's pushing. You know, he heard the 9. He's heard the 7.23. He knows the leads change. You start pushing. Extra pressure. You're trying to surf harder. And it happens. That's what, competition does.
Yeah, that number comes in at a 7.37, so it's not enough. Great effort. Chianka still looking for that 8.17 to turn the heat, and here's the unabridged version, all the judges' numbers.
It's really fun to look into this heat now that Felipe Toledo has dropped another higher score. It's pushed him into needing an excellent score. So, without priority, hoping he gets that chance at the end.
Yeah, Toledo's sitting on priority right now. You can see him on the inside of Joao Chianka. Toledo with the lead. I think it's going to be from what we've seen right now, it's going to be a spectacular year for these two surfers representing Brazil.
I would totally agree. And what's happening is that guys like Felipe are being pushed by this younger generation. Jack was kind of the first to kind of really do it with all those wins, kind of surprisingly, really. I mean, it wasn't like we were expecting him to have his wins, but take a little time getting there. But no.
He started really lackluster, really. I mean, the hype, a lot of hype, and then he wasn't living up to it, so to speak, and then he finally did find his flow.
Yeah, but he's always been world class in the heavy waves. We always expected him to do well in those events, but like the other events, we didn't know how it was going to be. And sure enough, when he got to the big leagues, all of a sudden there was this new confidence. And I believe there was a shift. That means a lot of things that happened in his life. He was able to, bring Julia into the mix, right? He's traveling with his girlfriend and very happy and comfortable there.
So this is Jack Robbins here.
Yes.
Yeah.
In regards to his elevation.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look at 24 for 4. 24 starts on the championship tour to 4 titles, to 4 event wins. The 4th quickest in the history of professional surfing, and the quickest in the modern era of professional surfing. Because when we look at 3, 2, and 1, we're talking about Mark Richards, Sean Thompson, and Tom Curran. But in the modern era, that 24 for 4 is a number to pay attention to.
So true. And then there was a shift on surfboards, to Sharp Eye, which I think it helped him in certain areas on tour. It helped him to have elevate his skills quite a bit. Leandro, Dora, having him in his camp, like all of a sudden it's just created this catalyst that has lifted the game of Jack and put him to this championship tour status that he's at and vying for world titles.
And we saw shifting back to this heat, you know, you got Toledo being pushed by a younger generation.
That's kind of what I was getting at, yeah.
And for that, you know, you look back to, say, a guy like Kelly Slater, who has been in it for, you know, multiple, 4 or 5 four generations strong.
What that guy
but that was all fueled by a younger generation coming up behind him. So it's so great to look into that aspect of Toledo right now, being fueled by younger generations coming after him. I love it.
And the same thing's happening on the women's end. You know, we're looking forward to the final between Caroline Marks and Molly Picklum. Molly Picklum,
teenager,
just 20 years old. Yeah, just
recently grew out of teenagehood.
Yeah,
but very young in regards. It's the next generation.
Caroline Marks only 21 years old.
Yeah.
So it is, you know, like Strider's saying, it is. We're seeing a generational shift. I feel we're starting to see the edge of a generational shift.
It happens in the animal kingdom. You know, the lion's out there, and he's
in
just,
the safari.
You know, and he's batting them down. They're coming after him left and right, and you know, until he can't handle it anymore, and then they get put out.
Well, that's the beach scene here on this Sunday afternoon. Thank you for joining us for stop number 2 on the championship tour at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Here's a heat recap. Trombino started off, Peter.
Yeah, he did. Had the first excellent number, the 817, compared to the 633 in the first exchange between these two, Felipe and Joao. But, you know, there was a point of difference, and it came from Felipe when he went into the 9s. And we haven't seen a ton of 9s this event long, but Felipe was one of those guys who did it. And it was just the searing carves and the speed in which he did it. This critical section here, as Strider mentioned, just carving it all the way back underneath the hood. So the fact that, and then finding some inside flow here as well. So this was a 9.1. That was the shift. And then he was able to find himself a 7.23 to better the 6.33 and put Joao in a situation where Joao needs excellent numbers in order to turn this heat. And it wasn't from a lack of trying, because he laid into these turns.
Yeah, I really think, you know, not to discredit what he's doing, he's ripping the heck out of these waves. It's crazy how hard he's attacking it. I just think his approach needs to be a little more vertical if he's going to, you know, try to get those bigger scores out of the judges, because trying to put up his carve against Toledo's carve, he's getting overshadowed.
There's all the scores, all the waves ridden. 6 by Felipe Toledo, 4 by Joao Chianka. Toledo with that priority is a valuable priority at the 2-minute mark, 2-minute drill for Felipe Toledo, Peter, where maybe a little bit of defense can come into play as well.
Yeah, I would think he would need to do that. He's just got to be sharp, you know, and I think that 10 years of experience, the decade that he's been on tour and one-on-one competition will play a role. He knows how to close out heats, especially when you have priority. But I will say that, you know, the venue kind of sets that up too, and the swell. And generally, you know, we've seen most of the sets come today with at least 2 waves, maybe 3. So that you can't control. So you somehow have to figure out if you are going to, with priority, which one you want, right? And that decision has to be made instinctively.
Well, yeah, and you hope that the set comes at the right time to where you can wait, right, and then take the wave from your opponent with not enough time to get one out the back. That's what happened in that last heat.
Pretty quiet right now. Women's final getting ready in the channel. Molly Picklum going to be coming up against Caroline Marks. It's Picklum's first CT final. Caroline Marks looking to pick up her 3rd championship tour victory if she can overcome Molly Picklum. These two pretty close at the moment. Again, Joao Chianka needing an excellent 8.17. And when we look at the clock down to 30 seconds, it seems like there's no way he's going to get away from Toledo.
No, he's not. It's going to be closed out here. And that's why Felipe's so close too, right? To make sure that there's nothing going to happen. And you can see out the back, not a whole lot of action headed this way. So it's going to be closed out by Felipe. And first final of the year.
Great surfing. I'm happy to see it. Felipe is going to shake his hand and give him the sportsman conduct. I think, you know, it's awesome to see.
Well, great start for Joao Chianka. He's going to leave Hawaii with a pair of semifinal finishes. Felipe Toledo, celebration on the beach, and Toledo will be meeting Griffin Colapinto in the final. Before we get into the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach Finals, we'd like to share this tribute for our friend, Larry Haynes.
It's with a heavy heart that the surfing world says goodbye to legendary waterman and filmmaker Larry Haynes. A staple of the North Shore community for decades, Larry was a singular force in water cinematography, lending his talents to everything from major Hollywood productions to WSL broadcasts. Perhaps more important than his unparalleled professional talents, Larry was renowned for his kindness and stoke with everyone he encountered, whether they were multi-time world champions or interns during their first day on the job. As impactful a contributor to the surfing tapestry as one could find, the absence of his presence both in the water and on land will be felt for generations to come. But the mark he made during his time will ripple across the surfing world forever. Thank you for everything you did, Larry, and thank you for who you were. Rest in power and safe journeys.
Molly Picklum, steep drop. She pulls in a shallow section there. Pickles.
I just really hope I get some waves to open up on, because I'd be stoked to at least do a turn that I'm liking before I end this competition.
Here comes the goofy foot. Hard off the bottom. How's that backhand connection? Sweeping off the bottom again and drills it.
I feel like running off adrenaline at this point, and we got some fun waves, and I'm just having a blast.
Women's final in the water here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Second stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. And a couple of youngsters on the water. Molly Picklum versus Caroline Marks. Kaipo along with Megan Abubo and Laura Enever. And the waves are looking pretty good right now, Migs.
Yeah, what incredible surfing that is going on today. Those last couple of heats, the surf is really consistent. I love what I see. This is a beautiful sunset lineup.
Picklum with the inside, and it goes down there. So the battle for open priority as far as positioning on the two surfers. Molly Picklum not able to take advantage of that inside position she had on Caroline Marks and the first wave, Laura.
Yeah, uncharacteristic fall there from Molly. Just that wave was sucked up a bit. But, you know, it was a bigger wave. They were trying to push over across. You could see Caroline wanted it, and Molly said, nah, I'm going. Fortunately, Bear just grabbed that outside rail and goes down. So missed opportunity there. That wave looked like it had a nice taper on it. So she will be bummed. But at the same time, she held Caroline Marks off, getting a really good start.
Yeah, might have been a little strategy for her, but I do think she lost that 1 to 2 seconds there when we saw that in slow motion on getting onto that wave.
Molly Picklum with 26 on her jersey. That's her birthday. And also her coach and mentor, Glenn Hall, when he was on tour, had number 25 on his jersey. So Pickles, kind of pretty funny move. She said, hey, I'm going to do one better than you and pick 26 to represent her number on the championship tour.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Everybody has such a personal fixation on their numbers, right? And whether or not it's representation of where they're from, their area codes, zip codes, country, or whatever it is, it's something personal.
Totally.
Yeah, Caroline Marks, she's got number 3 on her jersey. And she's one of 6 children, but she's number 3 in the family. So that's with Caroline Marks. Also, Caroline, you know, a woman of faith. 3 is also a biblical number as well. So Caroline with priority right now, Laura, and sitting much wider than Molly at the moment.
Yeah, look at the positioning there. In the last heat, the boys have been, you know, surfing that wider peak. So Caroline's obviously just following that. You know, that there was some amazing scores that these guys threw down, and Molly just sticking to her guns and going up the point a bit further, which is where she's been progressing through her heats the last few heats.
Felipe Toledo had some excellent surfing out there to earn his spot in the finals. 16.33 for Toledo. Let's hear from him.
Yes, exactly. And now we're getting a chance to celebrate this moment with his son, Felipe. You are on to the finals. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. You know, finals in Hawaii is something special for sure, especially at sunset. In my opinion, one of the most challenging waves on the tour. Another good battle with Joel. You know, he got me a pipe, and now, you know, it's my turn to get him. But it's always fun, you know, always fun. It's kind of like, you know, sad because we're surfing against each other. We want to see, you know, like all the Brazilians do really good and get big results and go to the final and win events. But that's what happened when there's too many Brazilians on tour. You know, we got to surf against each other. And, you know, he surfed super good. He opened up like really strong. And I was like, okay, I got to step up my game. I was like, I was, you know, waiting to surf when I needed to surf. So, yeah, again, strategy and keeping calm and cold heart, you know, and strong decisions. That's it.
Ice in your veins, especially on that 9-point ride that you had. Walk us through that wave.
Yeah, it was funny actually, because I did the first big radio turn, and then I, you know, like looking down the line, I was like, oh no, this wave's gonna just, you know, flats out. And then I waited, you know, I was patient, and then all of a sudden there was like another bump, another ball. It's like, okay, time for another big turn, and then another big turn, and I was able to bring it to the inside and just finish strong. So, you know, this is kind of the wave that you want to get when you're surfing sunset. You know, it's just like those big open faces, 2-3 big carbs, and finishing on the inside.
How are you going to prep for finals?
Water, banana, and hugs from the kids.
Perfect recipe. Before we let you go, você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Quero sim, quero agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo de coração. Meu pai e minha mãe que estão na Califórnia, obrigado por todo o suporte, as orações. E vamos para cima, mais uma bateria agora, a finaleira. E de chegar até aqui, eu já sou muito grato a Deus por tudo que Ele tem feito na minha vida. Vamos para cima. Valeu.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
So we saw Molly Picklum on a quick wave there. Interesting for Felipe Toledo. We'll get back to that because we got a replay here, Megs, of Molly Picklum.
Yeah, Molly getting a nice little wave here. Just working it up to this inside right here where she's going to get a nice off the lip. You know, super aggressive she's been into the lip. I love it. Just busting it all out for the final.
Yeah, so interesting. You know, that's such a small wave up the point, and that's been Molly's game plan the last few heats. She's been sitting way further up than the other ladies, and just wanting to get quick starts and putting the pressure on and kind of manufacturing those scores. You know, that wasn't the best wave, that wasn't the biggest wave. That you know, Molly and Caroline are sitting in totally opposite areas. So 4-3-3, that's going to just put the pressure on early.
Yeah, Laura, she's going to have a little bit of an opposite strategy to Caroline. Caroline being on her backhand, she's going to want to sit a little bit wider because she needs to wind up and open up her turn on her backhand a little more. So I think that's why we're seeing Caroline a little bit wider.
What a cracker of a final, though. These two young ladies. Caroline just celebrated her 21st birthday a few days ago. Molly only 20 years old, and this is really the future of our sport. And so exciting. It feels like Caroline's been around for so long, you know. She's had many years on the tour already, wins, and, you know, she got on the tour when she was so young. So I'm excited to see where she goes this year, because I think she'll be back in that, you know, that top 5 title contenders, and Molly with a 5th place already right there as well.
Yeah, pretty incredible to see her in the finals as well. I mean, she said all week she hasn't been feeling well, so to be able to already be in the finals, not feeling that good, I mean, this is a great start for her year.
Yeah, she's been battling a really gnarly ear infection in the last few days, so she said she's hardly been surfing at all, no free surfs, so just out there purely to compete. So, you know, sometimes when you have those things that you're struggling with or battling with, it just simplifies down your task at hand, and, you know, you just have to ride waves.
4.33 for Molly Picklum on that second wave. If Molly is to continue in the lead right now, she's got 29 more minutes. Molly wins this final, she will be tied with Carissa Moore, and they will both be wearing the yellow leader jersey into stop number 3 in Portugal. If Caroline wins this final, Caroline will go to number 3 in the world. Molly Picklum will be number 4 in the world going into stop number 3.
Wow. Exciting stuff. And this is what we saw last year, you know. Remember we came to Sunset Beach, and, you know, up until now, Molly Picklum had her best result here at Sunset. Last year, she had the quarterfinal finish. She had a quarterfinal finish at Margaret River as well, but unfortunately didn't make that cut and sent back to the Challenger Series, where she blitzed through and got back on tour, but, you know, be exciting to see.
Picklum did not make that mid-season cut, fought back to number 3 on the Challenger Series and earned her way back to the championship tour, opened up at Pipe with a quarterfinal finish. Now she's in the final, and like I said, she's got an opportunity to get a little wardrobe change and add yellow into that wardrobe on the way over to stop number 3 in Peniche.
And not bad for your second year on tour, right? I mean, and we're seeing that a lot this year. A lot of Challenger Series surfers, you know, they got relegated back and they came on stronger, almost with a little bit of a vengeance. You almost have a little chip on your shoulder, right? Something to prove.
For sure. I mean, we look at, you know, Molly Picklum, Betty Lou, they've just come back on tour, Joelle, Chianka, with just so much fire, Leonardo, Viavante, and they just want to make the most of it now. So it's really cool to see.
Picklum's going to activate. Here she goes. Easy cut back. Wave stands up. She responds with a bigger carve for the second turn. Sticking with it. Got to make a decision right now. Is she going to stick with this wave or kick out? She looks like she's going to stick with it. And she tried to, but she's going to be in a perfect pickup zone for the Red Bull jet ski to get ushered back out into the channel and dropped off.
Yeah, and Molly's had some success in this event on that inside section, so that's a smart decision for her to try to see if anything was going to develop on the inside. Caroline just with a quick in and out. Again, Caroline, she's going to be looking for those waves she can wind up on and those open face turns. They're sitting they were sitting so far apart from each other. It's almost like they're in different heats. It's a really interesting strategy for both surfers to be so far apart.
Yeah, Molly's sticking to her guns, and Caroline just looks like there's some sets rolling through now. So we'll see if she can get rolling.
Wind's back down just a bit. Maybe a change of directions with the wind, and we're waiting for the last score from Molly Picklum and see how it affects the standings in this heat. We'll take a replay of that ride, Megan.
Yeah, Molly taking up on this one. You know, just kind of searching for that section that's going to allow her to loosen up here. And she finds a beautiful slashing turn in the pocket there. Again, she's had some success on this inside, so she was searching for it, but not too much, just kind of a little ride into the jet ski pickup zone.
She's going to better her score line. She's thrown away a 0 for a fractional score of a 0.2, so we're waiting to see what the need is going to increase for Caroline Marks. Caroline sitting with priority, Laura, 25 minutes on the clock, and Caroline still has a lot of opportunity in front of her. However, she is going to have a bigger hill to climb at this moment.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Caroline's taken the risk, and that risk is sitting on the bowl where, you know, there's not as many waves, but when they come, they are bigger, they are better, and that's where we've been seeing the men get their excellent scores. So I'd love to see Caroline to get one of those waves and really get up in the lip. You know, 25 minutes to go, I think there's going to have to be something that comes through.
Caroline came back really strong against her matchup with Kaitlyn Simmers, where she did that on her last wave and turned the heat. So she's already done it once today. Can she do it again? Caroline Marks. It's nice to have her back on tour, Megan. She took a half of the season off last year, and she earned a season wild card. So she had the back half of 2022 to surf. She's had a third place semifinal finish at her start in El Salvador, and then consistent quarterfinal finish through the rest of 2022.
Yeah, Caroline's, you know, she came onto the scene so young. I really think it's important. You get to a certain age, I mean, again, she just turned 21. To have a little time off to just kind of recollect and really put yourself in that emotional and mental state of mind to be at the top of your game, because she's always been a really consistent surfer.
Yeah, well, she came on. She was the youngest to qualify for the championship tour at 15 years old, Caroline Marks. She also was one of the youngest to win an event in her sophomore year, second season on tour. She actually won 2 events. She won the Gold Coast, and then she won again in Portugal. So she's in a similar situation now, Laura, to Molly Picklum, who has an opportunity to win an event in her second season, in her sophomore year on the championship tour.
Yeah, and it really feels like that, you know, when these, you know, younger crew get on. First year is always kind of learning, and, you know, you'll have your breakthrough sort of result, and you're such low C that you're matching up with the best in the world. And yeah, it's just growing. These ladies got on so young, and they're just still working out who they are, what they want to, like how they want to authentically do the tour, and, you know, their approach and their mindset. And it seems like, you know, second, third year is when you really wind it up and drop the bomb. So I'm excited to see, I feel like Molly is just going to have a huge, long career. She wants it. She's so competitive and fiery, and just looks like she's had 10 Red Bulls before going out in heats, and just loves catching waves.
There she goes again, staying busy under priority. Molly, again, further up the point. Wave presents itself. A skip of the fins on the first couple of turns. Eyes up the lip, crashes into it, but gets caught up. So she will not change the scoreline with that performance. She's got a pair of 4.33s in her scoreline. Caroline Marks sitting patiently out the back with priority. Caroline still yet to put a real score on the board, just has that fractional number.
Looks like the biggest set of the heat is coming through the lineup, so we'll see if Caroline can get in position for one of these waves.
Got eyes on Caroline Marks and her positioning.
Yeah, and Caroline, she's got a lot of experience behind her, so although she's in second place needing a pretty good size score, it's really only because she doesn't have 2 rides, and her first ride is just an offer, as you said, Kaipo. So Molly, now this is where Molly wants to kind of play it smart. Molly's got 2 4s, so basically getting up to her feet, she wants to make sure she's standing up on a wave that's going to be at 4th 5 or more to improve her scoreline.
On the boil, here's Caroline Marks. Drops in, long wall in front of her, eyes up the section, carves off the bottom, hacks off the top. Big hack on the backhand. Now, wave goes a little deep. She's going to stick with it and see if she can make a connection to the inside, staying with the whitewater. Another snap for Caroline. There's a little bit more in front of her. And a third fin throwing backhand Rio for Caroline Marks. That's a nice start for her. 8.36 will give her the lead on a single wave score, Laura.
Are you kidding me? That first turn was absolutely huge. I cannot wait to see this replay. But that's the beauty of these waves that are on the bowl. You know, she got that steeper section. Molly's waves have been, you know, going quite flat, then sometimes standing up to give her an opportunity. But this wave of Caroline, she took off here, identified she needed to race down this section and just wait for this big bowl here, and cracks off the lip. A huge turn there for Caroline. And then she had this awesome inside just double up to just get some extra bonus points, and this was just surfed to a T there.
And that's what Caroline needed to do. You know, she shows us here This is where she lights it up on her backhand. Straight up, huge fan, throwing up, displacing a lot of water here. But this is where else Caroline has been really successful, and she really needed to back up that big turn. If she would have just done that big turn, it wouldn't have given her past a certain scoreline. But here is where she really builds on her scoreline. She does a huge turn off the back, off the inside, but then she sets up. This thing gets even more steep, and this is the money turn right here. And that's right in front of the judges.
Yeah, and that's the Val's reef section that, you know, Molly's waves up the point don't really hit that section on the inside. So those bowl waves, they come in and you get that really nice standing up inside Val's little shorey there. So that's nerves of steel for Caroline Marks to, you know, sit there, 19 minutes to go, halfway through the heat, and just be aware of her positioning. So
7.5 for Caroline Marks. There's all the judges' number, pretty unanimous across the board. One judge threw a 7, we're going to throw that away, and one of her 4 7.5s will throw that away. Easy math from there for that 7.5. And now Caroline Marks paddling back, talking to Mike Parsons in the channel, her coach and caddy, getting the word that she got a 7.5. She can turn the heat with just a 1.16. You can see a happy Caroline Marks, or an energized Caroline Marks, actually, Megan, on the paddle back.
Yeah, Caroline just laying the foundation, like in this heat. She's in a really good position now. So Caroline knows what kind of wave she's looking for, and she's looking really good. Each heat, she has gotten better and better. So that's that sign you got a good score. You're kicking your feet, right? You know, when the surfer kicks their feet and they just have a little extra pep in their paddle.
Well, 18:30, Molly Picklum sitting with priority. Caroline Marks approaching her. Marks just needs a small score to turn this heat and win the final. Conclusion of the final after these messages. First 4 episodes of Make or Break are on Apple TV Plus right now. Check it out. This Friday the 24th, we're going to drop the final 4 episodes, all of the episodes post mid-season cut, starting with the G-Land behind the scenes. Second season for that wonderful box-to-box presentation of Make or Break. Caroline Marks trailing Molly Picklum right now. Caroline, under Picklum's priority, finds this wave, snaps up on the top on the backhand, and gets bounced, unfortunately. Just needed 1.16 to turn that heat. And but Caroline really with a valuable 7.5 in her scoreline. And that is really what puts Caroline Marks in the driver's seat. Although it doesn't appear to be so, you know, she's trailing Molly Picklum, but that's a giant number, Megs.
It is a giant number. And Caroline has a lot of time to back up that score with just even an average score would make it harder for Molly.
Yeah, Molly is stoked. I mean, Molly's got the two waves, but she's now moved over and is sitting on the bowl and looking for something. You know, she at the point the whole first half of the heat, putting the pressure on Caroline, found that gem.
Nice call out there, Laura, because those fours were up on the point now. So now she knows, even though she's in the lead, she needs something more substantial. She saw Caroline get that 7.5 from the bowl, and you called it spot on. Smart surfing by Molly Picklum to move to the bowl right now with priority. She's got plenty of time on the clock for another one of those bowl waves to come through.
Yeah, well, you can kind of tell her game plan has been the same throughout, the day, starting up and putting the pressure on her competitors who have been sitting wider or further out and waiting for, these sort of gem waves to come through. But, obviously this instance here with Caroline, it's backfired in that way that Caroline got the wave and she, sat in the perfect position. Even turning my back, it is so hard to really find that positioning out there. There's so much space and water, and Caroline did a really good job to be right there when that wave came through.
Yeah, and earlier Griffin kind of showed everybody where the spot was, right? Yeah. He's been dialed into that wider peak all day, and it, really putting up big numbers. So watching that as we see him getting ready for the finals.
Yeah, Griff with the warm-up. Right after this, we'll have our men's final. Griffin Colapinto and Felipe Toledo matching up here at Sunset.
Isn't that a beautiful sight? Sunset Beach, one of the most beautiful beaches and places to watch the sunset, the sunrises. It's all happening out here. When the lines come through and the swell's big, there's nothing like it.
Picklum with priority. Maybe a wave forming up here. Pickles just sitting stoically and holding on to that priority, not flinching at all for wave number one. And we'll see if anything else presents itself here. Take a look at this. Under priority, Caroline Marks. Marks looking for some open faces, not going to find it on that wave. Straightens out, it's going to get another ski right out to the channel.
Yeah, unfortunate for Caroline. She's really trying to build on that foundation she laid earlier.
I think she just wants the lead right here. She only needs a 1.16, so she sticks with this into the shore break, shore section, actually at Val's, and gets that one turn. Likely to get a slight lead over Molly Picklum. So, Laura, is that just like a mental thing? Just she wants to take the lead right now, even though it's not a substantial lead?
Yeah, I mean, she made the most of it, and, it wouldn't have really made a difference if she kept riding that for, an extra 15 seconds and get the ski out. She'd probably be obviously quicker to get out if she pulled out of there, but I think just mentally, yeah, she wants to get in the lead and take control the last 10 minutes.
And she does, 2.4. So Caroline Marks does take the lead off of Molly Picklum. So pressure to Picklum. In a way, she needs a 5.58. She does have priority. She does have 11 minutes on the clock. Megan, this is what Caroline did on the last wave.
Yeah, she takes off a little bit late, gets into it kind of late here, and she's searching for the section. And Kaipo, as you mentioned, it's kind of good she hung in with this because she did improve on that one. And although it's not a big score that Molly needs, this is still her first final, and she still has that pressure of needing a 5-something to actually go into the lead. So it's still a little bit of pressure. So she's got to be happy with just sticking with that wave, and Caroline gets the free ride out anyway.
Yeah, well, heat IQ right there, Laura, and just maybe a smart surfing by Caroline Marks, making the most of whatever was on offer to take that slight lead off of Molly Picklum.
But this is dangerous. There is a bomb set coming through right now. Molly is right in the spot.
Here we go. Pickles coming through. Good looking wave for the Australian. Hooks it just a little short to make it her way down the line. Comes around this section. Down carve for Picklum. And the wave is going to be in some deep water. That's all she's going to get. 5.58 is the requirement. I'm going to pose a question to you, Megan Abuba. Was that a 5.58?
You know, great wave, good couple of nice turns. I think it was. If you actually look at her 4.33s, that was a better wave, well surfed. Maybe a little. The second turn was a little safety turn, but still it was beautiful. Nice rail turn, as we can see here, Laura.
Yeah, beautiful wave just rolling through here. She, at the Sunset Bowl, big turn under the lip there. She had to kind of cut it short and go under, but then this was where she got nice and on rail just to make it through. A bumpy wave, it was hard to surf, so, you know, she probably wanted to unload and push a bit harder through those turns. You can see here when she goes down, she goes up to try to get to the lip and has to go under, and then makes it around, and that's when she gets her second turn in there.
Yeah, this is the section, but that's super critical. Although she didn't hit the lip, or, I mean, she was still snapping under the lip, basically. And then just, as you said, Laura, full rail turn here really carries it out. And that's what the judges have wanted to see. You lay it on that rail, no bounce, you know, not skipping out at all.
Yeah, that was a really tricky wave to surf because, oh, it looks like Caroline's.
Here comes Caroline. Fades. Hesitation off the bottom, and the wave gets a little funky, but hits that oncoming section, goes incomplete. Score, we're still waiting for the score from Molly Picklum, needing a 5.58 to turn the heat. Picklum continues to surf here. Streaking down the line with a beautiful carve on the forehand. Molly up into the lip, needs to hang on, and does not.
Wow, the crowd is going absolutely wild. That was huge by Molly Picklum, but just coming unstuck on that second turn, she could have put a nail in this final. If she held on to that, then that would have gone excellent.
Previous wave, Molly needed a 5.58. She gets a 5.5. Not enough for Molly Picklum. Now just she's going to wait for the score on that last attempt. But second to the last attempt there for Molly Picklum. Just 8/100ths under.
Yeah, Molly taking off on this beautiful bottom turn. Nice, huge rail carve there. And then right here, just throws herself up into the lip. If she could have made that last turn, that would have been excellent.
That would have turned the final. Here's a reaction from the Red Bull athlete zone. And you see Samuel Pupa with his hands on his head. He's a teammate of Molly Picklum on that Rip Curl squad. And so he was rooting for her.
This will be a race for priority right now. Caroline Marks is kind of she's in the impact zone, but she's almost out the back. But Molly Picklum.
Yeah, Laura, it's like she was in that like washing machine spot, wasn't she, to get back out?
Felipe Toledo getting ready for the paddle out for the men's final against Griffin Colapinto. Last wave for Picklum, still not enough, a 5.4. 5.4 and the 5.5 for Molly Picklum. The two-wave total has flipped the heat. Caroline Marks now down to second. Marks needing a 3.4. Picklum with priority and the lead. Here we go, big wave for Molly Picklum. Offshore winds grooming it. Down carve, one big turn for Molly. We'll see if she improves upon the 5.4. So building her score line, Laura, through the last 8 minutes of this heat and really starting to take control.
Looks like Caroline Marks is turning around here. She's been trying to get out the back now for a while. She's calling the jet ski. She's like, no, I need a ski. She, you know, she had, maybe there's something that she needs with her board, but
yeah, Laura, she got smoked by that entire set, and she even got cleaned up by the smaller ones.
Well, the wild thing is that she actually caught her wave before Molly's 5.5, and she's been stuck in the impact zone that whole time. She elected to paddle back out while Molly took the ski, and then Molly got over and got that set before, and then Caroline wore it on the head.
So she's basically been exhausted. Here we see Molly taking off on this screamer of a wave right here, setting herself up for a big snap with the lip there.
She just looks like she's having so much fun out here.
Picklum is in the lead. That wave that we just saw in the replay, not going to factor into it. Comes into a 4.93. However, Molly continues to lead Caroline Marks. Marks now on the back in the saddle of the Red Bull jet ski. Going to be dropped off at the drop-off zone in the channel. Make her way back out there. She needs a 3.4. Priority not established between the two surfers at the moment.
I think she just was exhausted after all that duck diving and getting kind of smashed by that set, that maybe to recollect her energy and everything, she just jumped on the back of the ski to like have a little extra energy, but she doesn't have first priority now.
So priority now established with Molly Picklum. Heat control to Picklum. 4.5 minutes, Laura, the lead and priority.
It feels like there's been so much momentum and energy from Molly Picklum in this last, 10 minutes. The wild thing is that Caroline Marks only needs a 3.4. So Molly with priority here. I feel like if, Caroline wore that set on the head, if she just kept paddling after that, Molly made it out after her wave and she's got priority now. But Caroline, a few just mistakes there with those decisions whether to take the jet ski or not, which is she's waving to see now. She must think that
she probably wants an update. She needs to hear from our beach announcers that she needs a 3.4. So I think she's looking for a little bit of an update. She would have got the word as she jumped off the ski. We saw Mike Parsons in the channel, her caddy and coach. So she's 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, and Marksy poised to steal this final if she can just surf a wave under the priority of Molly Picklum, just to a 3.4.
Yeah, now she just needs Mother Nature and the ocean to cooperate with her and give her that opportunity, but it's going to be tough. Molly has priority, and she's going to have the pick of the litter when the next set comes in.
Three-wave set could change the game right now with 3 minutes remaining.
And this last 15 minutes has been absolutely pulsing for this heat. It was super quiet for the first 20 minutes. Caroline only took off on that 19-minute mark. So fingers crossed, this pulsing, these sets just keep coming. It looks like there are sets on the horizon.
Good news, especially good news for Caroline Marks, as she's hoping for multiple waves in a set and force the hand of Molly Picklum to give herself a chance for her 4th CT victory. If Molly is able to win, it will be her first championship tour victory.
This is an interesting point of the heat right here, though. This is where if you're Caroline, she doesn't have priority. She's sitting deeper, so she's got to hope she can, sell one on to Molly. But if there's a few waves in the set, you almost don't want to be on that side of Molly. You want to be on the other side and make Molly paddle, and then you can get whatever's left over.
No go on that one. First wave of the set. We got 2 more.
Wow. The ladies just paddled across to try head deep, and they might have just put themselves out of position for this set.
Take a look at the paddle here between the two surfers. And both of them out of position, like you said, Laura, for that set. They're still scratching wide. A couple more lines hitting the reef here at sunset.
Yeah, there's some nice waves coming through. Now it's a matter of which wave is Molly going to choose, and Caroline and...
Whoa, okay, we just watched that. Will that be a switch of priority? Priority to Caroline Marks on that paddle by Molly Picklum. Marks with priority, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Marks needing a 3.4, here she goes. Sleepy start. Needs to get going on the inside. Frustration from Caroline Marks. Things went her way with that paddle from Molly Picklum.
Wow.
And the switch in priority, although Caroline Marks not able to execute at that juncture. Molly Picklum, 55 seconds away from her first championship tour victory.
Wow, this is unbelievable. Caroline probably thinking back to that one fall she had.
I love how Molly's not even just trying to go in and sit on her. She's like, I want one more good one. Like, look at her. She's so focused and poised to catch another good wave right here.
30 seconds.
Caroline's on the inside. I think it's all she wrote.
Chance for one more waves here for Molly Picklum. She's in the lead. It's all hers to win at this moment. Here she goes. No go, but no harm, no foul. Picklum still remains in the lead. Countdown happening right now. 5 seconds to make it official. Caroline Marks is on the inside. And it is official. Molly Picklum is your Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion, and she's feeling it right now. Great ride into the beach.
Wow, she has to be so excited. First big win, second year on tour. That's incredible. She surfed so well in Hawaii this entire time.
I'm going to call it Molly Pickles is going to be in final 5.
There you go. I like the prediction. Well, she's on her way with her first CT wings. And Molly Picklum, she's going to relish this first final, first win, and she's going to leave Sunset with a ton of momentum heading into stop number 3.
Pocket 5s, that's all it took. You know, Caroline best wave of the heat, but Molly so consistent. Sharking around that lineup there with Glenn Micro Hall.
And Molly will be tied for the yellow leader jersey. So both Molly Picklum and Carissa Moore will have that yellow leader jersey going into stop number 3. Glenn Micro Hall in the water with the congratulations for Molly Picklum. Your reaction, Megs?
I mean, to watch a competitor's first CT win it's just elation. It's so exciting to see this feeling. I mean, you saw it when she had her hands up in the air while she was still surfing. And she's in, just like Laura said, she's lethal in all types of conditions. I agree with Laura. She's going to be a threat, and I think I see her in the top 5, the final 5 as well.
Well, Micro's proud. Molly is beyond. We're going to take a break. When we return, men's final in the water. Griffin Colapinto, Felipe Toledo.
It felt really good to finally be able to do the surfing that I've been wanting to do the whole time. That heat, I was able to really lay into some cards.
Get ready to do battle with Felipe Toledo.
Okay, I got to step up my game.
The defending world champ, Felipe Toledo, looking sharp again.
Here he goes, big bottom turn, works another beautiful carving turn on the open face.
Finals in Hawaii is something special for sure, especially at sunset. In my opinion, one of the most challenging waves on the tour.
Welcome to the final for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and let's make it official once again. Molly Picklum, your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And she will wear yellow along with Carissa Moore heading into stop number 3. What an incredible moment for this 20-year-old from the central coast of New South Wales. Her first championship tour victory. And her second season battling against the top 17. Last year, fell off tour, dealt with that emotional roller coaster, got back, and she's better than ever. That celebration is going to continue. But let's get things started in the men's final. 40-minute final, Griffin Colapinto versus Felipe Toledo. We've seen this matchup before in the final stage. We actually saw it twice last season. Crazy to say that Colapinto got 2 of those decisions, and they were close. From El Salvador and also what we saw in Portugal. How is this one going to play out? Joe Turpel with the Condor, one of the best big wave surfers of all time. Pete Mel, Strider Wazalewski, a man who's been surfing his whole life, loves pipeline and loves big events. I don't know if you guys have a different opinion on this final, but I'm going to start with you, Pete. How's it going to play out?
I think Griffin's going to do it again. Just the way he's building momentum through this event, through today specifically. I feel like he hasn't had as much fun as he really wants to have yet. So once this 40 minutes is over, I think that we'll say Griffin will get another win.
Going to go 3-peat?
3-peat. That's cute. That's right.
Strider, quick to you. Are you with your good friend Pete on this one, or do you see the defending world champ unstoppable at this point?
You know, I'm a mayhem guy, so I'm going to go with the Colapinto camp because he's on the best surfboards in the world.
Right there.
I think Griffin's going to take it down.
This is a great.
Pete. Yes, I'm going.
This is a great clash. You guys don't agree all the time, which is great. You're just seeing the energy out of Colapinto on finals day. Felipe and Griffin yet to get started with waves, but let's hear from a champion. Molly Picklum's with AJ.
Molly, fresh off your very first championship tour win, just walk me through what it took for you to get it done.
Yeah, I'm pretty baffled. It was like pretty slow, and then it was just a big flurry of waves at the end, and you can probably hear it in my voice. I got so much water up my nose and in my sinuses right now. I can't even like see straight, but I'm super stoked to have obviously taken it out, and yeah, this event's so challenging, and yeah, I don't know, I'm just stoked.
Today alone, you have to take out Brisa, then you have to take out Tyler, then you have to take out Caroline just to be standing here. But before all that, you had to battle back on the Challenger Series. What do you think is the thing you're most proud about yourself for that brought you right here?
I think it's just like never losing your confidence and really believing in yourself the whole way. No matter what it looks like, you know, even if you're on the Challengers, it's like you can be, the level of surfing in today's day and age for the women is like you can be on the Challengers and then next year be winning an event. So yeah, I definitely am just proud of myself for just keep chipping away and keep trying, even though there's so many setbacks and so many emotions and mind games in it all. And yeah, it takes a lot of work, but I'm super happy, and obviously moments like these make it all worth it.
You and Carissa are both going to be in that yellow leader jersey in Portugal. What does that make you think of?
It is just a jersey colour, but I'm stoked to be on the top because it's honestly where I want to be. It's where I believe I can be, and yeah, I mean, it's just a jersey colour for now because the end goal is obviously to be in Trestle, so hopefully I'm wearing it all this year.
We cannot wait. Congratulations, Molly.
Thank you.
Well done to Molly Picklum, and well done to the opening exchange of this men's final. Toledo is still the one on the inside corner after some big hooks and some spray flying off that rail of the Sharp-Eyed surfboard as he made a statement against Colapinto to kick things off. And right back on the Red Bull ski for more. The Surfshark Hawaiian Water Patrol punching through that first section. He'll sit on the back of that ski and be out there in a matter of moments. This is the defending world champion. Quarterfinal start at Pipeline and looking for a major win here at Sunset Beach. Came back against Joao Chianka in a very significant way, throwing some power. But the thing that made this final more exciting was that Griffin has his number when it comes to final heats, and not many people can say that against the best closer in the game.
That was a cool opening exchange. Both surfers, we saw the set coming a mile away. Everyone was hooting and hollering from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and both surfers answered in a big way. First wave of the set here for Felipe, and he goes to work with that big arc. Always so solid on his feet. Even in these bigger sunset-style waves, he just is sure-footed. And a three-turn combo there, plus he gets to the inside and is able to find, again, two more hits on the Val Reef. So first start for Felipe, and Griffin on a bigger wave on the outside, tiny bit behind. This is going to be the Felipe's wave from up top. Strider.
Felipe, he drove through this thing. I feel like, you know, the way that he was riding it, he has this nice, clean approach. And I feel like he's going to build through this heat, right? He's slicing and dicing. He's doing his thing, but he hasn't put the gas pedal down 100%. I feel like we're going to watch him just build and get better and better and better through this. Colapinto out the back, flies in off the top, almost looking for the 2, but then readjusts, sets the rail, and does a big gouge in the face. Beautiful top turn, and then throws it right back up into the lip. How did he come down with that? He literally got smacked backwards and came down with it. It was one of those things where I'm looking at just going, really? You're going to try and hit it that late? And he does. Pete, walk us through the rest of this wave.
Yeah, it's cat-like reflexes, really. I mean, then that arc, again, where you start driving it back into the pit like that, getting just a little bit behind. He pushed so hard on that one. It's so late getting to this one, up into the lip, and somehow he got punched in the guts and somehow was able to keep the board under his feet and pull it off. That was amazing. It was late, but truly amazing.
That was a wipeout that he pulled off. That was ridiculous. The way it was on his chest, the board was disconnected. You saw fins and rail flying down below the lip line, and then he comes out of it. That's super impressive to me.
Sometimes his airs or big barrels make his highlights when you finish off the regular season, but what a turn to have the ability to ride out of that. Most surfers would have been detonated by the lip and the power of Sunset Beach, but Griffin's seeing different colors right now. All eyes on the yellow jersey as he has one goal of becoming a world champion this season. That was a brilliant exchange because the waves were totally different. Yeah. You look at a real meaty two-turn combo that stayed out the back for Griff, allowed him also to get first priority again. But then Felipe almost dry docked his wave with so many different majors. This will be interesting to see how they separated, Pete. You have a favorite when you think about those last two.
I think that the carve and the late hit from Griffin just on a bigger wave was just more dramatic. Even though there wasn't the quantity of maneuvers there, it felt like a much stronger and more intense wave.
I can't stand this, Pete. I'm going to agree with you again.
This is weird. I might have to separate you two. Griffin Colapinto, Strider and Pete almost about to embrace after that opening exchange. Colapinto's numbers are yet to drop in, and now you can see him 9.17 over Felipe's 7.83. 5 judges on. This is how they reacted. 1 or 2, I should say, going as high as a 9.5 for that opening wave of the final.
Gotta love it. And the second waves, if they've been bigger, have been the wave of choice. A little more intense. Giving you that outside section, smoother on the face because you don't have the wind effect from the first wave gets kind of the ripples on the face, but then the second wave just nice and clean.
I really feel like the biggest part of that score came from that last turn that Colapinto did. That was one of the, it's a wow factor, right? You don't think they should have made it, and they make it. That's, I think, what was the separation on that scoreline, because we saw Toledo, he was super smooth, he was calculated, he was precise, but he wasn't 100% on the gas pedal, I felt like, and I feel like we're going to see that as this final keeps going, so I feel like he's just getting started.
The many moves of Sunset Beach as we take another look at Colapinto, 9.17 here.
Yeah, well, he lost his speed a little bit, being that he had drove that car so back into the pit that he was late getting to this one, but somehow, how does he keep his feet? He's leaning backwards, somehow drives the board underneath, and keeps it together, which was truly amazing. That cat-like reflexes from Griffin Colapinto. He has it. That's the youthful part of surfing for him, just being able to react so quickly.
It's not in your textbook list of maneuvers, when you're thinking about what you're going to see at Sunset. Those are those unbelievable moments when a surfer is feeling this purple patch of rhythm where everything's coming together. We saw that from his first quarter, his semifinal, and then to pull off maneuvers that he would be proud of when the title's on the line of this event.
And I'm calling the confidence that he got from that bigger day when he was attacking lip line on 8-foot plus, 16, 15, even bigger foot faces, going straight up into the lip has given him confidence to go out and try to do maneuvers that we just saw. I also have, a big confidence in the surfboards that both of these surfers are riding have a massive amount of tail ride. right at the back. They're kicked hard. I was looking at Colapinto's board. That board has got crazy tail rocker right in the fin line on the back fin, and so does Toledo. So
what's trending really in design. It's just the extra sensitivity you get with the curved rockers. You can dig out those concaves and still have a gas pedal, because as soon as you put more curve in a board.
And control in the critical part of the wave, right? And that's what the judges are telling the surfers. We want to see you attack the critical part of the wave, and that's why the shapers are making the boards so that they will perform in that part of the wave.
Yeah, tighter arcs in the most critical sections. And, Richie Porta said it early this morning. It was all about that. And we've seen it reflect in the judging.
It's interesting for Colapinto. He has such a strong connection here in Hawaii. And he was the first Californian to win the Triple Crown, as we see a paddle attempt for Toledo. It doesn't have priority, so he had a little bit of room to really take a look. Chasing a 1.35 for
You
the
go
lead.
through all those Triple Crowns, and Curran never won one.
And that's crazy when you talk about Sunset. Same story at the CT level for the old Sunset Beach events. Curran came very close. And another American that came close was Wes Lane from Virginia Beach. Hard to out paddle that guy.
Yeah, Wes.
Sure. And he came very close, but Griffin might be breaking new records at the CT level at Sunset if he comes down with his win.
Well, Brett Simpson won Rookie of the Year of the Triple Crown, but he didn't actually win the Triple Crown, right?
He had a standout performance.
Yeah.
He finaled with
that was
Pancho
like
Sullivan, Mick Fanning, and Rayoni Montero at Haleiwa, and then he had such a steady run. It's been great catching up with Simpo, but it's not every day you have a surfer coming from T Street that just makes sense of all these lineups at Pipe and Sunset and Haleiwa. Colapinto loves the power. And son of a lifeguard who's incredibly fit and really understands everything happening in the ocean.
Right, he comes, he puts his time in, whether it's off season, practice, just to come and swells coming this way, so why not go chase some swells down. He likes to make his runs up the coast too, even from that area, get some extra power going to the Santa Cruz region and Ocean Beach and all those waves. So he's definitely worked on it through his entire career.
What a way to kick things off. Toledo here, 7-8-3. Looking incredible to start off this final, was.
Yeah, beautiful slice up there. Drops it down into second gear, and then finds lip line again to finish off on the outside section. So really great surfing. But the two-turn combo right here, he looked a little out of sorts, readjusts, and goes, I got to get to the lip line. Hammers one out, pushes hard, and then somehow comes down with that. I mean, there's so much water moving around in there and so much coming at you right there. It's just like an interesting, view of what's happening. And this is a great slow-mo shot, so you can really see him lay the carve over, where he gets on the fins, then goes to the rail and pushes the arms out. Something that Toledo does as well. This is just this pure sheer will, Pete.
So cool to watch. I mean, that disconnection of the lip, and that's what made it. He was able to get the board down and under the lip before it detached him from himself and exploded from away from his feet. He was able to just ride the lip and then push it down onto the face.
And
full
you
reaction.
Trust that feeling as well, Pete. It's easy to throw that away. You can't see, you've got the lip in your face, but he has that ability to have awareness over his surfboard. 917. Two different ways to get a big score here at Sunset. But Toledo, seeing how he reacted to Joao Chianka taking control, he definitely has a lot of fire to try to answer back against Griffin. Wasn't happy walking away from the final in El Salvador. And it was a tough one for him to lose in Portugal. He's won that in the past, and he's so used to closing out finals. He'll dig deep here against Colapinto.
Do you feel like because Colapinto's beaten him a couple times that there's a hair of doubt?
I think if there's anyone that could bring it, it's been Griff, especially how he's been throwing people off their game today.
Griff's told himself this morning he's powerful, right?
I love that. I love the journal entries. He was a huge fan of writing things down, getting things out there. He was a big fan of McConaughey's Green Light book, and contacted him. Got involved with him, and he wanted to hear more about the journals and everything else. I just feel like he's doing hard work on himself, Colapinto, and I like that.
Oh, it's really cool to see his growth in a short period of time. Remember when he came on the scene, you guys? He was actually shadowing Kolohe through the Triple Crown. Then he kind of won it. Probably almost felt like accidentally. He was just doing his thing. Then he got Perfect Kira, got a 10 in his season opener, made the semifinal. And then, you know, a little bit later, he got injured. But he started thinking about it. How can I get myself in that feeling where it is effortless? How can I get myself back there? Because when he got hurt, tough results started happening. He wasn't on the podium, and he had to really dig deep mentally to find a place where he could find a lot of success. And the cool part about Griff, he's sharing it all with us. He's posting how he's feeling. Not every pro surfer wants to have us read into that vulnerability.
And what's funny about the entry too is it's like it's an actual journal, and you can go onto his stories to see this. But he actually says, you know, I am calm, confident, I am powerful, fearless, and present. He has goals for today, and it says goals for the future. It's blank. You don't need any goals for the future for today. This is finals day.
Don't need to get past the moment.
Right?
Right.
That's kind of
why
neat.
Pete Mel looks at his nose. It centers him right away, and that's where Griffin is right now.
It's a good trick, Joe. You should try it.
24 on the clock. Last season was stellar for the Californian. He broke the slump for lack of California wins from 2009. Bobby Martinez brought it back for California. Going back to this running right, a lot of air sections. It really did look like Felipe's day. These kind of waves, he was so explosive. King of variety, the king of high performance. I don't know if a lot of people had Griffin winning this day.
You know what? I don't think they did either. But the fact is that Griffin had himself a good separation, and he went to the rail a lot, which was something that was really hard to do in these conditions. And so you get to see, you know, some progressive tail slides and stuff, and he did some above the lip surfing. But look at that rail work and pushing hard on the fin. So, you know, that kind of surfing, it was what separated the two. And it was almost bouncy what Toledo was doing, where I feel like, you know, Colapinto really tried to separate himself with that rail surfing.
That was the surfing that Toledo was throwing down. Big full rotation, and then this turn did everything. Nose pick reverse for Griff under pressure, and this was a very close decision that was made at the end of the final, but his ability above the lip, he wants to match Toledo in big finals like that. Huge day for San Clemente as he got chaired up the beach for the second time last season.
Probably the hardest venue to do the chair. Right?
It's a tough job for your caddies and your support
Those
team.
rocks were deadly.
Right.
We should mention Toledo's win, though, over Griff was last season as well. Wasn't a final. It was a quarterfinal at G-Land.
Yep.
But Griff has got 2 wins in finals over Felipe, heading into a matchup already this early in 2023. The title showdown is officially on. Jack Robinson, world number 1, went down to Griffin Colapinto earlier today, which was a huge statement with Jack's amazing track record here at Sunset Beach. Let's see if he can close this one out. Only 2 waves ridden at the moment, was.
What a venue. I mean, look at how beautiful, you know, that high wide shot was. Now we're just looking at the lines coming in, a groomed lineup with the offshore. This is a special day here on finals day for us here at the Hurley Prize. This is something, you know, you hope for. They were, you know, the forecast was rain and gloom and doom, and look at where we're at.
Oh, it's so cool to be thankful for great conditions on finals day. You never know what you're going to get. Today it was a great surprise, a little bigger than we expected.
I think this whole event,
I almost feel like this wind direction's helping the size a bit too. It's standing up really nicely on those bombs that are coming through.
Because we were, you know, 4 to 6 foot was kind of what we're having. I feel like we've gotten some bigger set waves there for sure. So it's a little added spice, and you know, you love when there's a little extra energy in the ocean.
Big separation between the surfers there, Joe.
Yeah, massive. What are you thinking there, was?
I just feel like, you know, if there's a little nugget that comes in underneath that Toledo thinks he can pick up on, he can get a score on anything, right? He just puts the gas pedal down. He's gotten crazy scores on mid-sized waves already in this event, so I feel like he's thinking he's going to do the same thing.
He's one of the toughest guys to watch when you have priority. Toledo can take off on something that doesn't look like anything and pull off a miracle. But Griffin's well aware of that because they basically surf the same spot when they're home. Felipe left through Latuba a while ago now. He's been in San Clemente for years. You see each other all the time, and a lot of random little waves outside of lower trestles.
Yep. Oh, just a note, you know, them living in the same town, it would have hurt deep, or you would have felt it, whether it hurt or not. Watching Toledo, surf in the Rip Curl finals at the festivals. Being Griffin Colapinto, you just want nothing more. And then you have to sit back and watch somebody come into your town,
Get your
take
journal.
the final bird, and then win.
Write it out. Get your journal. Put it on the paper. Close the book. Send it to the side.
And the way it went
make
down
the final
as
at sunset.
well. Kanoa getting that wave at Tahiti,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden he lost his spot. I mean, he was in that 5th position.
That was crazy too.
And then it got taken away from him. Almost felt like the second time in a row because he had a similar situation in Mexico the year before.
Canceled the year before.
All he's been wanting to do is compete for a title on his home break. Will this be the year for Griffin Colapinto? 9-1-7 on the second wave of the set. Toledo opened up with a 7-8-3.
Come on, Ocean. Kick into gear.
She'll come.
Because that's all you really want is opportunities for most surfers here. And, you know, there's a little, you can see, like, Felipe a little thin, you know, he doesn't have any wetsuit on. He could be feeling a little chill, you know, especially when you sit. You use all that energy through the day, a couple heats.
I think adrenaline's running high, Pete. I don't think anybody's cold. Long day, though. Definitely.
Yeah, maybe.
See, a lot of the story to tell.
Now we're starting to
18:45 on the clock here in the final of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Griffin leads over Toledo with his big 9.17. We'll see who takes it right after this. Time to check out WSLStore.com. You can grab yourself a super soft jersey tee. Get the one for Kaitlyn Simmers, that exciting rookie on tour representing Oceanside, California, or about 20 minutes north of Kaitlyn Simmers, San Clemente's own Griffin Colapinto. He asked permission for number 99. Called up Taj Burrow. Taj said, yep, you can have it, kid. Took it, ran with it, and Griffin's been loving it. He's been selling it. Grab your super soft jersey tee today on WSLStore.com. Colapinto 9-1-7 in this final. Can he make it 3 in a row against Toledo, who happens to be the defending world champ? 16-10, nothing happening yet for numbers or priority change. It's just adding to the drama of this final heat of the contest was.
Well, it's 25 minutes and there's only been the one big set. So, you know, if that's an indication, you know, with priority sitting out the back, you got Griffin maybe getting one more set coming in, depending on how the ebb and flow of Mother Nature goes. But, you know, the ball is definitely in Griff's hands right now.
Well, this is a separation even further now because Felipe's moved way up the point. He's looking for one of those point runners.
And it looks like we will have just a look for Toledo.
He's piquing Griffin's interest, trying to pull him off the bowl.
Yeah, you know, just the art of war. You're going to do whatever you can so that you can get back into the driver's seat of the heat, right? Splash a little water.
And even one completion, he'll just turn the heat quickly, only chasing a 1.35.
And the sound of your opponent Oh, the lead has changed. You keep hearing your opponent's name over the loudspeaker.
Always special to honor the great Duke Kahanamoku, the father of modern day surfing, the WSL Champions Trophy in honor of Duke Kahanamoku now. That presentation was made at the WSL Awards along with a beautiful speech from Toledo accepting his world title trophy, which brings us back to surfing history. Back in 1965, the Duke had his event here for the very first time, won by a young Jeff Hackman at 17 years of age. Back then, they scored out of 20 points possible. They had a 3-man panel. The top 5 waves counted, so you had a 300-point max. Boy, how things have changed. But we love how we can honor the Duke from here on out, giving us so much, especially here at Sunset Beach.
5 waves. How crazy is that?
No leash.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
no
it was
leash.
invite only back then, like the late Peter Cole, Joey Cabell.
So just an invitation was an honor alone. And with the Olympics and surfing being part of it now, like that was Duke's dream. I would say that part of it. He swam 4 Olympics, 5 Olympics.
He did. He had won back-to-back gold medals in the freestyle. What a legendary human being that brought surfing to the world. And Griffin and Felipe are enjoying what he did and paving the way for big world title moments like this. The world title race starts in the first heat at Pipeline. Still just stop number 2. But neither of these surfers want to look back at the end of the season and wish they would have taken those 10,000 points at Sunset Beach. 3-man paddle back then. Buzzy Trent was on the panel, legendary big wave surfer from back in the day. Mark Martinson was the young one on the panel in that first edition of the Duke contest. And Wally Freusa, who had the most experience out of anybody. But it all started there. I can't thank those pioneers enough. Now you got 5 judges on the panel. All agreed that Griffin had the best start in this heat. 195 was thrown out. But man, he's been scoring well out here, looking to be the first Californian to win a CT event at Sunset Beach. 12 minutes and 40 seconds to see if he can do it.
That would make the Colapinto family quite happy, and the rest of the West Coast crew from California, to raise up their head and hail Colapinto if he wins this thing. I mean, he's so deadly. He's been surfing so well throughout this day, and he's in a mean rhythm. And for him to wait it out and look at that set come through and find himself on that big lip line, come away with it. That was heavy.
This is the test of the mental capacity of not looking forward. Like talk about being in the moment. That's what those the Slater splashes that he likes to do kind of keeps him in the moment. Stare at your nose. Every once in a while you feel like you start wandering in your mind. Just take a picture of your nose right there. Look at it. I'm right here now. See how easy that
Stay
is?
present.
Yeah.
How cool is that? And you think for Griffin's role, he already knows he gets to act like a defending event champ for the first time in his career. Coming up at the next stop of the season, the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. The waiting period opens up on March 8th. That's right around the corner. And these two were in the final last year, but Griffin will be the talk of the town. He'll be busy with media, knowing that he's the defending event champ. He'll get to feel that for the first time, and things get really exciting after that, because then Felipe will get to defend his Bells title that he earned last season. Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, one of the longest running surf events on the calendar. April 4th through the 14th, and then all the drama that we saw at the Margaret River Pro for the mid-season cut. You can check that all out. Make or break season 2. That drama is real, but they're a little more prepared. They saw what happened last year. If you survive that, the tour shrinks dramatically. Top 10 for women, top 22 for men. I'll get to go to Lemoore, California and surf Man-Made Perfection. The Surf Ranch Pro is back. Back to Surf City, El Salvador, then to the Vivo Rio Pro, where Felipe is the undisputed king of Rio de Janeiro, winning last season. Back to the Corona Open J-Bay, best right-hand point break on the planet. And then the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, August 11th through the 20th. That has a lot of focus and attention on it to set up the Rip Curl WSL Finals, all happening in September. Kicks off on the 7th, a one-day event for the biggest day in pro surfing, and a moment that Felipe we'll never forget last season, Pete.
Pretty nuts that we've actually gone almost now a full 27 minutes or something without a set, which, it's not like they're sitting out of position. It's literally just gone quiet. That first exchange went down, 2 big numbers, and then now maybe we see a set finally.
We can see those waves just wanting to cap out the back, and see that breeze just fluffing him up a bit. Griffin's going to paddle over the first. So does Toledo.
Ooh, that next one looks pretty good.
Decision time with priority for Griffin.
Maybe a third one too.
And the man in the lead not making a move, both out of position for that opportunity. Now Griffin's moving with intent a bit deeper up the reef here. Griffin decides to let him go. Toledo only needs a 1.35. Big first turn will probably
do it.
Quite possibly.
That does it.
See a lead change there.
Good move though by Griffin not to take that wave. I really think that was very smart of him. That wave did just have the one maneuver. Yeah, the lead will change, but ultimately you don't want to waste your priority on that.
No, and it takes a lot of nerve to let somebody like Toledo have a wave. We've seen him just how deadly he is on that lip line. If that thing had one more section, then he puts him on the back, on the heels, and has him shaking a little bit.
Toledo understands how to win heats in different ways, looking for a 13th championship tour event win. And see him check his Apple Watch there. He just got the news he had a 3-5 and a lead change. He felt a little buzz on that situation on his arm, and now Griffin needs a 2.16. This was the decision again.
Yeah, he didn't even really question it, did he? He saw that this was just the one section here, said, go for it, Felipe. You can have that 3.5. I'm waiting for something better. And he's smart that he has to. I mean, with that 917, he can still control the heat here.
As we see the camp for Felipe Toledo, even though Chianka was just eliminated by Felipe's in his corner, Sammy Pupo, the famous manager, Pinga, who's, having a great event. And then Griffin Colapinto with some support, Blair Marlin with the hat on, and Gabe Garcia right in front of him. Both representing Carlsbad, just down south from where Griffin lives.
Everyone's eyes peeled to the lineup. Which wave? Which set wave? Now there's a look here. Griffin gonna nerves the steel again. Yes, it is.
You get the feeling there's going to be one more really good moment for both of these athletes as this thing winds out. Have to say it, Colapinto has been so successful riding out of all those turns. Can he be that successful to close this thing out?
Yes. But I think they're both going to ride out of their next set waves. Just now, I mean, you think about the separation between the first exchange, 1.5 almost. So it's good. It's a good margin, for the first exchange to have an extra point over your competitor.
What a boost in the rankings for Griffin Colapinto already. If he can hang on to this win, he'd be number 4 in the world heading into Europe, where he's the defending event champ. But we've got more happening in the final right now. Colapinto with priority will finally find a score to back up his 9.17. A lot of chatter off the bottom, attacking the lip. It's been sitting for a long time, but still looks solid with that swing off that rapid cutback. Setup work. There's the ball. Got there in plenty of time to drift the finish. Toledo's got some size to work with. Goes down the wrap to start. Now Griffin seeing him. Toledo throwing a full, healthy rapid turn and just blows out the finish. Real smooth read. Great flow from start to finish. And a great answer to what Griffin just threw down. 5:30 to go. Sammy Pupo talking things over with Pinga.
And everyone runs over to the replay screen.
We love it. The Brazilians stick together, big crew, biggest on tour, so they're all going to have each other's back. They're going to make a lot of noise so that vibe flies around that area.
Shifts over the house over here to the judge's house, which is close by.
And they have to hold their nerve in the judging tower. They got to figure out and watch and see what happened. To me, it looked like Colapinto got a great wave, but it looked like he was a tiny bit off as he drops in. This first turn looks pretty clean, though. Quick snap. Comes down, looking for more on the inside. Gets a nice little gouge out of it. Let's go to work. Another one. A little off time, and then slams it shut, which was really clean, solid surfing. We'll see what happens.
And you watch it again here, and you touched on, a little off kilter. That bottom turn, it's the first wave of the set, right? So he's dealing with the wind that's coming through out of the channel. He had to compress and ride through that turn there. He wasn't able to really open up just to keep the speed up as he flows into this one, but I love the finish move. This wave was okay until he gets to this point where he really lays into this final steep section, and he nails it. Drifts, comes down clean with speed. So it was a nice full package, and then you see Felipe on the next wave. So is this wave separated if the exchange goes to Felipe? In this first turn, it's nice. Didn't get to, there wasn't a ton of speed involved, but this one wraps all the way back. That's really tight arc, and then the two-turn combo.
I like the last turn. I like the last turn a lot. That was really
But is there
clean.
a point separation between the two if he gets the better of the exchange?
I'd say 0.5 for sure.
So the lead still stays with Griffin.
But I
feel
think
like
this
that's
is
the
some
case.
great. This is great surfing right here. This turn where he lays into that back foot and times it just perfectly as he pushes through over, and comes out in front of that whitewater explosion. That was really great timing.
There's the reaction. One of the coolest guys on tour, Jackson Baker, will never miss a finals day, no matter what his results are. He'll even help with caddying if someone needs a hand. What a legend, enjoying the show. Numbers dropping for Colapinto. I felt like, he had the disruption of flow. That first turn, he actually recovered out of the lip, but recovered brilliantly. 6.33 for Griff. So Toledo needed a 7.68 on his wave.
7.68.
And he was really nailed speed, power, and flow. No hiccups in between points. Toledo is going to hear the news. He just got the lead. 8.27. 16.1 total out front. Now Griffin feeling second place for the first time in the matchup. He's already going to roll into this one. Needs a 6.93. The Californian creates that nice high line cutty using a lot of the open face. Pushes hard on that next arc. Needs more on the end here. Big aggressive blowtail on the shoulder. He hangs on to it. And now Toledo's getting started. Meat hook to start. Layback dagger on the open face. Jams it off the lip and has total control. Celebrates, sees the reef form, but he'll get dropped off there on the inside reef. The Red Bull Athlete Zone is going bananas.
As it should. Last part of the heat. Action. 2 huge exchanges at the end.
Oh.
This is as good as it gets.
I know what?
Forgot about that last 25 minutes of just sitting there, huh?
I hate to say it, but, Toledo was just getting started. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of this heat, and he just keeps turning up the volume. I mean, this wave is a great wave. It's a beautiful sized wave. He comes off the bottom. Nice, clean turn. Nothing too aggressive. Was right back up into the corner. Same turn again. It wasn't anything crazy. And he pushed super hard off the end there where he blew the fins out, and he comes away with it. So he liked it, but then backing him up. I mean, this wave is bigger. It's got a better face on it. It's cleaner. His turns are tighter. I mean, watch this one. Rah, right under the lip, and then this, the follow-up. Slam right into the lip line. That's dynamic. And we haven't seen a whole lot of the lip hit by Felipe Toledo. So he's going to make the judges go, oh, he's got that too? I like that.
This is what happens for Felipe's corner when he was going blow for blow with Colapinto. Remember when Griffin took off, he needed a 6.93, but we have 2 important scores to give you a clean update of this final. 30 seconds on the clock. We'll see if the judges can get there in time. Last for Griffin in 6.93.
Need change.
So that would end up being a tie-break decision, but hang on, Toledo still got a monster of a score yet to lock in. Numbers dropping for Toledo. 9.47. Takes this one off of Griffin Colapinto.
Payback.
Griffin gets up in time. He needs an 8.58 here. First turn, a snap to slide. This wave's going flat quickly. He needs a miracle bonus section to pop up. It's not going to happen. Felipe Toledo takes out the Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach and breaks the streak from Griffin in finals on the championship tour.
That was nuts. Talk about an amazing last 5.5 minutes. That was action-packed. There he is, the champ.
Was so fun to watch, you guys. Felipe Toledo got started. We knew he wasn't on the gas pedal all the way, and he's every wave he built. The scores show it. We talked about it in the beginning of this thing, and he actually just kept on the pedal to the metal, and he brought home the 9-point ride at the end to put the exclamation point on it, the nail in the coffin. Toledo bringing it home.
These two surfers bring the best out of each other. Every final they've been a part of has been incredibly close. Toledo 9.47, 8.27 back-to-back on his last two waves. Colapinto losing the final with a 16.10 combined total. We'll be reflecting on this final for a long time.
This whole event has been pretty awesome. I mean, considering that we were blessed with that, midday with men's round of 32 and round of 16 was pumping surf. And these two, like you had mentioned, Joe, just bringing the best out of each other. All smiles, entertaining all the way to the last second.
That's a beautiful moment right there. Two champions made it all the way to finals day, into the final, and embraced each other for some sportsmanlike conduct. I like it.
I love it. And think about what we've got in the title race. Last year is what Jack trying to win a world title. Showed up in September at Lowers. He won the first event, took yellow from Felipe Toledo. But you look at Toledo's start to his performance in Hawaii this year, best to date. Quarterfinal to pipe matches his personal best at that venue. His first major win in a CT on the North Shore of Oahu, happening right now.
Pretty darn cool.
That reef's slippery right there.
Careful. Yeah, let him get on the sand before you pick him up. Oh, they're doing it
no,
anyway.
They're going anyway.
Sketchy.
They don't care. And you know what? Throw them up. I think it's a beautiful sight. Felipe Toledo.
Oh, wow. Two boards even. That's a new one.
What a ride for Felipe Toledo. And if he's walking on that shelf, you wouldn't even flinch. The guy has glue on his feet. Guy never slips, never falls. He looks so connected to the final, even when it felt like Griffin had all the energy going his way.
You know what's cool about Felipe is that he's able to look at areas that improvement is needed. And, you'd have to say that Hawaii is one of those places. And just any naysayer, sorry, you cannot say anything negative about what this man has been able to do at places like Pipeline. He's getting quarterfinals, Tahiti getting quarterfinals. And here, Sunset Beach, a champion.
I love the energy and the level of celebration that the Brazilians bring to the sport of surfing. It's unbelievable. Here we are in Hawaii, and there's a lot of Brazilians on the beach, and they're all supporting each other. And even in the competition area, in the Red Bull athlete zone, they're very vocal, and you could feel the presence, and it creates a certain mana. And I really love the way that they bring it, because they will each other into beautiful situations.
Big shout out to Fabio Gouveia, who won this event back in 1991 for Brazil. And now here in 2023, Felipe Toledo joining him. At the World Cup level, you want to mention Rioni Montero. But what a statement for Felipe. Better start than he had last year when he became a world champion. Heading into events where he has a lot to be proud of. Won in Portugal, finaled there multiple times.
Favorite at the Surf Ranch.
Defending champ at bells. He's won at Margaret River. He's finaled there in the past as well. And like you said, there's only 2 names to really discuss it in Surf Ranch history. That's Gabe and Felipe. That's been every final. And Felipe finally got the win off him in the recent edition.
And that venue picks you to pieces. You have to go perfect there. You cannot have a flaw in your game at the Surf Ranch.
Truly unstoppable in Rio, as he has won there 4 times. Jay Bay, back-to-back wins in the past with alley-oops. We're watching a sensational human being, an unbelievable talent,
with
the
all those
prime of
accolades,
his life.
with all those accolades, right? And then you look at like Tahiti on the schedule. That's a place where, yeah, there's some improvement needed to happen, right? But he's so gnarly and so talented that it's coming, right?
He's gonna
take the win this year.
He is gonna go there, and he's gonna practice, and he's gonna put his time in, and every swell that comes around, he's gonna get there if he can, and we'll see him improve.
Let's get this party started. Hear from the champ. Felipe's with AJ.
The party has started down here on the beach. Felipe Toledo getting chaired up. What does it mean to you to be the 2023 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion?
Oh yeah, it means a lot. Worked hard for this, I've been training, surfing, and like last year it was a pretty fun year. It got, what I wanted, which was my title, and then I just feel like I learned a lot, and when it comes to situations like this, I feel like I'm really well prepared and ready for anything. So Griffin just came out swinging out of the cage, just like, okay, I'm ready. I'm like, oh God, okay, here we go. And then I knew the right wave would come, and it was kind of slow for most part of the heat. We're just like, okay, but I could see him kind of tense, trying to because he had a 917, so he only needed another backup score, and then I was just like, okay, he seems nervous, I'm not sure if he was, but he seemed nervous, and then I was just like, okay, I'm calm, I'm composed, I'm as you said, ice in the veins. I'm like, okay, the wave's gonna come, and I'm gonna do what I have to do, and I did. But funny part is, after I got my 9, I was paddling back out, and then I just heard oh, 9 something, and I was like, oh no, dude got another 9. I didn't even know I won the event, till I look at the watch, and then I was like, oh, okay, I got the 947. All right, but yeah, stoke level is just over the roof right now. Special time. I have my family here, little kids. I do this for them. That's all the hard work, 10 years on tour. And I just keep doing it. It's not, because I'm on tour. It's because I love surfing, I love competing, and I love providing for my family. And it goes through my veins right now. It's just amazing.
And your kiddos are creating such special memories with you every stop of the way. What do you want them to think of when they think of their dad, the defending champ, and now the Sunset Beach champ?
Well, I guess, of course, the wins, the moment of celebration, and, getting that trophy and being, on the number 1 spot on the podium right there. And, but first, just for them to get to know all that, and to be humble, and to, those situations, I, can teach them to be humble and respect a lot of people, and then spread it to the world. That's what it means a lot to me.
And here come the kiddos, the stars of the show. We do need you to talk us through that 9-point wave that you didn't even know was yours. Talk us through that wave.
It was, Griffin with the first one, and then, that was the first wave. We didn't paddle for it, and then that was the second wave. He was always going for the second one, and he was like, okay, this is the one. And then I was like, oh, damn it, I just hope there's another wave. And then when I looked back, that was the third one. And I was like, okay, it looks pretty good. I'm not sure if it was going to be good because of too much water in the reef, but actually it made it better because, as I said before, that was that one turn, and then the second one, and then it's a big finish. That's what they wanted to see, and I was just fortunate enough to get that finishing maneuver, which was kind of critical. I almost fell, and then I was, holding on, and it was pretty cool.
Everyone on the beach was holding their breath. I'm sure everyone in Brazil doing the same. Você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Quero sim, queria agradecer a todo mundo que está acordado. Não sei que horas são no Brasil exatamente, mas obrigado de coração. Eu estou aqui por conta de vocês também. os meus patrocinadores. Queria agradecer a todo mundo de verdade está torcendo. Queria mandar um abração grande pro meu Cad, o Kailane, filho do Zecão, lenda, lá de Ubatuba. E é legal demais poder compartilhar a experiência dessa com, né, os meninos novos e eles aprenderem, né, e ter a humildade, ter o pé no chão, que um dia eles vão chegar lá também.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Obrigado, valeu. What a champion. Monstro, Felipe Toledo, defending world champ, and now taking out his first CT win here on the North Shore of Oahu. The Hurley Pros Sunset Beach champions have been decided. Continue with us as we join the celebration for Felipe and Molly Picklum here on the 805 Post Show coming up next.
Welcome, surf fans, to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Beautiful gouging turn from Ethan around the corner again, flawless.
Bang!
Yagodora favoring these lefts and launching into the air. Wow.
You're watching the 805 Post Show. What a day. Crowning the champions for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. It was absolutely magical. Showing up in the morning on finals day, greeted to beautiful conditions that hung in there all the way through those exciting finals. Thanks for being with us. A lot to talk about on the 805 Post Show. Joe Turpel, Megan Abubo, thanks for sharing your favorite wave with us.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, Pete Mel, you love this spot as well, and it had a lot of different moods. You know, when you go back to all the different days of competition, but definitely a special way to finish off our finals.
For sure. This was the one wave that taught me about big wave and the feeling of riding a big wave at 14 years old, my first time coming over here. And it's, I think, for a lot of these athletes, and I'm sure you included too, this is a special place. And the reason being, ton of history in competition, the Duke, endless, really. And now to today, we're seeing this new crop of youngsters surfing it like it's never been surfed before.
That's right. Let's relive some of the great moments starting on the men's side as we really enjoyed some of these matchups in the final series, especially with Jack Robinson, his track record here at Sunset in the past. He was looking like a clear favorite. Ethan Ewing, who was dropping 9s in the opening round, looked unbeatable. And the Kaio story. Don't be surprised when you see Kaio in a final series bracket anymore. He's here to stay. How did you see this play out on finals day, Megan?
Oh, yeah. It was incredible. Jack Robinson was on fire and coming up against Griffin, but watching Griffin this morning, you knew there was something special left in the tank for him. And I almost kind of pictured it just as you see it right here with this bracket.
Felipe Toledo had the start with Kaio Ibelli in quarterfinal number 3. His favorite thing to do, hang out with his kids, and then go right into battle. And this was a great one to watch because Kaio semifinaled last year. He's been on a dream run, but Toledo was unstoppable, Pete.
Yeah, he was. It started early, and it's just because his style and approach is perfect for these types of waves, and he's been able to translate that across the board. I mean, and especially being able to bring this brand and this style of surfing. And I mentioned, like, we've never seen this wave been surfed like this before, because they're riding way shorter boards than we ever thought rideable out here, and that's happened over the 30, 40 years they've been surfing out here. And now we're riding them on basically short boards, and they're high performance short boards. They're able to ride these bigger waves and surf them just like they're doing right here. It's incredible.
It's so great to see all the different transitions he had. And, as finals day continued to be actually really pushed by Joao Chianka as well, and to have an answer for all the situations he was put in today.
Yeah, and they've had some amazing matchups on the North Shore this winter. But Felipe making some of these waves look almost like it's J-Bay. Like Pete said, they're riding such small boards that the amount of energy they're bringing to all of their surfing is incredible. We've never seen the tour surf like this at Sunset Beach.
Phil Parkinson, one of the best out here, said, boy, have things changed on this wave, and he enjoyed the show. Toledo in the final with Griffin Colapinto. And what a battle to remember. Remember, Griff started with the 9.17. Toledo was under with a 7.83, so he was kind of on the back foot, especially with the stretched out lull that kept on going.
And I actually got a text from Liam McNamara, who's a longtime competitor here, works out in Hawaii. But he was mentioning how the second waves of the sets, and we were actually saying that all day long. But then there was this, like Felipe had mentioned, though, it was like the first wave went under, but then if there was a third wave, usually the third wave would be better, right? And it's exactly what kind of happened in this final. If you ended up on those waves, you got the better canvas, it gave you the opportunity, they loaded up on the reef better, and Griffin in his mind is like, oh, that was the first wave, I'm taking the second, but it ended up being actually the third wave is the better. And that was the really difference in this final, because, that 9.47 becomes, Griffin's, and it could have been a changed winner.
Well, one thing that was interesting as well, Megan, was talking about being a world title champion and defending it. Sometimes that's not always easy to do. Sometimes it's your worst season where everyone's gunning for you, or maybe you've already celebrated and you don't have the fire left. Things are different for Toledo. He has more confidence, and now this is one of his best starts to date, a 5th and a win. Clearly his best ever in the Hawaiian League.
Yeah, definitely. Hawaii's been a challenge for him in the past, so it's really amazing to see him be able to start on this foot. And the rest of the tour, there's very few events that Felipe can't take out. So, and just to have his family around, he looks like he's in such a great space of mind and has so much support around him. He's on fire right now.
Deep happiness, does it all for his family. Incredible spirituality, which came to play today on finals day. On the women's side, we got to celebrate a fresh champion. First ever semifinal, first ever final, first ever win for Molly Picklum. How'd she get through this draw, Pete?
Well, she did it by perseverance. It was a very close one early. Very first heat of the day. I felt like it was it probably went Brisa's way. Judges had a split on the decision. It went Molly's way, but that was the catalyst, right? And all of a sudden, then she had a really tough draw with Tyler Wright. I mean, you think about that matchup here at Sunset Beach, and it was another close one.
Even going back to the early, remember the close one she had with Isabella Nichols? It was a buzzer beater, and came down to the last exchange. That's kind of been the story for Picklum this whole event.
Yeah, but later on in the event, today on finals day, she started putting things together a little bit earlier, and she capitalized against Tyler Wright, you know, and she was really, really aggressive to her approach at Sunset, and I think that's something that had her stand apart from everybody else. She was super aggressive in the lip line.
And she kind of maybe benefited from the idea that Brisa Hennessy and Tyler, they were old sparring partners under Micro's camp in the past. Things have changed a little bit, but she's had them in so many mock heats, it probably felt like another one of their practice days.
And she's had Micro's full attention at this point, right? I mean, that's really what it seems. Micro's been full attention, and it, you know, here it is, a win.
Molly Picklum, 5th place with pipe win here at Sunset Beach after falling off last year at the midseason cut. We felt her confidence in her post-heat interviews, but she's showing her confidence as well.
Yeah, she is. She doesn't look like she's been on tour for 2 years. And, you know, she's just so aggressive. So going into Portugal, I think she's going to be a major threat, and I believe she's going to be sharing the yellow jersey, right, Joe?
That's right. There's going to be a lot of yellow going on. Molly Picklum sharing it with a 5-time world champ named Carissa Moore. 5.5 and a 5.4 in that final over young Caroline Marks, as Caroline was welcomed back to a final stage of a CT event once again. And just a note there, congrats, Caroline. Long road back to that form, and also losing with that high score of the 7.5. Let's join the celebration on the podium as we send it to Kaipo Guerrero.
Thank you, Joe. Get the mic up here. Welcome to the awards presentation for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. This is the second stop of the 2023 Championship Tour, and we are so happy to have this back on tour. Sunset Beach, Paumalu, has been a home of surf competition all the way back from 1976. So first of all, let's just give a hand for the second stop and Sunset Beach and all of you guys coming out here. Thank you so much. We are so grateful to kick off the first 2 contests of 2023 right here in Hawaii, a birthplace of He'enalu as a cultural practice and a competitive sport. We'd like to mahalo first and foremost our Kanaka Maoli, our Kama'aina, for who generations have embodied true aloha in sharing and perpetuating surfing, while stewarding these oceans and coastlines for everyone to enjoy. Mahalo to our North Shore community also for your support of this event. Give yourselves a hand. We got to thank all of our sponsors and all of our supporters. Thank you to Hurley, our title sponsor, again coming through here for the Sunset event. Thank you also to Yeti, 805, Red Bull, Shiseido, Craft 1861, the Turtle Bay Resort, True Surf, Sambazon, Spectrum, Apple Watch, Pura Vida, Surfline, and Surf Shark. Thank you to all of our supporters here. Thank you very much. We have beautiful trophies here, handcrafted by Tanya Brown, designed as a tribute to the Hawaiian culture and values. These are all using repurposed surfboards and mosaic tiles to make these pieces more sustainable and truly one of a kind. We also like to thank Lulu Lei and Bouquets for their beautiful lei we are about to present with these trophies. Lulu is just down the road from us in Haleiwa. Thank you to Lulu Leis. I have Renato Hickel, Head of Tourism Competition, and Kayla Duran also up here to help hand out the trophies. So let's hand out some trophies. Calling up our women's runner-up. Brilliant display of backhand surfing here at Sunset Beach. Everyone, let's give it up for Caroline Marks. Here, Caroline, we'll have you come right over here. Isn't it? That's one of a kind. Yeah, such a cool trophy. Hey, look at, congratulations. I know you've been like not 100% under the weather. Runner-up finish, you got to be really, really proud of yourself to fight through and make it to the final.
Yeah, for sure. It's been such a fun week, and I've just had such an amazing support crew. I just want to thank everyone. My best friend came and surprised me, and my brother's here, and my other friends are here, and it's just so fun. I've just been having a lot of fun, and where I was at this time last year was way different than I am this year. So I'm just really grateful and happy, and yeah, I'm really stoked.
Caroline Marks, our runner-up. For our men's runner-up. Exciting surfing out there. It was an excellent two-wave total in the final for Griffin Colapinto. Come on up here, Griff. Griff will have you come right here by Caroline. And hey, great surfing out there. Runner-up finish, great momentum. At Sunset, you're going to carry this momentum to where you're the defending champ over in Portugal at our next stop. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel great. That was a crazy heat with Felipe and I. The only finals I've had, Felipe was in the final with me, so that's been pretty cool. And yeah, it was good little battle. And yeah, just super stoked. And Caroline's from San Clemente as well, my hometown. So yeah, it's a good day.
Give it up for the two from San Clemente and Griffin Colapinto. Now for our women's 2023 Hurley Pro champion, Sunset Beach. Let's give a big hand for Molly Picklum. We'll have you right here, Molly. What a great trophy. What a great victory. Your first CT final, and now you have a win.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy event. Sunset's incredible. It's so challenging and tough. And yeah, I'm so honored to have done it. And congrats to all the guys and the girls. Caroline was surfing so well. And yeah, I'm happy to have taken the win. And the boys are so inspiring all week, really showing us what Sunset can be surfed like. And yeah, I'm so honored. And honestly, thanks so much to WSL for giving us a platform to, you know, do what we love and really strive and thrive on this tour. And yeah, I'm so grateful for that. And to Rip Curl for giving me the house and a place to sleep. It's been amazing and all the vibes. And yeah, thanks everyone for coming down.
Got one more question for you. What do you feel about yellow? Because you're going to be wearing the yellow leaders jersey along with Carissa Moore when we go to Portugal March 8th.
That's just the start. Let's go!
Let's go! And now for our men's 2023 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion, fastest surfer out there, Felipe Toledo. Oh, Felipe, your 13th CT win happened here at Sunset. You've had a tremendous kickoff to the season as defending champ. Quarterfinals at Pipe. A win here at Sunset. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. Yeah, feeling super happy right now. Grateful for to be here, the position that I am, sharing cool moments with all of these guys. Congrats to Griffin, Caroline, and Molly. Amazing surfing, all you guys. It's as Molly said, it's a challenging wave. It's a challenging spot. Hawaii is always one of the places that you want to get better, you want to evolve, and you want to win events, and it means a lot to me. I'm really, really happy.
Let's give it up for all of our finalists here from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We're now going to send it back to the 805 Post Show. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. What an incredible moment for our champions. Felipe Toledo getting his first CT win here on the North Shore of Oahu. And as Griffin's giving shout-outs to San Clemente, let's put Felipe in there as well. Both Caroline from Florida has been living in San Clemente for a while, just like Toledo, leaving Ubatuba. And then Molly Picklum. How was that? Let's go. She's learning a lot very fast. She's going to feel that yellow jersey. Will it have some weight to it? Or will it give her even more confidence than what she has right now?
Feels like with the youngster, it's just going to be like, yeah, this is where it's supposed to be. She's going to honor it. That's how it feels to me. So, I mean, she's 20 years old, right? So it's like she's going to have probably opportunities to wear the yellow jersey. It's going to get taken away. It's probably get back on her, and that's just part of the deal.
Let's get an update on our rankings right now. Heading into stop number 3 as the whole tour heads over to Super Tubos in Peniche. Carissa Moore, Molly Picklum tied at the moment, #1 in the world, both wearing yellow, heading into Portugal. Tyler Wright, great start. Final at Pipe, semifinal here at Sunset is sitting in third. Gabby Bryan, Caroline Marks work out the current WSL Final 5 picture with a lot of stories to tell. Remember, we always got to talk about the midseason cut because Tati is sitting down there at equal 9th. That is a scary position to be in with 3 stops to go. Tatiana Weston-Webb was dangerous in Super Tubos conditions. It was smaller but incredibly rippable. She'll be the defending event champ, Megan.
Yeah, she's gonna be a handful there. She's super good at powerful beach breaks and really good in the barrel. As you can see, she's gonna be one to beat out there.
And she'll be swinging for the fences. Not the start she wanted through the Hawaiian leg of the tour, a place she's really comfortable. And she'll have a lot of fans when she heads over to Portugal. She's fluent in Portuguese, representing Brazil on tour, and she quickly became a favorite when she changed her flag years ago, Pete.
She sure did. But I will say that, as a Brazilian, and Strider had mentioned, and they're everywhere. The Brazilian folks and the fans specifically, they come and they support their athletes. So every event on tour, she's popular.
It's so true. It's a really fun to look at the men's side as well. Heading into stop number 3, Jack Robinson is able to hang on to yellow as he'll move over to Portugal looking for more wins. Toledo jumps all the way to 2nd after starting number 5th in the world heading into this event. See Leo drop to 4th. Chianka sitting in a solid 3rd place position. Also look at Caio Abelli, back-to-back years with a ton of consistency. And for Griffin, runner-up in that final. He's now 6th in the world, but he gets to play defending event champ for the first time in his career, heading back to Peniche.
Yeah, Griffin was on fire last year here. And, you know, he just seems like he's pretty relaxed. And so he's already got wins under his belt. I think that he's going to be really, really focused here. And, you know, coming off this finals event at Sunset, like, he's just looking loose.
Looks loose, he's radical, he knows what it's like to win major events now, and he's got more momentum than he did last year heading into Europe. So Griffin Colapinto, 1 spot out currently of that WSL Final 5, and even though it's after stop 2, that means something to him.
I would say so, but it's a long road to the end there, though. So a lot more events. I think that the cut line is where we're going to start to show our focus during these next few events, because there's some people that are below that cut line that are going to need to make up some points. So it'll be an exciting Euro leg, right? It's just the one event, but then we head to Oz, where we're some legacy events, and gosh, it's just going to be. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I can't wait to watch.
That's the best part about it. Coming up next on the 805 Post Show, top 5 moments of Finals Day. We'll be right back. You're watching the 8:05 post show. What a finals day here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, celebrating our champions. For Felipe Toledo, defending world champ, celebrates his 13th CT win for Molly Picklum, her first of many on the championship tour, as the whole tour is heading into Europe, and a lot to celebrate today, especially for the craftsmen on tour, building all these boards for the best surfers in the world. I think it's time for a CT Shaper rankings update. Remember, we had Sharp Eye with a pretty massive lead from Pipeline, and things moved around. Congratulations, Matt Biolis. You're in the lead, Pete.
Mayhem making a move, getting about a 5,000, 6,000 point lead. Sharp Eye right there. Good battle between DHD and Channel Islands at the 28,000 mark, but long season to go. Pizel's still there in that top 5. But it's been fun to watch this kind of unfold and see that the manufacturers are coming here and starting to get more involved as well. Channel Islands had everyone here. Pizel was here all week long. So I think it's a great influence. It's something that's it's like the race cars, getting some credit for where credit is majorly due.
And great job to Mayhem. Megan as well, looking at both sides with Griffin for Mayhem in the final, but a lot of entries on finals day from Carissa Moore, Gabriella Bryan, Caroline Marks. He's got great athletes on both sides of the tour.
Yeah, and he also shapes, these riders ride his boards at every single stop. So they're not going to jump on other boards when they go to Oz, when they go anywhere on tour. This is what the craft that they're going to ride the entire year on tour. So that gives you a little idea what the rest of the CT Shaper rankings is going to look like for the rest of the year.
All right, Shapers, best of luck when we head to Europe as Matt Biolis takes the lead and looks to hang on to that. Remember, season ends for the Shapers at the end of the regular season in Tahiti. But welcome to our top 5 moments of finals day. Wild when you look back at the interferences from the entire event. We've had almost more interferences this year than we had the entire year last season, Pete.
Yeah, this one was a tough one for Ezekiel. He kind of made a little bit of a paddle for that wave. It took a long time to see it get transitioned over, and he didn't like the outcome, obviously, on that, because he was taking that wave to block Rio. Didn't work out for him. And then this is a different one, too, where you see poor Samuel just didn't see Jack. They're in separate heats, so he actually interfered on an opposite heat, which gave him an interference, and he lost out after that.
Tough one there with the interferences here at Sunset. Crazy to look at that. But number 4 on the top 5, Sunset came to life. Jack Robinson finding barrels. JJF was on fire. Medina, Chianka, all getting shacked.
Yeah, we had incredible conditions this day. The surf was pretty good size, and we had tons of barrels. We had huge rail carves. Again, watching Sunset surf like it's never been surfed before.
That was a crazy moment for Medina. Let go of the rail and got spit out. That was really fun to watch. Joao Chianka, he told me in his rookie debut that he might have the biggest challenge at Sunset. I think he surprised himself.
No, and this one thing about this forecast, and Surfline did everything it could to pick the eyes out of it, but they can't control it. And you know what? Sunset came to life, and that's so cool to see.
Number 3 on the top 5, we saw some crazy carnage in the quarterfinals. Megan?
Yeah, we did. We saw some big names, do really well, like Tyler Wright. And then we also saw some upsets. But, the conditions were a little bit sleepy in the quarters, but the surfing that got done was incredible. And, Gabriella Bryan taking out Carissa Moore, this was crazy. She just put it all together in this heat. And to beat Chris out at Sunset is not an easy feat, but Gabriella has made us known her intentions. We're out here to do really well.
Quarterfinals, we lost Carissa Gilmore and defending event champ Brisa Hennessy. Number 2 on the list, Felipe Toledo back on top, winning his 13th CT win. Challenging heats as well, where he was forced to answer back multiple times, Pete.
And it was an event that I would say that's not one of his strong points. And to come out here and prove everybody that he can surf all spots on tour. We saw that he was able to get a quarterfinals a couple times at Pipeline, and again, doing it this year. But this event win right here, just, hey, Hawaii, no problem. Felipe's got it.
Always feels like he can get momentum back-to-back in events. He does that a lot. What about a world title? Looking solid so far and winning at the top 5 on finals day. A young surfer from the Central Coast of New South Wales tastes victory for the first time.
Yeah, Joe, nothing like that first taste of victory for Molly Picklum.
winning her first CT event at Sunset Beach. What a feat. You know, surfing with so much aggression, style, power. We're going to see her for many years to come.
Molly Picklum had so many great moments, buzzer beaters throughout the day, close decisions against the past event champ with Brisa Hennessy, but she'll always be remembered as a champion right here at Sunset Beach. She shares the yellow with Carissa heading into Portugal and Toledo's #2 in the world right behind Jack Robinson. On behalf of our entire crew here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach in the WSL, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you March 8th at the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona.
Welcome, surf fans, to where you would rather be. The hype machine is on, and it's Mother Nature. Here goes Golden Gilmore. Wow, beautiful slice right there.
Carissa Moore in the yellow jersey, throwing a lot of spray out the back.
Here we go, Ethan Ewing. Beautiful gouging turn. Ewing again, excellent at Sunset.
Rio comes off the bottom, bang, into the lip line and gets body slammed. What, are you kidding me? Woo! That was just fire flying off the rail right there.
And here is John Florence. He'll pull in the barrel, and he'll disappear, and he'll come out the other side. So John, he was gone, and then he came out and said it's on.
That's some exciting stuff. He gave Medina vertical lip bash, throws the tail, the flow, and the commitment.
Jack Robinson.
Beautiful first turn snap, wraps it back.
Ezekiel Hinat Paulau gonna slash one into that white water.
Oh, that is what you call a true shocker as it winds out to the end of the heat.
Jack Robinson finds a barrel. Air drops off of that turn, no problem.
The waves are absolutely cooking out there, and it's going to be a really fun day to watch.
Standing straight up on his backhand. That's beautiful.
Oh, that hurt. Pro surfing's a roller coaster. Let's watch this drop. Italo Ferreira.
All right, here we go. Joao just gouges it under the lip, looks for the barrel section, pulls in, comes out.
John Florence is going to break a lot of fantasy surfer hearts.
Griffin Colapinto takes down probably the apex predator in surfing, Gabriel Medina. Wow, that was a great takeoff straight through the tube. Beautiful ride for Kyle Ibelli. Molly Picklum comes off the bottom, bang, right into that vertical section.
8-time world champ finishes it off, slashes, and Harry's happy too.
Yeah.
Happy finals to everybody around the world. Two world champions going head to head.
This is the greatest of all time. For the last 10 years, we've had some great ones.
Tyler Wright keeps her streak alive against Steph Gilmore.
Gabriella Bryan, 15-point two-wave total, and she has put Carissa Moore in a two-wave combination.
Come from the left, come from the right, come from the south. You don't see me in a fight. If you want to see
how's this one? A tube magnet, Robinson.
When I hit the bell, I go crazy. Give me that belt and pay me. Back in the ring, back in the ring. It's the champion thing, what? And I do that all night.
The defending world champ, Felipe Toledo, looking sharp again. Molly Picklum, steep drop. She pulls in a shallow section there.
Molly Picklum is your 2023 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion.
Men's final in the water. Griffin Colapinto, Felipe Toledo.
Out the back, solid wave for Griffin.
Blasting off the lip.
And now Toledo's getting started. Jams it off the lip and has total control. 9.47. Felipe Toledo takes out the Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
Oh, kids, I'm bulked up. Oh, sorry. I'm bulked up, guys.